5 years after her graduation from Ko Academy, Ofa stood before the Devil Council in a chamber that had once represented, for her father, the site of his most hostile early confrontation with the old guard's resistance to everything their family represented. Now, that same chamber served as the setting for her own formal appointment as the Devil Council's senior liaison for interfactional stability, a position created specifically to address a new, unexpected crisis that had emerged from a corner of the supernatural world the original treaty had never fully anticipated needing to address. The Norse Pantheon's Territorial Council has formally requested mediation, Serzux explained, standing beside her at the chamber's central podium, his role now more advisory than authoritative as the coalition's younger generation increasingly assumed the practical work of maintaining the peace their parents had built. Tensions have been escalating for months between Odin's court and a faction of younger Norse deities who believe the old pantheon's continued isolation from the broader four-faction treaty represents a dangerous vulnerability, one that recent events elsewhere in the supernatural world have made increasingly difficult to ignore. Ophis studied the briefing materials with the same careful, analytical focus that had defined her approach to every significant challenge since childhood, her precognitive gift, now honed through years of formal diplomatic and security training, already parsing the underlying tensions the formal briefing only partially captured. They're not simply asking for mediation, she said. They're testing whether the treaty's coalition actually extends meaningful protection and partnership to pantheons outside the original four factions, or whether we represent, in practice, a closed system uninterested in genuine expansion. That's an astute reading, Michael said, his continued presence on these advisory councils a comfortable, familiar fixture even decades after his sister's marriage had first tested Heaven's willingness to embrace exactly this kind of unprecedented expansion. The younger Norse faction specifically requested you by name, Ophis. Your family's history carries considerable symbolic weight in exactly this kind of situation. Ophis felt the familiar weight of her family's legacy settle over her, not as the anxious burden it might once have represented in her uncertain teenage years, but as something she had, over 5 years of dedicated independent work, learned to carry with genuine confidence rather than mere inherited obligation. I'll need a full briefing on the specific grievances driving this tension, she said, not just the diplomatic summary. If I'm going into Norse territory to mediate a genuine crisis, I want to understand exactly what's actually at stake before I ever set foot in Odin's court. The briefing that followed, prepared jointly by Sona's Continued Intelligence Network and a newly established research division Serena had helped design specifically to support exactly this kind of expanding diplomatic mission, painted a picture considerably more complex than the Devil Council's formal request had initially suggested. The tension, it turned out, traced back to a series of skirmishes along the Norse pantheon's contested borders with rogue Jotun factions, conflicts that Odin's traditionalist court had, for generations, managed through isolated, independent Norse resources rather than any formal engagement with the broader four-faction coalition. A younger generation within the Norse pantheon, led by figures who had watched, with growing interest, the stability and prosperity the original treaty had brought to Devil, Angel, Fallen, and Yokai territories over recent decades, increasingly believed that continued isolation represented a dangerous, outdated strategy rather than genuine strength. Odin's court views any request for outside coalition support as an admission of weakness, Sona explained, reviewing the intelligence findings with Ophis in a briefing session that reminded both of them, in its careful, methodical rhythm, of countless similar sessions across Ophis's entire extraordinary childhood. The younger faction views that same isolation as a dangerous vulnerability their ancestors' pride refuses to acknowledge. You'll be walking into a genuine, deeply rooted generational conflict, not merely a simple territorial dispute. That's actually useful context, Ophis said, something that might have been genuine enthusiasm entering her usually measured voice. I understand generational conflict. I grew up watching my own family navigate exactly that kind of tension, between the old guard's careful traditions and a new generation determined to prove that strength and openness aren't mutually exclusive. Issei, present for the briefing at Ophis's own invitation rather than any formal requirement, watched his daughter work through the complex diplomatic challenge with a mixture of pride and quiet, protective concern that had never fully diminished, no matter how many years had passed since she had first walked confidently into her own independent adult life. You don't have to take this assignment, he said, once the formal briefing concluded and the two of them found a quiet moment alone in the sanctuary's familiar study. I know the council specifically requested you, but that doesn't mean you're obligated to accept every high-stakes diplomatic challenge simply because your family name carries symbolic weight. I know I don't have to, Ophis said, her expression carrying the same calm, settled confidence that had defined her since childhood, tempered now by years of genuine, independent accomplishment. I want to, Dad. This is exactly the kind of work I've spent 5 years training for. A genuine chance to extend what our family helped build, real, lasting peace between factions that once viewed cooperation as unthinkable, to a part of the supernatural world that's never had the chance to experience it. Issei studied his daughter for a long moment, seeing, in her steady, determined expression, echoes of his own hard-won resolve from decades earlier, standing in this very sanctuary, choosing, again and again, to build something worth the fear it demanded. Then I'm proud of you, he said simply, and I trust you completely to handle whatever Odin's court and this younger Norse faction throw at you. Just promise me you'll be careful. Old pantheons can carry grudges even longer than devil councils. I promise, Ophis said, allowing herself a small, genuine smile. Besides, I learned from the absolute best how to handle exactly that kind of stubborn, ancient hostility. Odin's court, when Ophis finally arrived at the heart of Norse territory accompanied by a small, carefully chosen diplomatic escort, proved every bit as formidable and traditionally minded as the briefing materials had suggested, ancient halls built from timber and stone that predated even the oldest devil aristocratic estates, filled with warriors and deities whose collective memory stretched back through centuries of fierce, independent survival. Odin himself received her with a formal, careful courtesy that carried unmistakable undertones of skepticism, his single remaining eye studying her with the particular, weighing assessment of a ruler who had outlasted empires and remained fundamentally unconvinced that a young diplomat, however impressive her lineage, could offer genuine insight into conflicts his own pantheon had managed independently for millennia. The Security's daughter, he said, his voice carrying the deep, resonant weight of ages. I confess some surprise that the four-faction coalition believed sending its most celebrated young diplomat would resolve tensions that predate your entire family's existence. With respect, All-Father, Ophis said, meeting his skeptical assessment with the same calm, unshaken composure that had once allowed her to sense a hidden blade in a hostile reception hall before any adult present had registered the threat. I'm not here to claim expertise in Norse history or tradition that I don't actually possess. I'm here because your own younger generation specifically requested someone who understands what it means to grow up inheriting an older generation's hard-won caution, while also believing, genuinely, that openness and cooperation don't have to mean weakness. Something shifted, subtly, in Odin's ancient, weathered expression, a flicker of genuine reassessment rather than the polite, dismissive courtesy he had extended upon her arrival. You speak as though you understand that particular tension personally. I do, Ophis said. My father spent the first years of his marriage convinced that loving 5 extraordinary women meant he could never fully deserve the family they were building together. I spent my own childhood torn between the fears, protective caution my early warning gift demanded and the genuine desire to simply trust people without constantly calculating every possible threat. Generational tension between hard-won caution and hopeful openness isn't unique to Norse politics, All-Father. It's a universal challenge, and I believe that's exactly why your younger faction requested someone with genuine, personal experience navigating it, rather than merely a diplomat versed in abstract theory. The audience that followed stretched through the remainder of the day, Ophis carefully, patiently working through the accumulated grievances and genuine concerns on both sides of the Norse pantheon's internal divide, her precognitive gift proving as valuable in reading the subtle, unspoken tensions beneath formal diplomatic exchange as it had once been in anticipating physical danger. She met, separately, with representatives of the younger Norse faction that had specifically requested her involvement, finding among them a passionate, genuine conviction that echoed, in its own way, the same hopeful determination that had once driven her own family's original treaty negotiations. We're not asking to abandon our traditions, a young Valkyrie named Fridas explained, her expression carrying the particular, focused intensity of someone who had spent considerable time advocating for a position her own elders viewed with deep suspicion. We're asking for the wisdom to recognize when old strategies genuinely serve us, and when they simply represent fear dressed up as tradition. The Jotun incursions along our borders have grown more sophisticated in recent years. I believe, genuinely, that continued isolation from the broader coalition's resources represents a real vulnerability, not merely a philosophical preference. I understand that concern completely, Ophis said. But I also want you to understand something about how coalitions like the one my family helped build actually function best. Genuine partnership isn't about abandoning your own strength and identity to fold into someone else's system. It's about maintaining exactly what makes your people distinct and formidable, while also building genuine trust that allows for mutual support when circumstances actually demand it. Do you think Odin's court can actually be convinced of that distinction? Fridas asked, genuine uncertainty evident beneath her passionate conviction. Ophis considered the question with the same careful, deliberate thought she brought to every significant diplomatic challenge, drawing on years of watching her own father navigate exactly this kind of complex, generational political tension. I think, she said finally, that every genuine reconciliation I've ever witnessed began with someone willing to demonstrate, through action rather than merely argument, that trust and openness could coexist with genuine strength rather than undermine it. I don't think I can simply convince Odin through clever diplomatic argument alone. I think I need to show him, concretely, what genuine partnership with this coalition would actually look like in practice. That evening, reviewing the day's extensive diplomatic groundwork with her small escort team, Ophis felt the full, complicated weight of the challenge ahead of her settle into focused, determined resolve. This was not a crisis that could be resolved through the kind of decisive, overwhelming force her family had once employed against the purest Accord's coordinated hostility, decades earlier. This required something more patient, more genuinely collaborative, the careful, deliberate work of building trust between an ancient, traditionally isolated pantheon and a coalition that had, itself, once seemed impossibly fragile before decades of hard-won mutual investment had proven its genuine resilience. She thought of her father's words, all those years earlier, on that same familiar balcony where so much of her family's extraordinary story had unfolded. Love first. Everything else comes second to that unshakable foundation. Perhaps, she thought, watching the last light of a Norse evening fade over ancient halls that had witnessed millennia of fierce, independent survival, the same principle that had built her own extraordinary family might prove exactly the foundation this new, unprecedented reconciliation required as well. The opportunity to demonstrate genuine partnership, rather than merely argue for it, arrived sooner than Ophis had anticipated, and considerably more dangerously than any careful diplomatic timeline would have preferred. 3 days into her mission, as she continued the patient, methodical work of building trust between Odin's traditionalist court and the younger Norse faction advocating for broader coalition engagement, urgent reports arrived of a significant Jotun incursion along the Pantheon's northern border. A coordinated assault considerably larger and more sophisticated than the sporadic skirmishes that had previously defined the ongoing territorial tension. This is worse than our previous encounters, Fridas reported, arriving at the diplomatic quarters where Ophis had been reviewing the day's negotiations with visible urgency. Preliminary scouting suggests organized coordination we haven't seen from Jotun forces in generations. Odin's court is mobilizing our own forces, but if the incursion is genuinely as coordinated as early reports suggest, we may be facing something beyond what our traditional defensive strategies were designed to handle alone. Ophis felt the familiar, focused clarity that had once, decades of family stories told, defined her father's response to genuine crisis, the careful diplomatic patience of the preceding days crystallizing immediately into decisive, practical action. I'll contact my family's coalition network directly, she said, already moving toward the secured communication array her diplomatic mission had been provided. Not as a formal council request, that would take too long to properly authorize. As a personal request for support, exactly the kind of mutual aid partnership your faction has been advocating for. Odin's court hasn't formally requested outside assistance, Fridas cautioned, though her expression carried more hope than genuine objection. If you act without that formal authorization, it could undermine everything we've been trying to build toward. Or it could prove, decisively, exactly the point you've been trying to make, Ophice said. That genuine partnership means support arrives when it's actually needed, not only after multiple layers of formal bureaucratic authorization have been properly satisfied. I'll take responsibility for the diplomatic risk. Right now, I think preventing genuine harm to your people matters more than perfect procedural correctness. The response from her family's coalition network arrived within the hour, Lilith's own combat leadership training having positioned her, in recent years, as exactly the kind of rapid response coordinator such an unprecedented request required. I've got a strike team ready to deploy. Lilith's voice came through the communication array, characteristic confidence undiminished by the years since her own tournament triumphs. Dad's authorized full coalition support, and Serena's already running tactical projections based on the scouting data you sent. We can be at your border within the hour if you need us. I need you, Ophice confirmed. But Lilith, I need this handled carefully. This isn't just about repelling the Jotun incursion. It's about demonstrating exactly what genuine partnership can accomplish, without making Odin's court feel like their sovereignty is being overridden by outside intervention. Understood, Lilith said, and Ophice could hear, even through the communication array's imperfect transmission, the same thoughtful, purposeful maturity that had defined her sister's growth since her own tournament years. We'll coordinate directly with Norse command structure, not replace it. Support, not take over. Odin himself arrived at the diplomatic quarters as the coalition strike team's deployment was finalized, his expression carrying a complicated mixture of genuine crisis-driven urgency and the particular, wounded pride of an ancient ruler confronting the possibility that his own traditional resources might prove insufficient to the moment's actual demands. You acted without my court's formal authorization, he said, though the accusation carried less hostility than Ophice had anticipated, tempered by the genuine gravity of the unfolding crisis. I did, Ophice acknowledged. And I'll accept whatever diplomatic consequences that decision carries, All-Father. But I believe, genuinely, that your people's safety in this moment matters more than procedural correctness. My family's coalition support is arriving not to override your authority, but to reinforce it, coordinated entirely through your own command structure. This is exactly the kind of partnership your younger generation has been advocating for. I simply chose to demonstrate it rather than merely continue arguing for its theoretical value. Odin studied her for a long, weighing moment, the same careful assessment he had offered upon her arrival now colored by the accumulated evidence of 3 days spent watching her navigate his pantheon's complex internal tensions with genuine skill and integrity. Very well, he said finally, something that might have been grudging respect entering his ancient, weathered voice. Let us see what this unprecedented coalition support actually accomplishes, Security's daughter. My people's survival will be the only judgment that ultimately matters. As the combined Norse and coalition forces moved to intercept the coordinated Jotun incursion along the Pantheon's northern border, Ophice felt the full weight of the moment settle over her, not as anxious uncertainty, but as the same hard, focused resolve she had inherited, in full measure, from a father who had once stood in a similarly decisive moment, choosing, without hesitation, to defend everything he loved with everything he had. The battle along Norse territory's northern border unfolded through the following hours in a manner that surprised, in equal measure, both Odin's traditionalist commanders and the coalition's strike team Lilith had assembled with characteristic speed and precision. Lilith herself led the coalition forces with a tactical discipline that reflected years of dedicated study following her tournament years, coordinating closely with Norse battle commanders rather than simply imposing her own strategic preferences. Exactly as Ophice had requested. Your defensive formations are solid, she told a visibly skeptical Norse general, midway through the engagement's opening exchanges, but they're built for smaller, less coordinated raids than what we're actually facing. I'd recommend adjusting your eastern flank to account for the Jotun's apparent numbers advantage there. Your call, though. This is your territory and your command. The general studied her suggestion with visible reluctance before, watching the battle's actual unfolding pattern confirm exactly the vulnerabilities she had identified, grudgingly adjusting his formation accordingly, the resulting defensive realignment proving decisive in preventing what had briefly threatened to become a genuine breach in the Norse line. How did you see that coming? He asked afterward, genuine respect finally breaking through his earlier skepticism. Years of training under exactly the kind of strategic minds who taught me to actually read a battlefield rather than simply react to it, Lilith said, with a grin that carried none of her mother's old, careful diplomatic restraint but plenty of her father's easy, genuine warmth. Also, my sister sent me detailed scouting analysis before we even arrived. Serena's tactical projections are genuinely impressive. Serena herself, coordinating remotely from the Sanctuary's research division, provided continuous, real-time tactical analysis throughout the engagement, her theoretical brilliance translating, in this practical application, into genuinely life-saving strategic insight that helped both Norse and coalition forces anticipate and counter each new wave of the coordinated Jotun assault. The battle's decisive turning point came when Ulfis herself, having remained at the diplomatic quarters coordinating the broader strategic response alongside Odin's court, identified, through her own precognitive gift, an emerging secondary threat that neither Norse nor coalition scouts had yet detected, a flanking force attempting to circle behind the primary engagement and strike at a poorly defended supply position. There, she said, urgently relaying the threat's precise location to both command structures simultaneously. A secondary force, moving to flank your supply lines. If they succeed, your primary forces will be cut off from resupply during the engagement's most critical phase. The rapid, coordinated response that followed, Norse and coalition forces working together with a fluid efficiency that surprised even the engagement's own participants, successfully intercepted and repelled the flanking threat before it could achieve its intended objective, the battle's overall trajectory shifting decisively in the combined forces' favor as a result. By the time the Jotun incursion finally, fully retreated hours later, the engagement had proven, beyond any remaining doubt, exactly what genuine, coordinated partnership between Norse tradition and coalition support could accomplish when both sides approached the collaboration with genuine mutual respect rather than either dismissive skepticism or presumptuous override. Odin himself, reviewing the engagement's final outcome with visible, genuine reassessment of his earlier reservations, sought out Ulfis personally as the last of the Jotun forces withdrew beyond Norse territory's borders. Your coalition's support proved genuinely decisive, he acknowledged, the grudging respect of their earlier conversation now fully, unmistakably matured into something closer to genuine gratitude. More significantly, it proved decisive without ever attempting to override my own command structure or diminish my people's sovereignty over their own defense. I confess I did not fully anticipate that particular outcome. That was always the actual goal, All-Father, Ulfis said. Not to prove that your traditional strategies were insufficient. To demonstrate that genuine partnership can strengthen exactly what already makes your people formidable, rather than replace it. Odin was quiet for a long moment, watching the last light of evening settle over a battlefield that had, through the day's events, fundamentally reshaped his own understanding of what genuine coalition partnership might actually mean for his ancient, traditionally isolated pantheon. I believe, he said finally, that this council is prepared to formally reconsider its historical isolation from the broader four-faction treaty. Not through hasty, poorly considered abandonment of our own traditions and sovereignty, but through exactly the kind of careful, mutually respectful partnership you have demonstrated these past days. I would like to discuss the formal terms such an arrangement might reasonably take. Ulfis felt a swell of genuine, professional satisfaction unlike anything her earlier academic or competitive achievements had provided, the particular, hard-won pride of watching a genuine diplomatic crisis resolve not through overwhelming force or clever argument alone, but through the patient, deliberate work of building authentic trust between parties who had, only days earlier, viewed each other with deep, generational suspicion. I would be honored to help facilitate those discussions, All-Father, she said, for exactly as long as this council finds my involvement genuinely useful, rather than merely symbolically convenient. I suspect, Odin said, something that might have been the faintest hint of genuine warmth entering his ancient, weathered features, that your involvement will prove considerably more than merely symbolic, Hyoudou's daughter. I look forward to building something genuinely lasting from this unexpected, hard-won beginning. The weeks that followed the battle along Norse territory's northern border brought a formal diplomatic process that Ulfis guided with the same patient, careful skill that had defined her entire approach to the mission, negotiating terms that satisfied both Odin's traditionalist court and the younger faction's genuine desire for broader coalition engagement. Without ever allowing either side to feel their concerns had been dismissed or overridden, the final framework preserves full Norse sovereignty over internal governance and traditional practices, she explained, presenting the negotiated terms to the Devil Council alongside Surzex and a visibly impressed Sona, whose own analytical review of the agreement's structure had found little to improve upon despite her characteristically thorough scrutiny. Coalition support activates only through mutual request, coordinated entirely through existing Norse command structures rather than any external override. In exchange, Norse territory formally joins the broader treaty's mutual defense framework, extending the same protections and obligations that currently bind the original four factions. This is remarkably comprehensive work for a single diplomatic mission, Surzex said, reviewing the agreement's careful, detailed provisions with genuine admiration. I don't believe even our most experienced senior diplomats could have negotiated terms this balanced in the timeframe you managed. I had good teachers, Ulfa said, echoing words her father had once spoken to Sona, decades earlier, in a study filled with tea and quiet honesty either of them had known, at the time, would eventually shape an entire family's approach to navigating impossible challenges. And I had a genuine crisis that forced both sides to see, concretely, exactly what authentic partnership could accomplish rather than simply debating its theoretical merits. The formal treaty expansion, when it was finally ratified weeks later in a ceremony that drew representatives from every faction the original arrangement had touched, marked a genuine, historic milestone, the first significant expansion of the coalition's founding framework since its original signing decades earlier, achieved not through desperate wartime necessity, but through the patient, deliberate diplomatic work of a new generation building on the foundation their parents had first, so uncertainly established. Issei attended the ceremony alongside his wives, watching his daughter formally receive recognition for an achievement that reflected, in its own remarkable way, everything their family had first hoped this extraordinary treaty might eventually accomplish, not merely surviving hostile opposition, but genuinely expanding the possibility of peace to corners of the supernatural world that had never before believed such cooperation achievable. She did this entirely on her own, Rias said quietly, watching Ophis field questions from assembled diplomats with the same calm, composed confidence that had once, decades earlier, helped her sense a hidden threat in a hostile Devil Council reception hall. We gave her the foundation, but this, all of this, is entirely her own accomplishment. I don't think that's quite right, Yasaka said, with the same quiet, knowing wisdom she had offered on so many significant occasions across the family's extraordinary history. I think she built this using exactly the foundation we gave her: love first, genuine partnership over presumptuous control, patient trust over hasty force. She simply applied those lessons to a challenge none of us ever anticipated facing. That is not separate from what we built together, Rias. That is precisely its intended continuation. As the ceremony concluded and the assembled diplomats began the gradual process of dispersing toward their various territories, Ophis finally found her way to her family, the formal composure she had maintained throughout the diplomatic proceedings giving way, in their presence, to something warmer and more genuinely unguarded. "Did I do all right?" she asked, and for a moment, beneath the confident, accomplished young diplomat who had just negotiated a historic treaty expansion, Issei glimpsed the same 7-year-old girl who had once asked him, in a quiet hallway outside a hostile assembly, whether their family would truly be okay. "You did more than all right," he said, pulling her into a proud, complete embrace. "You did something I genuinely don't think I could have managed at your age, or possibly at any age. You took everything this family built, and found a way to extend it outward, to people who never had the chance to experience what genuine partnership actually means. I learned from watching all of you," Ophis said, her voice carrying genuine emotion beneath its usual careful composure. "Every difficult choice, every hard-won trust, every time any of you chose patience and genuine partnership over easier, more forceful alternatives. I just tried to apply that same foundation somewhere new." Friedis, who had traveled from Norse territory to witness the formal treaty ratification alongside a delegation representing her pantheon's younger, reform-minded faction, approached the family with the same passionate, genuine warmth that had first drawn Ophis's attention during their earliest diplomatic exchanges. "Your daughter changed something significant for my people," she told Issei and his wives, her expression carrying genuine, heartfelt gratitude. "Not merely through the formal treaty terms, though those matter considerably. She changed how an entire generation of Norse deities understands what genuine strength actually means. I do not believe we will forget that lesson, whatever challenges the future eventually brings." Watching his daughter accept that genuine gratitude with the same humble, grounded grace she had carried throughout the entire remarkable diplomatic achievement, Issei felt the full, complete measure of everything decades of doubt, love, and fierce, deliberate parenting had ultimately built. Not merely a family that had survived every threat directed against its own existence. A legacy, genuinely extending outward, exactly as the treaty's original architects had once, desperately, hoped it eventually might. In the months following the Norse treaty's ratification, Ophis found herself, for the first time in her professionally accomplished young life, navigating a kind of uncertainty that had nothing to do with diplomatic strategy or precognitive threat assessment, and everything to do with the far more ordinary, universally complicated business of figuring out what she actually wanted her life to look like beyond her considerable professional achievements. Rias had remained in regular contact following the treaty ceremony, their correspondence gradually shifting from formal diplomatic follow-up into something warmer and more genuinely personal, a friendship that had, over months of continued exchange, begun to carry an undercurrent neither of them had yet fully acknowledged aloud. "You've been smiling at your correspondence tablet again," Serena observed, finding her sister in the sanctuary's study during one of Ophis's increasingly frequent visits home between diplomatic assignments. "That's the 4th time this week, and you get this particular expression every time a message arrives from Norse territory specifically." "I don't know what you're talking about," Ophis said, with considerably less composure than she typically brought to any conversation, a fact that only confirmed Serena's amused, knowing suspicion. "Ophis," Serena said, setting aside her own research notes with the patient, genuine attention she brought to every conversation with her siblings, "I've spent my entire life reading complex patterns other people miss. I think this particular pattern is fairly straightforward, even by my usual standards." Ophis was quiet for a long moment, weighing the same careful deliberation she brought to every significant decision, professional or personal, against the genuine vulnerability of acknowledging something she had, until this exact conversation, kept carefully unexamined even within her own thoughts. "I don't know what it means," she admitted finally. "Rias and I built something genuine during the crisis, and it's continued growing since, through every message and every follow-up consultation on the treaty's ongoing implementation. I've never let myself consider what that might actually mean, beyond professional partnership. I'm not even certain that's what she wants either. Have you asked her?" Serena said, with the same direct, analytical practicality she brought to any problem requiring genuine data rather than continued speculation. "Not yet." "Then maybe that's worth actually doing," Serena said gently, rather than continuing to catalog every possible outcome without actually testing any of them directly. "I seem to recall a certain amount of family wisdom about exactly that particular pattern of behavior, actually." Ophis laughed, genuine and slightly rueful, recognizing immediately the echo of her own younger self, mapping tactical contingencies before ever allowing herself the simpler, more vulnerable path of direct, honest communication. "When did you get so wise about matters that have nothing to do with magical theory?" "I learned from watching 6 people build the most remarkable family in the supernatural world's recorded history," Serena said, "entirely because they were eventually willing to have honest, vulnerable conversations instead of just carefully managing their own uncertainty forever." Issei, finding his daughters deep in conversation as he passed the study later that evening, caught only the tail end of their exchange, enough to recognize, with the particular, quiet perceptiveness parenthood had gradually taught him, that something significant was unfolding in his eldest daughter's life beyond her considerable professional accomplishments. "Everything all right?" he asked, settling into the study's familiar, comfortable quiet. "I think so," Ophis said, and something in her expression, a genuine, unguarded openness that reminded him powerfully of every hard-won moment of vulnerability his own extraordinary marriage had once required, told him considerably more than her carefully measured words. I think I might actually take Serena's advice and have an honest conversation with someone, instead of just carefully avoiding the question indefinitely. That sounds like good advice, Issei said, resisting the urge to press further, having learned, across decades of careful, deliberate parenting, exactly when his children needed space to work through their own significant decisions without well-meaning parental interference. Dad, Ophis said, as he turned to leave the study, can I ask you something? How did you know, with any of them, that it was worth the risk? Being genuinely vulnerable with someone, I mean, instead of just carefully managing the uncertainty forever? Issei considered the question with the same careful, genuine thought he brought to every significant inquiry from his children, thinking back across decades to a terrified 18-year-old boy who had once kept a folded piece of paper in his jacket pocket, unable to fully believe that the extraordinary women around him had chosen him freely. I don't think I ever fully knew, in advance, he admitted. I think that's rather the entire point, Ophis. Genuine vulnerability doesn't come with guaranteed certainty. It comes with the choice to be honest anyway, because the alternative, carefully managing your own uncertainty forever rather than actually finding out, always felt worse to me than whatever risk the honesty required. Ophis absorbed this with the same thoughtful seriousness she brought to every genuine lesson her father offered. That's not a very reassuring answer. No, Issei agreed, with a small, knowing smile. But it's an honest one. And for what it's worth, I think whatever you decide, you've already proven, through this entire remarkable Norse mission, that you're considerably braver than you probably give yourself credit for. He left her alone with that thought, watching his daughter turn back toward her correspondence tablet with a new, determined resolve settling into her expression, and felt the same complicated, proud ache that had defined nearly every significant milestone of his children's remarkable, independent lives. They were building their own stories now, each of them, drawing on the foundation their extraordinary family had provided, but choosing, entirely for themselves, exactly what came next. Ophis's honest conversation with Fridas took place, fittingly, on the same Norse border territory where their partnership had first been forged through genuine crisis, the two of them standing together at dusk overlooking the same lands the coalition strike team had once defended. I'd been trying to figure out how to say this without overthinking every possible outcome first, Ophis admitted, her usual careful composure giving way, for once, to genuine, unguarded nervousness. Which is, apparently, exactly the opposite of how I'm supposed to actually approach this kind of conversation, according to my sister's excellent advice. Fridas studied her with open curiosity that carried none of Ophis's characteristic caution. That sounds considerably more complicated than whatever I've been trying to figure out how to say myself, these past few months. What have you been trying to say? That I think about our correspondence far more than professional treaty follow-up actually requires, Fridas said, with the same direct, unguarded honesty she had shown throughout their entire acquaintance. That I find myself looking forward to your visits for reasons that have very little to do with ongoing diplomatic implementation. That I've been waiting, somewhat impatiently, for you to either say something about it, or for me to finally work up the courage to say something myself. Ophis felt something in her chest loosen entirely, the careful, tactical caution she had carried into this conversation giving way to genuine, uncomplicated relief. I think I've been feeling exactly the same thing. I just spent considerably longer than necessary trying to map out every possible way this conversation could go wrong before actually having it. That does sound like something your family history would suggest, Fridas said, with a warm, genuine laugh. Though for what it's worth, I'm glad you eventually decided the direct approach was worth the risk. They talked for hours that evening, the careful, professional distance that had once defined their earliest diplomatic exchanges giving way entirely to something warmer and more genuinely personal. Two people who had first forged their connection through genuine crisis now discovering, with equal parts nervousness and hope, exactly what that connection might become beyond the considerable professional achievement that had first brought them together. When Ophis returned to the sanctuary weeks later, bringing Fridas along for a visit that carried unmistakable significance beyond mere diplomatic courtesy, the entire family gathered to welcome them both with the same warm, genuine hospitality that had defined every significant milestone in their extraordinary family's history. I'm glad you finally decided the honest conversation was worth having, Serena told her sister privately, watching Fridas engage in animated conversation with Kurigane about cross-territory agricultural collaboration possibilities between Norse and Yokai lands. Though I confess I'm slightly disappointed it took you months longer than my initial advice suggested was necessary. Some lessons take longer to fully absorb than others, Ophis said, with the same wry, genuine humor that had become increasingly characteristic of her demeanor since the Norse mission's successful conclusion. Even for someone who's supposedly grown considerably wiser about matters beyond magical theory these past several months, Issei watched his daughter navigate this new, genuinely personal chapter of her extraordinary life with the same complicated mixture of pride and quiet, protective care that had defined nearly every significant milestone across her remarkable 22 years, finding, in Freides' genuine warmth and evident respect for Ophis's considerable accomplishments, exactly the kind of partnership he had always hoped. However uncertainly, his children might eventually discover for themselves. She reminds me a little of your mother Yasaka, he told Ophis quietly, watching Fridas laugh at something Lilith had said, the easy, genuine warmth between his daughter's new partner and the rest of the family already settling into something that felt, remarkably, entirely natural. That same combination of fierce conviction and genuine, patient wisdom. I noticed that too, Ophis admitted, a soft, genuine smile touching her expression as she watched Fridas continue her animated conversation with Kurigane. I think that's part of what drew me to her in the first place, honestly. Watching all of you build this extraordinary family taught me exactly what genuine partnership actually looks like. I wasn't going to settle for anything less, once I finally let myself consider what I actually wanted. That evening, as the family celebration continued late into the night, Ophis found herself once more on the sanctuary's eastern balcony, though this time Fridas joined her, the two of them watching the same artificial moon that had witnessed nearly every significant chapter of the family's extraordinary story rise over gardens grown magnificent through decades of patient, devoted care. Your family built something genuinely remarkable here, Fridas said, taking in the warmth and easy affection still audible from the celebration continuing below them. I understand now why the entire supernatural world watched, with such intense scrutiny, exactly what this treaty would eventually become. They built it through decades of choosing each other, freely and completely, even when the world around them insisted that choice was impossible or dangerous, Ophis said. I think that's the real lesson I carried into Norse territory, more than any specific diplomatic strategy. That genuine partnership isn't about grand, dramatic gestures. It's about choosing each other, honestly and deliberately, over and over, even when easier alternatives exist. Fridas reached for her hand, the gesture carrying the same quiet, genuine certainty that had first drawn Ophis's attention during their earliest diplomatic exchanges. Then I hope you'll let me be part of choosing that with you, going forward. Whatever that partnership eventually becomes. Ophis looked out over the gardens where her entire extraordinary family had built, across decades of doubt, love, and fierce, unbreakable resolve, something the old world had once believed entirely impossible, and felt the same complete, unshakable certainty that had once carried her father through his own uncertain beginning, decades earlier, on this very same balcony. I'd like that, she said. More than I think I fully understood, until this exact moment. In the months that followed Ophis's Norse treaty and her own quietly significant personal announcement, the wider family continued building their own remarkable, independent chapters, each success adding new dimension to the legacy their parents had first, so uncertainly, begun decades earlier. Kurigane's cross-faction agricultural collaboration, having already transformed the once contested border territory near the Concord of Ancient's former compound into flourishing shared farmland, expanded further following Ophis's Norse breakthrough. Freides' own connections within her pantheon opening entirely new possibilities for collaborative cultivation projects that drew on Norse agricultural traditions dating back millennia. I never imagined I'd be studying Norse growing techniques, Kurigane told his sister during one of her increasingly frequent visits home, examining a collection of ancient Norse agricultural texts that Fridas had generously shared. There's a whole different philosophy here, working with harsher climates, more extreme seasonal variation. I think there's genuine wisdom in these old methods that could benefit our existing projects considerably. I think you'd find Norse farming communities would welcome the collaboration, Fridas said, having joined the conversation with the same easy warmth she brought to every family gathering. They've maintained the same isolated traditions as the rest of our pantheon, for better and occasionally for worse. I suspect they genuinely value the chance to learn from techniques your family has developed working across such very magical environments. The resulting collaborative initiative, launched within the year, brought Kurigane on his own first extended diplomatic mission, an experience that, while considerably quieter than his sister's dramatic Norse treaty negotiation, proved equally significant in its own patient, careful way, building genuine agricultural partnerships that would, over subsequent years, help feed communities across multiple previously isolated territories. Serena's research career, meanwhile, reached a milestone of its own significance when her ongoing ward theory work, building on the same foundational insights that had once helped defend the sanctuary against the Purist Accord's coordinated assault decades earlier, achieved a breakthrough that fundamentally transformed defensive magical infrastructure across every faction touched by the original treaty. The new ward architecture reduces vulnerability to the exact kind of infiltration technique that nearly compromised our home's children's wing all those years ago, she explained, presenting her findings to an assembled panel of the supernatural world's most respected archmages, many of whom had, decades earlier, dismissed her earliest theoretical contributions as impressive novelty rather than genuine scholarly achievement. I developed this work specifically because I never wanted any family, any community, to face the same vulnerability ours once did. The research earned her formal recognition from every faction's leading magical institutions, a validation that carried particular, quiet significance given its origins in genuine, personal crisis rather than mere academic ambition, exactly the kind of purposeful achievement she had always hoped, since her earliest theoretical debut, to eventually accomplish. Raziel's Interfaction Reconciliation Office, having successfully resolved dozens of disputes across the original 4 factions in the years since its establishment, found new purpose following the Norse treaty's ratification. His gentle, empathic mediation skills increasingly called upon to help smooth the inevitable friction of the coalition's continued, unprecedented expansion. There's a particular kind of tension that comes with genuine growth, he told Issei during one of their regular conversations, the close, honest relationship between father and son having only deepened across the years since Raziel had first discovered his remarkable empathic gift as a small child helping stabilize Gabriel's barrier during the Purist Accord's assault. Every new faction that joins this coalition brings its own history, its own old grievances, its own particular fears about what genuine partnership might actually require. I think that work, helping people navigate exactly that fear, is going to matter more and more as this treaty continues genuinely expanding. I think you're exactly right, Issei said, feeling the familiar, complicated pride that had defined nearly every conversation with his remarkable children across the years. And I think you're exactly the right person to be doing that work, Raziel. You always have been, since you were small enough that your empathic gift helped calm a training accident before anyone fully understood what you were even doing. Lilith's own career, having already established her as a respected combat strategist and trainer, gained new dimension through her continued involvement in the Norse Partnership's ongoing implementation. Her practical experience coordinating between Norse and coalition forces during the initial crisis proving invaluable as the broader treaty expansion required increasingly sophisticated joint training programs across multiple, previously isolated military traditions. I never expected diplomatic peacekeeping to become such a significant part of my actual career, she admitted to Penemue during one of their regular training sessions, a tradition that had persisted, largely unchanged in its essential warmth, since Lilith's earliest childhood years. I thought I'd just be the family's combat specialist forever, training the next generation of fighters and occasionally getting to actually use my own skills directly. Turns out real strength was never just about combat capability, Penemue said, watching her daughter with the same fierce, proud warmth that had defined their relationship since Lilith's tournament years first proved her genuine growth beyond mere reckless power. I think you figured out something your old mother took centuries longer to fully understand. That real strength includes knowing exactly when restraint and partnership matter more than raw force. I had good teachers, Lilith said, echoing the same phrase that had, across the family's remarkable history, become something of an unofficial family motto, a genuine acknowledgement of exactly how much every one of her parents' hard-won wisdom had shaped the person she had ultimately chosen to become. Watching his 5 extraordinary children continue building lives that honored both their remarkable inherited gifts and the genuine, deliberate character their parents had spent decades carefully nurturing, Issei felt, once more, the full, complete measure of everything this extraordinary family had ultimately accomplished. Not merely surviving the desperate, uncertain circumstances of its original founding, genuinely, remarkably thriving, in ways that continued extending outward, decade after decade, exactly as the treaty's original architects had once, so desperately, hoped it eventually might. The formal wedding that eventually united Ophis and Fridas took place 2 years later, on the same border territory where their partnership had first been tested and proven through genuine crisis, a ceremony that drew representatives from every faction the original treaty had touched, and several the more recent Norse expansion had newly welcomed into its growing coalition. Issei stood at his daughter's side as she prepared for the ceremony, feeling the same complicated, profound weight he imagined every father across every culture and faction must feel, watching a child he had once held as a newborn, uncertain of exactly what her unprecedented existence might come to mean, step forward into a genuinely chosen, independent future entirely her own. Nervous? He asked, helping her adjust the ceremonial attire that blended, deliberately, elements of both Devil and Norse tradition, a visual representation of exactly the kind of genuine, respectful partnership her entire diplomatic career had been built upon. A little, Ophis admitted, though her expression carried none of the anxious uncertainty that might once have colored such an admission, replaced instead by the same calm, settled confidence that had guided her through every significant challenge of her remarkable young life. Mostly I just keep thinking about how much has changed since that first morning walking through Ko Academy's gates, mapping tactical contingencies instead of actually looking forward to meeting new people. You've come a long way, Issei said, feeling his own throat tighten with genuine, overwhelming pride. I don't think I've ever told you how proud I am, watching you build this life, entirely through your own choices and your own hard-won wisdom. You've told me plenty of times, Dad, Ophis said, a soft, genuine smile touching her expression. Every single time you've supported a decision without trying to control its outcome. Every time you've told me the truth instead of easy comfort. Every time you've let me choose my own path while still being completely, unconditionally present for whatever that path required. I think that's always been the clearest way you've shown me exactly how proud you are. The ceremony itself unfolded with a genuine, unguarded joy that reflected, in every detail, the extraordinary journey that had brought 2 people from entirely different pantheons and traditions together through shared crisis and, eventually, genuine, deliberate love. Fridas' own family, initially cautious about a union that represented, in its own way, exactly the kind of unprecedented boundary crossing that had once made Issei's own marriage so politically fraught decades earlier, had, over 2 years of watching the genuine partnership between their daughter and Ophis develop, come to embrace the match with the same complete, unguarded warmth that had eventually, decades earlier, characterized the wider supernatural world's reconciliation with Issei's own extraordinary family. Watching his daughter exchange vows with a partner she had chosen entirely for herself, built on a foundation of genuine crisis, hard-won trust, and deliberate, honest vulnerability, Issei found his thoughts drifting, inevitably, back to his own wedding day, decades earlier, standing in a grand audience chamber before a crowd desperate for peace they had not yet learned to fully believe possible. He had promised, that day, that he would spend every day of his life making sure the treaty was worth what it had cost to build. Watching Ophis and Fridas complete their own vows, surrounded by representatives of a coalition that had grown, decade after decade, from 4 desperate factions into something genuinely, remarkably larger, Issei understood, with complete and unshakable certainty, exactly how thoroughly that promise had been kept. Not merely by him, though he had tried, every single day, to honor it completely. By an entire family, 5 extraordinary children building their own independent, meaningful lives on the foundation their parents had first, so uncertainly, established, extending that foundation's genuine promise of chosen partnership, hard-won trust, and unconditional love outward into a world that continued, generation after generation, to discover exactly what such a foundation could ultimately become. Rias found him at the ceremony's edge, slipping her hand into his the same way she had done on so many significant occasions across their own extraordinary marriage, watching their daughter's genuine, complete joy with the same profound pride reflected in her own expression. "Do you remember," she said quietly, "standing on that balcony, all those years ago, wondering if any of this was actually real, or if we were simply building something too fragile to survive the desperate circumstances of its own beginning?" "I remember," Issei said, watching Ophis and Fridas share their first dance as a formally united couple, surrounded by a family and a wider coalition that had, across decades of patient, deliberate love, proven exactly how genuinely resilient that foundation had actually become. "I don't think either of us could have imagined, then, exactly how far that foundation would eventually extend." "No," Rias agreed, leaning against him with the same complete, unguarded affection that had defined their partnership since long before any treaty had ever proposed uniting their lives. "But I think somewhere in our hearts, we always hoped it might. That's rather the entire point of choosing love freely, isn't it? Not knowing exactly where it will lead, but trusting completely that wherever it leads will be worth every uncertain step required to get there." As the wedding celebration continued into the evening, the entire extraordinary family gathered together once more, 5 extraordinary children and their own genuinely chosen partners, 6 parents who had built something the old world had once believed entirely impossible. Issei felt the full, complete weight of everything this remarkable, unprecedented life had ultimately become. Not merely a political treaty, forged from desperate necessity, a living, continuously growing legacy of chosen love, genuine partnership, and unshakable devotion, extending outward, generation after generation, exactly as far as those who inherited it chose to carry it forward. Late that night, as the wedding celebration finally began to wind down and the assembled guests gradually dispersed toward their various territories, Issei found himself once more in quiet conversation with his 5 wives, the 6 of them gathered together on a quiet terrace overlooking the same Norse border territory that had witnessed both crisis and, now, genuine celebration. "I keep thinking about something Ophis said earlier," Sona remarked, watching the last of the ceremonial lanterns flicker against the darkening sky. "About how every time we let her choose her own path while remaining completely present for whatever that path required, that was the clearest way we showed our pride in her. I think that's true of all 5 of them, honestly. We never tried to script who they would become. We simply gave them the foundation and trusted them to build something genuinely their own. That was always the hardest part, I think," Gabriel said softly. "Not the fear of external threats, though those were genuinely terrifying in their own right. The harder work was learning to trust that love alone, without control, without dictating every outcome, would actually be enough to raise children capable of building lives this remarkable." "It was more than enough," Yasaka said, her voice carrying the same quiet, centuries-earned wisdom that had steadied the family through every significant trial across their extraordinary history. "I do not believe any of us could have predicted, on that very first night discussing whether to have children at all, exactly how far that foundation would eventually carry them. Diplomatic breakthroughs with pantheons we had never even considered engaging. Agricultural partnerships transforming contested territories into shared abundance. Research that protects families we will never personally meet. Reconciliation work healing wounds generations older than any of us. And now, a wedding uniting 2 entirely different traditions through genuine, chosen love." Penemue, leaning comfortably against Issei's shoulder in the same easy, unguarded warmth that had marked the true beginning of her own centuries of careful distance finally dissolving, all those decades earlier, allowed herself a small, genuinely content smile. "I did my research on this family a long time ago, Dragon Boy. Been keeping a running tally ever since of exactly how right that initial assessment turned out to be. I think tonight might be the highest score yet." "What's the final tally?" Issei asked, genuine warmth coloring his voice despite decades of familiarity with exactly this kind of affectionate teasing. "Immeasurable," Penemue said simply. Which, from someone who spent centuries insisting everything could be calculated and quantified, is about as complete an admission of defeat as you're ever going to get from me. Rias laughed, genuine and unguarded, the sound carrying easily across the quiet terrace. I think that might be the most romantic thing you've ever said, Penemue, and I mean that as the highest possible compliment. The six of them sat together in comfortable, contented silence as the evening deepened further, watching the last lights of the wedding celebration finally fade into the peaceful stillness of a Norse night. Six people who had once been strangers bound together by a desperate treaty, now sharing something that had grown, across decades of doubt, love, sacrifice, and fierce, unbreakable devotion, into a legacy that extended, now, across pantheons and territories none of them could have fully imagined touching on that very first uncertain night the treaty had first been proposed. I want to say something, Issei said finally, breaking the comfortable silence with a voice that carried the same genuine, heartfelt gravity he had offered on so many significant occasions across their extraordinary shared history. I know I've said versions of this before, on other balconies, at other celebrations, across other significant milestones. But I don't think I'll ever stop needing to say it, because I don't think I'll ever stop feeling it completely. Thank you, all five of you, for choosing this life, choosing me, choosing to build something together that neither desperate circumstance, nor ancient prejudice, nor any threat this world ever assembled could ultimately unmake. Whatever comes next, whatever new chapter our children continue writing with the foundation we built together, I am endlessly, completely grateful that all of you chose to build it with me. 5 hands found his in the quiet darkness, the same gesture that had, across decades of shared triumph and shared crisis, become the truest, most complete expression of everything this extraordinary family had built together, and as the last stars of a Norse night settled fully into view above them, Issei Hyoudou felt, once more, the complete and unshakable certainty that had carried him across every uncertain step of this remarkable, unprecedented life, from a terrified 18-year-old boy standing in a war room to a father, a husband, and a builder of legacies that would continue extending outward, generation after generation, for as long as the family he had helped create continued choosing, freely and completely, to carry it forward. 3 years after Ophus's wedding, Raziel found himself facing the most significant challenge his interfaction reconciliation office had encountered since its founding, a crisis that had nothing to do with the coalition's continued expansion into new pantheons, and everything to do with old, deeply rooted tension finally reaching a breaking point within the original 4 factions themselves. The dispute centers on the co-territorial boundary, Sona explained, presenting the briefing to Raziel and the wider family with the same careful, methodical precision she had brought to every significant crisis across the family's extraordinary history. A boundary that has technically remained unresolved since before the original treaty, when the war's chaos left several territorial claims deliberately ambiguous in the interest of achieving broader peace more quickly. A newly appointed Devil Territorial Administrator has revived the dormant claim, arguing that a technical reading of century-old boundary agreements entitles Devil governance to expand into land the local fallen community has considered their own for generations. That sounds like exactly the kind of dispute that could unravel decades of careful reconciliation if it's mishandled, Raziel said, reviewing the briefing materials with the focused, empathic attention that had become his professional signature over years of successful mediation work. Old grievances hiding beneath a technical legal argument. That's our assessment as well, Sona confirmed. The administrator pressing the claim has genuine legal standing to raise the question, whatever his underlying motivations. But the local fallen community, understandably, views the challenge as an attempt to relitigate settled peace through legal technicality rather than genuine territorial necessity. Tensions have already escalated to the point where both sides have begun quietly mobilizing informal defensive preparations. Issei, listening to the briefing with the particular, focused attention he brought to any crisis that touched, even indirectly, on the co-territory where his own extraordinary story had first begun, felt an old, familiar concern settle over him. This is the same kind of dispute that nearly reignited the entire war, decades ago, before the original treaty. I remember Azazel telling me once that boundary disputes exactly like this one were some of the most persistent sources of tension leading into that original conflict. Which is precisely why this requires careful, immediate attention, Raziel said, already feeling the familiar weight of professional responsibility settling into focused resolve. I'd like to take this case personally, rather than delegating it through my office's usual channels. Given the history, given how close this particular tension sits to our own family's origins, I think it deserves my direct, personal involvement. Are you certain? Gabriel asked, her maternal concern evident despite her genuine pride in her son's considerable professional accomplishments. This sounds considerably more volatile than your office's usual mediation work. I'm certain, Raziel said, with the same calm, settled confidence that had defined his approach to every previous mediation challenge. This is exactly the kind of crisis my entire career has been building toward preventing. I don't think I could forgive myself if I delegated this, and it escalated into something that undid decades of hard-won peace. The briefing concluded with the family's full support for Raziel's decision, though Issei found himself, in the days that followed, unable to fully shake the particular, personal weight of watching his gentlest child prepare to walk into a crisis that touched so directly on the territory where his own extraordinary story had first begun, decades earlier, as a nervous, uncertain teenager who had never imagined the remarkable life waiting ahead of him. You're worried, Rias observed, finding him on the familiar eastern balcony the evening before Raziel's departure for Code territory, the same quiet vantage point that had witnessed nearly every significant chapter of their extraordinary family story. I am, Issei admitted. Not because I don't trust him. Raziel's proven, over and over, that his gift and his judgment are more than equal to genuinely difficult challenges. I think I'm just remembering how volatile that exact kind of dispute felt, all those years ago, before the treaty. I remember watching good people on both sides convince themselves that violence was the only remaining option, simply because nobody had found the patience to genuinely listen to what the other side actually needed. Then I think you understand exactly why Raziel is the right person for this particular crisis, Rias said gently. He's spent his entire life learning to do exactly what that earlier conflict lacked. Genuine, patient listening, without judgment, without presumption about what either side actually wants or fears. Issei considered this, watching the same artificial moon that had witnessed every significant milestone of his extraordinary family's history rise once more over gardens grown magnificent through decades of patient, devoted care. I know you're right. I think I'm just remembering, more vividly than usual, exactly how fragile peace can feel before it's genuinely, fully earned. It earned itself, eventually, Rias said, leaning against him with the same complete, unguarded affection that had defined their partnership since long before any treaty had ever proposed uniting their lives. Through decades of exactly the kind of patient, deliberate work Raziel has spent his entire career mastering. I think we should trust that our son learned that lesson as thoroughly as any of us ever did. Raziel arrived in Code territory the following morning, finding a community considerably more tense than his professional briefing materials had fully conveyed, the ordinary rhythms of the town where his father had first attended high school now shadowed by a palpable, anxious uncertainty that his empathic gift registered immediately. Even before he had fully stepped beyond the transportation gateway that connected the sanctuary to the wider supernatural infrastructure, he met first with the Devil Territorial Administrator pressing the boundary claim, a relatively young official named Camel Agars whose formal, careful presentation carried an undertone of genuine conviction that Raziel's empathic sense registered as considerably more complicated than simple political opportunism. I understand how this appears, Camel said, once the formal introductions concluded and the two of them settled into a more genuine, direct conversation. A newly appointed administrator reviving a dormant claim, seemingly for no reason beyond disrupting settled peace. I want you to understand that's not actually my motivation, whatever the local fallen community currently believes. Then help me understand your actual motivation, Raziel said, employing the same patient, genuinely curious approach that had defined his successful mediation work for years. Because from where I'm sitting, reviving a century-old boundary dispute during a period of otherwise stable peace seems, at minimum, poorly timed. Camel was quiet for a moment, weighing something that appeared to carry genuine, personal significance beyond mere administrative duty. My grandmother was displaced from that exact territory during the original war, decades before the treaty was ever signed. She spent the remainder of her life believing that displacement represented an injustice nobody with actual authority ever properly addressed, simply because addressing it might have complicated the desperate peace negotiations happening at the time. She died 5 years ago, still hoping someone would eventually take her family's claims seriously rather than dismissing it as an inconvenient technicality standing in the way of broader diplomatic convenience. Raziel felt his empathic gift register the genuine grief and inherited sense of injustice beneath Camel's formal administrative presentation, understanding, with the clarity that had defined his most successful mediation work, that this crisis carried far more complicated emotional weight than the simple territorial dispute his briefing materials had suggested. That's a genuine, legitimate grievance, Raziel said carefully. I don't want you to think I'm dismissing your grandmother's displacement, or the real injustice she experienced. But I also need you to understand something about how the local fallen community currently experiences this claim. Whatever legitimate history sits behind your family's original displacement, the community that has lived on that land for the decades since has built genuine lives there. Generations of children born and raised on land they've come to consider entirely their own home. I understand that, Camel said, though visible tension remained in his careful, measured posture. I'm not seeking to displace an entire community out of spite, or even primarily to reclaim contested territory. I'm seeking genuine acknowledgement that my family's original displacement represented real injustice, one that deserves more than simply being erased from formal historical record because addressing it properly proved diplomatically inconvenient decades ago. Raziel absorbed this with the same careful, thoughtful attention he brought to every genuine grievance his mediation work uncovered, recognizing, in Camel's underlying need, something considerably more resolvable than the surface-level territorial dispute had initially suggested. What if the actual resolution here isn't primarily about the land itself, he said slowly, working through the emerging insight with the same patient, deliberate care his entire career had been built upon, but about genuine, formal acknowledgement of what happened to your family, alongside a resolution that doesn't require displacing the community that currently calls that territory home. Camel studied him with cautious, uncertain hope. I'm listening. The meeting that followed with representatives of the local fallen community proved, as Raziel had anticipated, considerably more emotionally complicated than his conversation with Camel. Decades of genuine, settled community life now shadowed by the sudden, unwelcome reappearance of a claim they had believed permanently resolved by the original treaty's careful, if imperfect, compromises. We built our entire community on the understanding that this land was genuinely, permanently ours, a community elder named Rafaela told him, her voice carrying the particular, weary frustration of someone who had believed a difficult chapter of history genuinely closed, only to discover it reopening decades later. Our children were born here. Our dead are buried here. This claim, whatever legitimate grievance sits behind it, threatens to unmake generations of settled, hard-won life. I understand that fear completely, Raziel said, his empathic gift helping him navigate the conversation with genuine, careful sensitivity rather than dismissive reassurance. And I want to be direct with you. I don't believe the resolution to this crisis should require displacing your community from land you've genuinely made your home. But I also believe there's a legitimate historical grievance underlying this claim that deserves genuine acknowledgement, rather than continued erasure simply because addressing it properly feels diplomatically inconvenient. What are you actually proposing? Rafaela asked, cautious but visibly listening rather than immediately dismissing his careful framing. I don't have a complete proposal yet, Raziel admitted honestly, exactly the kind of transparent, genuine communication that had defined his most successful mediation work across the years. I want to understand fully what genuine acknowledgement might actually look like for the Agar's family's historical grievance, without requiring your community's genuine displacement. I believe that solution exists somewhere in this crisis. I simply need both sides' genuine, patient collaboration to help me find it. The weeks that followed brought a patient, methodical mediation process that tested every skill Raziel had developed across years of successful reconciliation work, the crisis's emotional complexity requiring far more than his usual, straightforward approach to conflicting territorial claims. He spent considerable time simply listening, to community elders who remembered the original displacement firsthand, to younger fallen residents who had only ever known the territory as their genuine, uncontested home, to Camel's own extended family, several of whom carried their own complicated, sometimes conflicting memories of the grandmother whose displacement had first sparked this entire crisis. She used to tell me stories about that land, Camel's younger sister, a magical historian named Ariel, told Raziel during one particularly revealing conversation. Not angry stories, exactly. More wistful. She missed a specific grove of trees near what's now the community's central gathering hall. She used to describe it in such detail I sometimes wonder if her memory had grown more vivid than the actual place ever was. Raziel felt something shift into focused clarity at this detail, the particular, specific texture of Ariel's memory offering exactly the kind of concrete, addressable element his mediation work had been searching for amid the crisis's broader, more abstract tensions. Would it help, he asked, following the thread with genuine, careful curiosity, if that specific grove, or a genuine equivalent honoring it, became part of whatever resolution we eventually reach? Not as territorial reclamation, but as formal, physical acknowledgement of what your grandmother actually lost? Ariel considered this with visible, growing interest. I think that might mean more to our family than any amount of abstract legal acknowledgement. She never wanted to displace an entire community, Raziel. I don't think that was ever truly what she was hoping for, even in her most frustrated moments. I think she just wanted someone to remember that something genuine and precious had been taken from her, rather than simply erased from official record. Raziel brought this insight back to his ongoing conversations with Rafaela and the broader fallen community, working carefully to translate Ariel's memory into a concrete, workable element of the broader resolution he was patiently constructing. There's a specific grove of trees near your community's central gathering hall, he explained, watching Rafaela's expression shift through surprise into thoughtful consideration as he relayed the detail. The Agar's family's original displacement centered, in specific, genuine memory, on exactly that location. What if part of our resolution included formally, ceremonially acknowledging that specific loss, dedicating that grove as a memorial space honoring both the original displacement and the community's subsequent, genuine claim to the broader territory? Rafaela was quiet for a long moment, weighing the proposal with the same careful, deliberate consideration Raziel had come to expect from her throughout their weeks of ongoing conversation. That grove is precious to us too, she said finally. Our children play there. It would need to remain genuinely, physically accessible to our community, not simply cordoned off as an exclusive memorial. I don't think that's incompatible with genuine acknowledgement, Raziel said. A memorial doesn't require exclusion. It requires honest recognition, shared and accessible rather than hidden away, of exactly what happened on that land, to both the family displaced from it and the community that eventually made it their genuine home. The formal resolution that eventually emerged from weeks of careful, patient mediation reflected exactly this kind of nuanced, dual acknowledgement, the disputed grove formally dedicated as a shared memorial space, its history honestly documented and permanently displayed, remaining fully accessible to the fallen community that had made the broader territory their genuine home for generations, while providing the Agar's family the formal, meaningful acknowledgement Camel's grandmother had spent her final years hoping someone would eventually offer. I don't think I fully believed a resolution like this was actually possible, Camel admitted, standing beside Raziel at the grove's formal dedication ceremony weeks later, watching fallen children play near a newly installed memorial plaque that honestly, carefully documented both the original displacement and the community's subsequent, hard-won home. I expected either complete dismissal of my family's grievance, or genuine, painful displacement of an entire community. I never imagined something that could actually honor both. That's usually where the genuine solution lives, Raziel said, watching the ceremony with the same quiet, professional satisfaction that had defined his most successful mediation work across the years. Not in one side's complete victory over the other's complete loss, but in the patient, careful work of finding what each side genuinely needs, underneath whatever surface-level conflict initially appears to define the dispute. Rafaela approached them as the ceremony concluded, her earlier tension finally, fully dissolved into genuine, hard-won peace. I want to thank you properly, Raziel. Not merely for resolving this crisis without displacing our community, but for taking the time to understand what genuine acknowledgement actually required, rather than simply imposing whatever resolution seemed most diplomatically convenient. That was always the actual goal, Raziel said, watching fallen children continue playing near the grove's new memorial, a physical, permanent testament to exactly the kind of patient, careful reconciliation his entire career had been dedicated to achieving. Genuine peace, not merely the absence of active conflict. I think that distinction matters more than almost anything else in this work. The successful resolution of the co-territorial dispute earned Raziel recognition across every faction touched by the original treaty, his careful, patient approach to reconciliation work becoming, in the months that followed, something of a formal model for addressing exactly the kind of complicated, emotionally rooted disputes that continued, occasionally, to surface from the fractured world's long, difficult history. Ariel, Camel's sister, remained in periodic contact following the crisis's resolution, her genuine interest in magical history and Raziel's own careful, empathic approach to reconciliation work gradually developing into a professional collaboration that neither of them had initially anticipated when their first conversation had unlocked the crucial detail about the disputed grove. "I've been documenting historical displacement cases across the original war's chaos," she told him, during one of their increasingly frequent professional consultations. Dozens of families, across every faction, whose grievances were quietly set aside in the interest of achieving broader peace more quickly. I think there's genuine value in formally addressing some of these older wounds, the same way we addressed my own family's history. "I'd be glad to help with that work," Raziel said, feeling the same genuine, professional enthusiasm that had defined his entire career's approach to reconciliation. "Though I suspect not every case will resolve as cleanly as ours did. Some of these older grievances may prove considerably more complicated to address." "I think that's exactly why the work matters," Ariel said. "Easy reconciliation doesn't actually require much genuine care. It's the complicated, difficult cases, the ones that require real patience and genuine creativity, that actually prove whether this coalition's peace runs deeper than mere convenient political arrangement." Their professional collaboration deepened over the following months, Ariel's historical research providing crucial context for several additional reconciliation cases that Raziel's office subsequently addressed, each resolution building on the same careful, patient principles that had first proven successful during the co-territorial crisis. Issei, visiting his son during one of Raziel's periodic returns to the sanctuary, noticed, with the same quiet, perceptive attention that had once alerted him to Ophisa's own unacknowledged feelings for Fridas, a similar pattern developing in his son's growing professional partnership with Ariel. "You mention her quite often," he observed, during a quiet conversation in the same study where so many of the family's significant conversations had unfolded across the decades. "We work together closely," Raziel said, though something in his careful, measured response suggested awareness of exactly the pattern his father had identified. "Her historical research has been invaluable for several of my office's recent cases." "That's not quite what I asked," Issei said, gently but directly, the same honest, patient approach he had always tried to bring to conversations with his children, regardless of how personally significant or potentially uncomfortable the topic. Raziel was quiet for a long moment, his empathic gift, so often turned outward toward understanding others' genuine needs and grievances, finally, deliberately turned inward toward his own carefully unexamined feelings. "I think I might have feelings for her that extend beyond our professional collaboration," he admitted finally. "I haven't been entirely certain how to address that, given how our professional relationship first began." "Your sister faced something similar, with Fridas," Issei said. "I think she'd tell you that the most difficult part isn't actually the uncertainty about how the other person feels. It's finding the courage to be honestly vulnerable about your own feelings, rather than simply managing that uncertainty indefinitely." "I know," Raziel said, with a small, self-aware smile. "I think that's rather ironic, honestly, given how much of my professional life is built around helping other people navigate exactly that kind of honest, vulnerable communication. Sometimes the hardest lessons are the ones we understand perfectly in theory," Issei said, "but still find genuinely difficult to apply to our own lives." "I don't think that makes you any less skilled at the work you do, Raziel. I think it just makes you human," in the very best sense of that word. The conversation stayed with Raziel in the weeks that followed, his continued professional collaboration with Ariel gradually, carefully shifting towards something more genuinely personal, both of them navigating the transition with the same patient, deliberate care that had defined their original professional partnership, until, several months later, a conversation not unlike the one Ophis and Friedis had once shared on a Norse border territory finally, honestly acknowledged exactly what had been quietly growing between them throughout their shared reconciliation work. I've been trying to figure out how to say this without complicating our professional collaboration, Ariel admitted, during a quiet evening following the successful resolution of another significant reconciliation case. I think I've been feeling considerably more than professional interest in our partnership, for longer than I've been willing to fully acknowledge. I think I've been feeling the same thing, Raziel said, his own careful composure finally giving way to genuine, honest vulnerability. I just wasn't certain how to raise it without risking the genuine professional partnership we'd already built. Maybe, Ariel said, with a warm, genuine smile, we don't have to choose between the two. Maybe this partnership can genuinely hold both. Watching his son navigate this new, personal chapter of his extraordinary life in the months that followed, Issei felt the same complicated, profound pride that had defined nearly every significant milestone across his children's remarkable, independent lives, 5 extraordinary people continuing to build genuine, meaningful futures entirely their own, drawing on the foundation their extraordinary family had first so uncertainly established decades earlier. While Raziel's reconciliation work continued expanding its influence across the coalition, Kurigane found his own agricultural collaboration project reaching a milestone he had quietly hoped for since its earliest days, an invitation to formally present the joint Norse and Yokai cultivation techniques he had spent years developing to the coalition's broader agricultural council, a body that had, in recent years, taken on growing significance as the treaty's expansion brought increasingly diverse territories and traditions into its cooperative framework. I never expected this work to grow quite this large, he admitted to Yasaka, reviewing his presentation materials in the same garden where his own gift had first manifested, decades earlier, in an accidental burst of confused, premature blooming that had once left him mortified rather than proud. You built something genuinely valuable, Yasaka said, examining the careful documentation of years of patient collaborative work, techniques drawn from Yokai senjutsu cultivation, Norse agricultural tradition, and the specific magical properties of the sanctuary's own carefully tended grounds, all woven together into a genuinely innovative approach to cross-territory farming. I am endlessly proud of what you've accomplished, Kurigane. Not merely the technical achievement, considerable as that is, but the patient, genuine collaboration it required across communities that once had very little reason to trust each other's traditions. The presentation itself, delivered before a diverse assembly of agricultural specialists from across the coalition's expanding territories, proved a genuine triumph, Kurigane's quiet, careful expertise translating into practical techniques that several previously isolated farming communities immediately began adapting to their own particular circumstances. Among the attendees was a young yokai agricultural specialist named Sakura, whose own family had maintained traditional cultivation practices in a remote mountain territory for generations, largely isolated from the broader coalition's growing network of shared innovation. Your techniques could genuinely transform how my family's community approaches our seasonal harvests, she told him, after his presentation concluded, her genuine enthusiasm carrying none of the formal reserve that had characterized much of the assembled specialists' more measured, professional reception. We've maintained the same traditional methods for generations, partly out of genuine respect for our ancestors, partly, I think, simply out of habit rather than any careful consideration of whether newer approaches might actually serve us better. I'd be glad to visit your community, and see if any of these techniques might genuinely suit your particular circumstances, Kurigane offered, his own gentle, patient nature immediately drawn to Sakura's genuine curiosity and evident respect for both tradition and innovation. Every territory's specific magical and environmental circumstances require careful, individual consideration. I wouldn't want to simply impose techniques that worked well here without properly understanding whether they'd actually translate to your community's particular needs. The visit that followed, extending over several weeks as Kurigane worked carefully alongside Sakura's family and their broader mountain community, proved as much a genuine cultural exchange as a practical agricultural consultation. Kurigane's own patient, respectful approach to blending innovation with existing tradition earning him genuine trust and warmth from a community that had, initially, approached the coalition's broader agricultural initiatives with considerable, understandable caution. "You don't treat our traditions like obstacles to overcome," Sakura's grandmother told him, watching Kurigane carefully document the community's existing cultivation practices before ever suggesting a single potential modification. "Most outside specialists arrive assuming their own methods represent obvious improvement over whatever we've maintained for generations. You've spent considerably more time listening than instructing. I learned that approach from watching my own family navigate reconciliation across very different traditions," Kurigane said, thinking of his sister Raziel's careful, patient mediation work, of Ophis's respectful partnership with Norse tradition, of the entire family's hard-won understanding that genuine collaboration required humility rather than presumption. "I don't believe innovation and respect for tradition are actually incompatible, if approached with genuine care." The collaborative techniques that eventually emerged from Kurigane's weeks working alongside Sakura's community reflected exactly this careful, respectful balance. Traditional yokai cultivation methods enhanced rather than replaced by selectively integrated innovations. A genuine synthesis that honored the community's inherited wisdom while still meaningfully improving their agricultural resilience against increasingly unpredictable seasonal patterns. By the time Kurigane's extended visit finally concluded, his professional collaboration with Sakura had, much like his sister's parallel experience with Rias and his brother's growing partnership with Ariel, developed into something considerably more personal than either of them had initially anticipated. "I don't want this to end simply because the formal consultation period is concluding," Sakura admitted, during their final evening working together in the mountain community's terrace fields, the golden light of sunset catching the careful, patient work of weeks spent building both agricultural innovation and genuine, personal connection. "I don't want it to end either," Kurigane said, with the same gentle, genuine honesty that had defined his entire character since childhood. "I think I've built something here that extends well beyond professional collaboration, if you're open to exploring what that might actually mean." Their continued partnership, in the months that followed, blended professional collaboration and genuine personal connection with the same careful, patient integrity that had characterized every aspect of Kurigane's approach to his agricultural work, the mountain community's growing partnership with the coalition's broader network eventually becoming, much like Kurigane's own personal life, a genuine, lasting bridge between traditions that had once existed largely in isolation from each other. Watching his gentlest son build both professional legacy and genuine personal happiness through the same patient, humble approach that had defined his character since he was small enough to apologize earnestly to a rose bush for causing it to bloom prematurely, Issei felt, once more, the complete and profound pride that had come to define nearly every significant chapter of his children's remarkable, independent lives. Serena's continued research success, meanwhile, brought its own significant milestone, an invitation to establish and lead an entirely new interdisciplinary research institute, jointly funded by all four original factions and several of the coalition's more recently integrated territories. Dedicated specifically to developing magical theory and defensive infrastructure that could serve communities across every tradition the treaty now touched. "They want me to build something entirely from scratch," she told her mother Sona, reviewing the formal proposal with a mixture of genuine excitement and the careful, methodical caution that had defined her approach to every significant professional decision since childhood. "Not merely continuing my existing research, but establishing an institution that could shape magical theory education and defensive innovation for generations. That's an extraordinary opportunity," Sona said, though her own careful, analytical mind was already working through the practical challenges such an ambitious undertaking would require. "What's giving you pause?" "The scale of it, honestly," Serena admitted. "I've built my career on individual research contributions. This would require genuine institutional leadership, managing researchers and students from traditions considerably more varied than anything I've navigated before. I'm not certain I have the right temperament for that kind of large-scale administrative responsibility." I don't think temperament is quite as fixed as you're currently assuming, Sona said, drawing on her own considerable experience building and maintaining complex governance structures across the family's extraordinary history. I remember feeling remarkably similar uncertainty, decades ago, when your father first asked all of us to help build something considerably larger than any of us had individually managed before. I think you'll find that genuine expertise and careful, patient leadership translate more naturally than you currently expect. Serena ultimately accepted the position, and the research institute she subsequently built, drawing together brilliant theoretical minds from devil, angel, fallen, yokai, and now Norse traditions, alongside promising researchers from several of the coalition's more recently integrated pantheons, became, within several years, one of the supernatural world's most genuinely respected centers for magical theoretical innovation. I think I understand now what Mom meant about temperament translating more naturally than expected, she told her father during one of his periodic visits to the Institute's growing campus, watching researchers from traditions that had, within her own lifetime, never previously collaborated now working together with genuine, productive enthusiasm on shared theoretical challenges. I spent so long worried I lacked the right disposition for this kind of leadership. It turns out genuine curiosity and respect for other people's expertise translates fairly naturally into decent institutional leadership, once you actually commit to trying. Among the Institute's early collaborative successes was a joint research initiative with a promising young fallen theoretician named Camille, whose own specialized expertise in holy light magical theory complemented Serena's ward architecture research in ways that produced several genuinely significant breakthroughs within their first year of formal collaboration. Your structural insights are remarkable, Camille told her, midway through one of their frequent late-evening research sessions, the two of them working through a particularly complex theoretical problem that had resisted solution for months before their combined expertise finally identified a promising new approach. I've worked with brilliant theoreticians before, but I don't think I've ever collaborated with someone who genuinely enjoys the process as thoroughly as you clearly do. I've loved magical theory since I was small enough to correct my mother's healers on spell formulation efficiency, Serena admitted, with the same genuine, unguarded warmth that had characterized her relationship with her research since early childhood. I think that's part of what makes this institute feel like such a natural fit, honestly. I finally get to spend every day surrounded by people who share that same genuine passion. Their professional partnership, much like the parallel developments unfolding in her siblings' own lives, gradually deepened into something considerably more personal over the following months, both of them navigating the transition with the same careful, thoughtful integrity that had defined their entire collaborative relationship from its earliest theoretical breakthroughs. Lilith's own path, meanwhile, brought her back into direct contact with the family's original combat legacy in an unexpected way, her continued work training coalition forces across increasingly diverse traditions eventually earning her an invitation to help establish a formal joint training academy, drawing recruits from every faction and territory the treaty now touched, dedicated specifically to teaching exactly the balance of strength and restraint that had defined her own personal growth. Since her tournament years, I keep thinking about what Mom Penemue told me, all those years ago, she told Issei, reviewing the Academy's proposed curriculum with her father during one of his periodic visits. That real strength includes knowing exactly when restraint and partnership matter more than raw force. I want that lesson built into every single aspect of this Academy's training, not just as an afterthought, but as the genuine, foundational principle everything else builds from. The Academy that eventually opened, drawing recruits from devil, angel, fallen, yokai, Norse, and increasingly diverse coalition territories, became, within several years, a genuine model for exactly the kind of thoughtful, purposeful combat training Lilith had envisioned, producing graduates who carried forward not merely formidable capability, but the same hard-won wisdom about strength and restraint that had defined her own remarkable personal growth. Watching all 5 of his extraordinary children continue building genuinely independent, meaningful lives, each of them finding their own distinct path while remaining deeply, unmistakably connected to the foundational values their extraordinary family had spent decades carefully establishing, Issei felt the full, complete measure of everything this remarkable, unprecedented life had ultimately become. The gathering that brought the entire extended family back to the sanctuary the following spring carried a warmth and scale that even the household's most significant past celebrations had rarely matched. 5 extraordinary children, each now building genuinely independent lives and, in various stages, genuinely independent partnerships. Returning together to the same halls and gardens that had witnessed the very beginning of their remarkable, unprecedented story. Ophis and Frias arrived first, bringing news of the Norse coalition's continued, flourishing integration, alongside a quiet, significant announcement that immediately drew the entire family's delighted attention. "We wanted to tell you together, in person," Ophis said, her usual composed diplomatic bearing giving way to genuine, unguarded excitement. "We're expecting our first child." The response was immediate and overwhelming, Rias reaching her daughter first with tears of genuine joy, the rest of the family quickly following, and Issei found himself, for a long moment, simply standing at the edge of the celebration, absorbing the full, remarkable weight of what this particular announcement actually represented. A grandchild. The next generation of a family that had once seemed, to a terrified 18-year-old boy standing in a war room decades earlier, like an impossible political burden he could never adequately carry. "You're going to be wonderful parents," Yasaka told Ophis and Frias, her centuries of accumulated wisdom carrying genuine, heartfelt warmth. "I have watched both of you build something genuinely remarkable together. I have no doubt whatsoever that you will bring the same care and integrity to raising your own child." Kurigane and Sakura arrived shortly after, bringing their own significant news, a formal engagement that would, they explained, unite their partnership through a ceremony blending both Yokai mountain tradition and the broader coalition's now familiar practice of honoring multiple cultural traditions within a single, meaningful celebration. "We wanted our wedding to reflect exactly what our partnership has actually built," Sakura explained, showing the family detailed plans that wove together elements of her own mountain community's ancient traditions with practices Kurigane's own extraordinary family had helped establish across the coalition's broader, ongoing reconciliation. Not simply blending traditions for the sake of political symbolism, but genuinely honoring what each of them actually means to us both. Raziel and Ariel's own relationship had, in the months since their honest acknowledgement of feelings that extended beyond professional collaboration, deepened into a genuine partnership that carried the same patient, careful integrity that had defined their earliest reconciliation work together, their own future plans, while not yet as formally advanced as their siblings. Clearly building towards similar significant commitment. "We're taking our time," Raziel told his father, during a quiet conversation in the sanctuary's garden as the broader celebration continued around them. "Not from any lack of certainty about what we want. I think we've both simply learned, through our shared reconciliation work, that the most lasting foundations are built through patient, deliberate care rather than rushed decision, however genuine the underlying feeling. That's wisdom I wish I'd fully understood at your age," Issei admitted, with genuine, affectionate humor. "Though in fairness, your mothers and I built our entire foundation under considerably more urgent, less patient circumstances than any of you have needed to navigate." Serena and Camille's own partnership, though the most recently developed among the siblings' various relationships, carried the same genuine, thoughtful depth that had characterized every aspect of Serena's approach to both her professional and personal life, the two of them already discussing potential future collaborative projects that would extend their shared research partnership well beyond the Institute's current scope. Lilith remained, characteristically, the family's most independently minded child regarding matters of romantic partnership, having built a genuinely fulfilling life around her academy leadership and continued combat training work without yet finding, or perhaps simply not yet prioritizing, the same kind of deep personal partnership her siblings had each discovered through their professional collaborations. "I'm happy for all of them," she told Penemue, watching her siblings and their various partners mingle together with genuine, comfortable warmth throughout the celebration. "I don't think I'm in any particular hurry to find exactly the same thing for myself, though. I love my work. I love this family. I don't feel like I'm missing something essential simply because my own path looks a little different from theirs." "You shouldn't feel that way," Penemue said, with the same fierce, protective pride that had defined her relationship with her daughter since infancy. "Your path is exactly as valid and exactly as complete as any of your siblings, Lilith. I learned that lesson myself, actually, centuries before I ever imagined a life quite like this one. Genuine fulfillment doesn't require following identical templates, whatever your siblings happen to be building for themselves. As the celebration continued into the evening, the entire extended family gathering on the familiar eastern balcony that had witnessed nearly every significant chapter of their extraordinary story, Issei found himself once more overwhelmed by the sheer, remarkable scope of everything this family had ultimately become. 5 extraordinary children, each building genuinely independent, meaningful lives. 4 significant partnerships, each reflecting the same patient, deliberate values their extraordinary family had first established decades earlier. A grandchild on the way, the next generation of a legacy that had once seemed, to a terrified teenager standing in a hostile war room, like an impossible burden rather than the profound, extraordinary gift it had ultimately become. I keep thinking, he told his 5 wives, gathered together once more on that familiar balcony, watching their children's continued celebration below, about how impossible all of this would have seemed, decades ago, standing in that very first war room. I don't think I could have imagined, even in my most hopeful moments, exactly how far this family would eventually grow. None of us could have, Sona said, her own analytical mind, so often focused on careful calculation and precise prediction, settling instead into simple, genuine wonder. I think that's rather the entire point, though. The best parts of this extraordinary life were never things any of us could have precisely calculated in advance. They were things we built, together, one patient, deliberate choice at a time. Watching his children's genuine, unguarded joy continue below them, 5 extraordinary people who had grown, through decades of careful, deliberate love, into exactly the kind of people their parents had always hoped, however uncertainly, they might eventually become. Issei felt the full, complete measure of everything this extraordinary, unprecedented family had ultimately built. Not merely a political treaty that had somehow, remarkably, survived its own desperate origins. A living, continuously flourishing legacy, extending now into a next generation none of them had ever dared fully imagine. Decades earlier, on that first uncertain night the treaty had first proposed uniting their lives. The birth of Ophis and Phraides' daughter, 7 months after their joyful announcement, brought the entire extended family together once more, this time at the same Norse border territory where their partnership had first been tested and proven, a full circle moment that carried particular, profound significance for everyone gathered to witness the family's next generation formally begin. The infant, when she finally arrived, displayed characteristics that immediately, unmistakably confirmed exactly what generations of magical theorists had long speculated about combining devil, human, Norse, and the accumulated draconic resonance of her grandfather's own extraordinary bloodline, a faint shimmer of frost pattern across her small hands that seemed to respond, subtly, to the ambient magical energy of the Norse territory surrounding her birth. She's remarkable, Sona said, reviewing the infant's initial readings with the same careful, methodical attention she had once brought to her own children's extraordinary births, decades earlier, though the analysis now carried the particular, complicated joy of a grandmother rather than merely a concerned mother. An entirely new combination of inherited gifts, distinct from anything even her own parents individually carry. What will you name her? Yasaka asked, watching Ophis hold her daughter with the same fierce, complete tenderness that had once defined Yasaka's own experience holding Kurigane for the very first time, decades earlier. Freya, Ophis said, looking to Phraides with a soft, genuine smile. After the goddess who first championed the younger Norse factions pushed toward broader coalition partnership, all those years ago. Phraides' grandmother, actually, though she never fully lived to see how thoroughly that reconciliation would eventually flourish. A fitting name, Phraides said, her own voice thick with genuine emotion as she watched her partner hold their daughter for the first time. One that honors both where our partnership began, and everything it has grown to become since. Issei, watching his daughter hold her own newborn child, felt a profound, complicated wave of emotion unlike anything even his own children's extraordinary births had provided, decades earlier. This was different, watching the family's next generation genuinely begin, the foundation he and his wives had built, all those years ago, now extending forward into a future none of them would live to see fully unfold, carried by children who had grown, through decades of patient, deliberate love, into exactly the kind of parents this remarkable legacy deserved. "You're a grandfather now," Rias said softly, finding him at the edge of the gathering, watching Ophis and Frades' small, extraordinary family with the same profound, overwhelming pride that had defined nearly every significant milestone across their own extraordinary marriage. "I am," Issei said, feeling the full, remarkable weight of that simple, extraordinary fact settle over him completely. "I don't think I ever fully imagined this moment, decades ago, standing in that terrified war room. I don't think any of us did." "No," Rias agreed, leaning against him with the same complete, unguarded affection that had carried them through every significant chapter of their extraordinary shared history. "But I think somewhere in our hearts, all those years ago, we hoped for exactly this. Not merely peace between four desperate factions. A genuine, flourishing legacy, extending forward, generation after generation, exactly as far as those who inherited it chose to carry it." As the celebration continued through the following days, the entire extended family gathering to welcome the newest addition to their remarkable, unprecedented story, Issei found himself, more than once, simply watching his children and their partners, their own genuine, hard-won happiness reflecting back, in its own remarkable way, everything decades of doubt, love, sacrifice, and fierce, unbreakable devotion had ultimately built. Kurigane and Sakura's own wedding, held several months later, blending Yokai mountain tradition with the coalition's now familiar practice of honoring multiple cultural heritages within a single, meaningful ceremony, brought the family together once more, this time in the same mountain community where Kurigane's patient, respectful agricultural collaboration had first blossomed into genuine, personal partnership. "I keep thinking about how much has changed since I was small enough to apologize to a rose bush for making it bloom too early," Kurigane told his father, during a quiet moment before the ceremony's formal proceedings began. "I never imagined my gift would eventually lead me somewhere this remarkable, building bridges between traditions, and eventually, finding someone who genuinely understood exactly why that patient, careful work mattered so much to me. I think that's rather the entire point of everything we tried to build, all those years ago," Issei said, watching his son prepare for a wedding that represented, in every detail, exactly the kind of genuine, respectful partnership the family's entire extraordinary legacy had been built upon. Not simply extraordinary power, inherited and unearned. Genuine character, finding its own distinct, meaningful path forward, exactly as it was always meant to. Watching his 5 remarkable children continue building lives that honored both their extraordinary inherited gifts and the genuine, deliberate values their parents had spent decades carefully establishing, each of them finding their own distinct path toward genuine, hard-won happiness, Issei felt, once more, the complete and profound measure of everything this extraordinary, unprecedented family had ultimately become. On a quiet evening, months after Kurigane and Sakura's wedding had finally settled into the comfortable rhythms of their own genuinely independent married life, the entire extended family gathered once more at the sanctuary, drawn together not by any particular milestone or celebration, but simply by the ordinary, precious desire to spend time together that had, across decades of extraordinary shared history, never fully diminished. Freya, now several months old, had become something of a beloved fixture during these gatherings, passed between doting grandparents and aunts and uncles with the particular, universal joy that infants seem to inspire regardless of how extraordinary or ordinary the family surrounding them happened to be. "She has your stubborn expression," Penemue told Ophis, watching the infant scowl with visible determination at a toy that had, apparently, failed to meet her exacting standards. "Same exact look you used to give anyone who suggested you weren't ready for some new responsibility. I wonder where she gets that particular trait," Ophis said dryly, watching her daughter with the same fierce, complete tenderness that had defined her own approach to motherhood since Freya's birth. Raziel and Ariel, whose own partnership had, in the months since the family's spring gathering, progressed toward a formal engagement of their own, sat together near the garden's edge, deep in quiet conversation about their continued collaborative reconciliation work. Several new historical displacement cases having emerged from Ariel's ongoing research that promised to occupy their combined professional attention for months to come. "I think we've found our life's work," Ariel told Issei, when he joined their quiet conversation. Not merely resolving individual crises, though that matters enormously. Building something more systematic, a genuine framework for addressing exactly the kind of historical grievances that continue, occasionally, to surface from this fractured world's long, complicated history. That sounds like exactly the kind of legacy your work deserves, Issei said, feeling the familiar, profound pride that had defined nearly every conversation with his children across their remarkable, independent lives. I think Raziel's gift was always meant for something this significant, honestly, since he was small enough to calm an argument between border guards without even fully understanding what he was doing. Serena and Camille, meanwhile, had continued expanding their research institute's collaborative scope, several promising young theoreticians from the coalition's newest partner territories now working alongside them on defensive magical infrastructure that promised to benefit communities across every tradition the treaty's continued expansion had touched. We're planning to formally announce our engagement next month, Serena told her mother Sona privately, during a quiet moment away from the broader family gathering. I wanted you to know before the wider announcement, given how much your own example shaped exactly what I was hoping to eventually find for myself. I'm endlessly proud of you, Sona said, her usual careful, analytical composure giving way to genuine, unguarded emotion. Not merely for your remarkable professional achievements, considerable as they are, but for building a genuine, meaningful partnership on exactly the kind of foundation I always hoped you might eventually discover. Lilith, watching her siblings' various partnerships continue flourishing around her, found herself, for the first time in years, considering a question she had genuinely never prioritized before, whether her own contentment with her independent path might, eventually, prove compatible with the kind of genuine partnership her siblings had each discovered. You're thinking about something, Yasaka observed, finding her stepdaughter alone near the garden's edge, watching the broader family celebration with an unusually contemplative expression. I think I might be, Lilith admitted. Not that I'm unhappy with my own path. I love my work at the academy. I love this family. I just find myself, watching everyone else's happiness, wondering if maybe I've been so focused on being independently strong that I never genuinely considered whether partnership might actually complement that strength, rather than somehow undermine it. That is a genuine, worthwhile question to consider, Yasaka said gently. Though I would caution you against feeling any particular urgency about it, simply because your siblings have found their own answers. Your path has always been distinctly your own, Lilith. Whatever you eventually decide, whether that includes genuine partnership or continues along the independent course you've built for yourself, both represent equally complete, equally valid ways of building a genuinely meaningful life. Lilith considered this with the same thoughtful seriousness she had learned, across years of both combat training and genuine personal growth, to bring to every significant question. I think I'd like to stay open to it, she said finally. Not actively searching, exactly. Just genuinely open, in a way I don't think I fully was before tonight. As the evening deepened into the comfortable, familiar rhythm of a genuinely happy extended family gathering, Issei found himself, once more, drawn toward the sanctuary's eastern balcony, though this time nearly the entire family joined him there, 3 generations gathered together in a space that had witnessed nearly every significant chapter of their extraordinary, unprecedented story. I want to say something, he told the assembled family, watching Freya sleep peacefully in Freydis's arms, watching his 5 remarkable children and their partners gathered together in genuine, hard-won happiness, watching his 5 wives beside him, decades of shared history reflected in every glance between them. Decades ago, standing in a war room I never asked to enter, I made a promise. That whatever this treaty became, I would spend every day of my life making sure it was worth what it cost to build. I think, watching all of you tonight, I finally understand exactly how completely that promise has been kept. Not merely by you, Gabriel said softly, echoing sentiments the family had voiced on so many significant occasions across their extraordinary shared history. By all of us, together, choosing this life, choosing each other, freely and completely, every single day since. And now by our children, Yasaka added, watching Ophis gently take her sleeping daughter from Freydis's arms with the same fierce, complete tenderness their entire family had built its foundation upon. Extending that same foundation forward, into a future none of us will fully see unfold, but all of us helped make possible. As the artificial moon rose once more over gardens grown magnificent through decades of patient, devoted care, 3 generations of an extraordinary family gathered together in genuine, unguarded joy, Issei felt the complete and unshakable certainty that had carried him, across every uncertain step of this remarkable, unprecedented life, from a terrified 18-year-old boy standing in a war room to a father, a husband, and now a grandfather, watching a legacy built on love freely chosen continue extending outward, generation after generation, exactly as far as those who inherited it chose, freely and completely, to carry it forward. The war that had first brought this extraordinary family into being was now a distant memory, remembered more through historical record than lived experience. The dynasty it had ultimately built, through decades of doubt, love, sacrifice, and fierce, unbreakable devotion, would continue flourishing for generations yet to come. Later that night, long after the extended family had finally dispersed toward their own homes and their own separate, genuinely independent lives, Issei found himself alone on the balcony for a final, quiet moment, his 5 wives having already retreated inside, the comfortable exhaustion of a genuinely joyful gathering settling gently over the sanctuary's familiar halls. He thought, standing there in the quiet dark, of everything this extraordinary journey had actually required, the fear and doubt of those earliest uncertain days, the fierce, protective wrath that had once demanded absolute, uncompromising defense of everything he loved, the patient, careful diplomacy that had gradually, over decades, expanded that love's reach into corners of the supernatural world none of them had ever imagined touching. He thought of 5 extraordinary children, each finding their own distinct, meaningful path forward, and now, remarkably, a grandchild carrying that legacy into a future he understood, with quiet, complete peace, he would not personally see fully unfold, but had helped, through every difficult and joyful choice along the way, make genuinely possible. He thought, too, of that very first night, standing in a war room, terrified of a proposal he had never asked for, certain he would fail everyone depending on him. He understood now, decades removed from that uncertain beginning, exactly what that terrified young man could never have fully grasped at the time. That the fear itself had never been the enemy. That readiness had never been the actual requirement. Only willingness, exactly as Yasaka had promised him, all those years ago, on a different quiet evening in this very same garden. Willingness to choose love, again and again, through every uncertain step this extraordinary life demanded. Willingness to build something worth the fear it required. Willingness, ultimately, to become exactly the father, the husband, and now the grandfather this remarkable, unprecedented family had always known he could become, long before he had ever believed it himself. Issei looked out one final time over gardens grown magnificent through decades of patient, devoted care, over a legacy that had grown from desperate wartime necessity into something no treaty architect had ever dared fully imagine, and felt, completely and without reservation, the full, profound gratitude of a man who understood, at last, exactly how thoroughly his life's every uncertain choice had been worth making. Then he turned, and went inside, toward the family that had chosen him, and that he had chosen completely in return, exactly as he had every single night since this extraordinary story had first, so uncertainly, begun. For years after the Joint Training Academy first opened its doors, Lilith found herself facing a crisis that tested every principle the institution had been built upon, a crisis that arrived not from any external threat, but from within the Academy's own carefully cultivated ranks. We have a situation with one of the third-year cohorts, her deputy administrator, a seasoned fallen combat instructor named Tobiel, reported, his expression carrying the particular gravity that had, over 4 years of successful Academy operation, rarely been necessary. A group of 6 students, all exceptionally talented, have been operating an unauthorized training program outside official Academy hours, pushing combat techniques well beyond the restraint protocols we require of every cohort. Lilith felt a familiar, focused tension settle into her shoulders, the same instinct that had once driven her own reckless early training years now redirected, through decades of hard-won growth, into genuine concern for students walking a path she recognized all too intimately. How far beyond protocol? Far enough that one student sustained injuries requiring healer intervention 2 nights ago, Tobiel said. The group's informal leader, a young devil recruit named Merrick, has been organizing what he apparently describes as advanced supplemental training, arguing that our official restraint-focused curriculum is holding back students who could otherwise reach their full combat potential considerably faster. Lilith absorbed this with the same careful, measured attention she brought to every significant challenge, recognizing, with uncomfortable clarity, echoes of her own younger self in the description of a talented student convinced that raw capability mattered more than the patient, disciplined restraint her own mother Penemue had once worked so hard to help her genuinely understand. "I want to meet with Merrick directly," she said, "before we consider any formal disciplinary action. I think I understand exactly what's driving this, and I don't believe punishment alone is going to address the actual underlying problem." The meeting that followed, held in Lilith's private office rather than any formal disciplinary setting, brought her face to face with a young man whose fierce, driven intensity reminded her, powerfully and somewhat uncomfortably, of her own 17-year-old self, standing in a training yard at Ko Academy, eager to prove capability that instructors twice her age had struggled to properly channel. "I'm not trying to undermine the academy," Merrick said, his defensive posture carrying genuine conviction rather than mere rebellious defiance. "I just don't think the official curriculum takes seriously enough how much raw talent some of us actually have. We're capable of more than the restraint-focused pace allows, and I think that's genuinely holding back students who could otherwise develop considerably faster." "I understand that frustration better than you probably realize," Lilith said, and something in her measured, genuinely empathetic response seemed to catch Merrick off guard, clearly not the disciplinary lecture he had braced himself to receive. "I was exactly like you, once. Reckless, driven, convinced that raw power mattered more than anything else, that restraint was simply holding me back from what I could otherwise become." "What changed?" Merrick asked, genuine curiosity breaking through his earlier defensive posture. "I nearly seriously hurt someone during an unsupervised training exercise, not unlike what happened with your own group 2 nights ago," Lilith admitted, the old memory carrying less sting now than it once had, tempered by decades of genuine growth. "It forced me to understand something my own mother had been trying to teach me for years, that real strength isn't simply about how much raw power you can generate. It's about understanding, completely, exactly when and how to control that power responsibly. I built this entire academy around that exact lesson, Merrick, because I don't want any student here to learn it the same difficult, potentially dangerous way I once did." Merrick was quiet for a long moment, visibly processing this unexpected perspective from an instructor he had, apparently, viewed primarily as an obstacle to his own ambitious development. "I didn't realize you'd actually struggled with exactly this same thing." "Most people don't," Lilith said. "I think that's part of the problem, actually. We tend to present finished mastery to students without fully acknowledging the difficult, sometimes reckless path that mastery required. I want to change that, starting with how I handle this situation with you and your group." "What did you have in mind?" "Not expulsion," Lilith said, watching genuine relief flicker across Marek's expression. "I think you and your fellow students have exactly the kind of raw talent this academy was built to develop. But I want you to understand something about restraint that I don't think our current curriculum has adequately communicated. I'd like you to spend the coming months working directly with me, not as punishment, but as genuine mentorship. I think you need to see, firsthand, exactly what disciplined power actually looks like, rather than simply being told it matters." The mentorship that followed occupied a significant portion of Lilith's schedule over the following months, her direct, personal involvement with Merrick and his 5 fellow students requiring a level of hands-on attention she had rarely extended to individual cohorts since the academy's earliest days. "You're overcommitting your stance again," she told Merrick, midway through one of their now regular supervised training sessions, watching him execute a combat sequence with the same raw, aggressive power that had once defined her own early technique, decades earlier. "That kind of full commitment works when you're certain of your target's exact position. Against an opponent capable of genuine adaptability, it leaves you catastrophically exposed the moment they shift outside your anticipated range." Merrick adjusted his stance, visibly frustrated but genuinely attentive to the correction. "It just feels like holding back. Like I'm deliberately not using everything I actually have available." That's exactly the misunderstanding I'm trying to help you move past, Lilith said, demonstrating the more measured, adaptable stance she was recommending, her own considerable power still evident but channeled through controlled, deliberate precision rather than raw, uncommitted force. Restraint isn't about using less of your actual capability. It's about using exactly the right amount, exactly when it's genuinely needed, so that you have something meaningful held in reserve for whatever the situation actually demands, rather than exhausting everything in a single, uncontrolled burst. Over the following weeks, working alongside Merrick and his fellow students with the same patient, personal attention her own mother Penemue had once extended to her own reckless younger self, Lilith watched the group's technique gradually, genuinely transform, raw power increasingly channeled through disciplined, adaptable control rather than uncontrolled aggression. I think I finally understand what you meant, Merrick told her, several months into their ongoing mentorship, following a supervised sparring session where his newly disciplined technique had allowed him to overcome an opponent whose raw power actually exceeded his own. It's not about being weaker. It's about being smarter with exactly how much strength you actually commit to any given moment. Now you understand something it took me considerably longer to genuinely absorb, Lilith said, watching her student with the same complicated mixture of pride and recognition that had defined much of their ongoing mentorship. I'm glad this lesson reached you before it required the same difficult, potentially dangerous path it took for me to fully learn it. The broader Academy community took notice of Marek's genuine transformation over the following months, his formerly rebellious, unauthorized training group gradually, voluntarily integrating their supplemental practice into the Academy's official curriculum, their own hard-won understanding of disciplined restraint becoming, in its own way, a genuine model for other ambitious, talented students navigating similar frustration with the Academy's deliberately measured training pace. You handled that entire situation remarkably well, Tobiel told Lilith, reviewing the Academy's overall progress during one of their regular administrative meetings. I confess I expected a more straightforward disciplinary response when this crisis first emerged. I think your approach ultimately achieved something considerably more valuable than simple punishment would have managed. I learned a long time ago that punishment alone rarely addresses the actual underlying need driving someone toward reckless behavior, Lilith said. Sometimes the more effective response is simply showing someone, directly and personally, exactly what the alternative path actually looks like, rather than just telling them their current approach is wrong. As the academic year drew toward its conclusion, Merrick and his fellow students, their formerly unauthorized training group now formally recognized as a genuine leadership initiative within the Academy's official structure, approached Lilith with a proposal that reflected exactly how thoroughly their earlier crisis had transformed into genuine, lasting growth. We want to help mentor incoming students the same way you mentored us, Merrick explained, the fierce, driven intensity that had once fueled his reckless unauthorized training now channeled into genuine, purposeful leadership. I think there's real value in passing forward exactly what we learned, especially to students who might be tempted toward the same mistakes we nearly made. Lilith felt a swell of genuine, professional pride watching her former disciplinary challenge transform into exactly the kind of thoughtful, purposeful leader the Academy had always been designed to develop. I think that's an excellent idea, she said. And honestly, Merrick, I think you're exactly the right person to help other talented students understand something it took me considerably longer to fully learn myself. Watching the formal mentorship program that eventually emerged from this crisis become a genuine, lasting feature of the Academy's broader educational structure, Lilith found herself reflecting, with quiet satisfaction, on exactly how thoroughly her own difficult, sometimes reckless younger years had ultimately prepared her for precisely this kind of purposeful, meaningful leadership. Among the Academy's newest instructional staff that following year was a young Yokai combat specialist named Hikari, recruited specifically to help expand the Academy's senjutsu-based training offerings following the Coalition's continued integration of increasingly diverse magical traditions into its shared educational framework. Lilith found herself, somewhat to her own surprise, genuinely looking forward to their regular curriculum planning meetings, Hikari's own thoughtful, measured approach to combat instruction complementing her own hard-won philosophy in ways that made their collaborative work feel less like administrative obligation and more like genuine, engaging partnership. Your restraint-focused philosophy translates remarkably well to senjutsu training, Hikari observed, during one of their early collaborative sessions, reviewing a proposed curriculum module that blended traditional yokai energy cultivation with the Academy's established combat discipline framework. Most yokai instructors I've worked with previously focused almost exclusively on raw energy capacity. I appreciate that your approach emphasizes control and situational judgment just as heavily. I learned that lesson the difficult way, myself, Lilith admitted, with the same open, genuine honesty she had extended to Merrick during his own mentorship. I think that's part of why I built this entire academy around exactly that principle. Raw capacity matters, certainly. But without genuine judgment about when and how to actually deploy it, raw capacity alone can become as much a liability as an asset. Their professional collaboration deepened over the following months, curriculum planning sessions gradually extending into longer, more genuinely personal conversations that neither of them had initially anticipated when Hikari first joined the Academy's instructional staff. "I've been thinking about something," Hikari said, during one particularly extended evening planning session, the Academy's other staff having long since departed for the day. "I know this might complicate our professional working relationship, but I think I should be honest about it rather than continuing to simply not mention it." Lilith felt a familiar, unexpected flutter of nervous anticipation, recognizing, with some genuine surprise, exactly the kind of moment her siblings had each, in their own ways, described navigating with their own eventual partners. "I think I might know what you're about to say. And I think I might have been avoiding exactly the same honest conversation myself, for roughly the same reasons." "Then maybe we should both stop avoiding it," Hikari said, with a warm, genuine smile that carried none of the careful professional reserve that had characterized much of their earlier collaborative relationship. The conversation that followed, direct and genuinely vulnerable in a way that echoed the pattern her siblings had each, in their own ways, described from their own significant relationships, marked the beginning of a partnership that Lilith found herself approaching with considerably more openness than she might have predicted, months earlier. When Yasaka had first gently observed her stepdaughter's growing curiosity about whether genuine partnership might actually complement her hard-won independent strength. "I don't want you to think this changes how seriously I take our professional collaboration," Lilith said, some of her old, characteristic directness returning as the conversation continued. "I built this academy on genuine principle, not personal convenience. I need to know we can maintain that same professional integrity, whatever develops between us personally." "I would expect nothing less," Hikari said. "Honestly, I think that's part of what drew me to you in the first place. You've never once compromised the Academy's genuine mission for anything, personal or political. I don't think either of us would respect the other nearly as much if that changed now." Their partnership, in the months that followed, developed with the same careful, deliberate integrity that had characterized Lilith's entire approach to both her professional and personal life. Genuine collaboration and genuine affection woven together in a way that strengthened rather than compromised either dimension of their shared work. Penemue, learning of her daughter's new relationship during one of Lilith's periodic visits to the sanctuary, felt the same fierce, proud warmth that had defined her relationship with Lilith since infancy, tempered now by the particular, complicated joy of watching her most independently minded child finally discover, entirely on her own timeline and her own terms, exactly the kind of genuine partnership her siblings had each found through their own distinct paths. "I'm happy for you," Penemue told her, watching Lilith describe her growing relationship with Hikari with a warmth and genuine excitement that carried none of her characteristic guardedness about personal matters. "Though I confess I'm not remotely surprised it eventually happened through your work rather than any deliberate search. That's rather always been your particular pattern, kid. Finding what actually matters through genuine purpose, rather than chasing it directly." "I think you're right," Lilith admitted, with the same thoughtful self-awareness that had defined much of her growth since her own tournament years. "I spent so long thinking I needed to actively search for whatever my siblings had found. It turns out I just needed to keep building something genuinely meaningful, and let the rest develop naturally, on its own actual timeline." The Academy's genuine test as an institution, rather than merely as a training ground for individual student development, arrived 2 years later, When a coordinated incident along a remote coalition border territory required rapid, capable response from combatants trained specifically in the kind of disciplined, adaptable technique the Academy had spent years cultivating. We have a situation developing near the Fey Court's newly integrated border territory, Sona reported, having remained closely connected to security coordination across the coalition's continued expansion even as her own children built increasingly independent careers. A rogue faction of displaced spirits, unaffiliated with any formal coalition territory, has been conducting increasingly aggressive raids against several small border settlements. Local defense forces are proving insufficient to the threat's growing scope. Lilith felt the familiar, focused clarity of genuine crisis settle over her, tempered now by years of disciplined leadership rather than the reckless impulsiveness that might have once defined her immediate response. I want to deploy a response team drawn from our most advanced graduating cohort, supplemented by experienced instructional staff. This is exactly the kind of real-world test our training program has been preparing students for, though I'd want every precaution in place to ensure their safety given the genuine stakes involved. The response team that Lilith ultimately assembled, drawing on graduates, whose training reflected years of the Academy's careful, disciplined philosophy, deployed to the contested border territory within days, Lilith herself leading the coordination effort alongside Hikari, whose own senjutsu expertise proved particularly valuable given the spiritual nature of the threat they were ultimately facing. These aren't simple raiders, Hikari observed, studying the pattern of the rogue spirit's previous attacks with the same careful, analytical attention she brought to her own instructional work. There's genuine coordination here, suggesting a leadership structure more sophisticated than displaced, disorganized spirits typically manage independently. Merrick, now a full graduate serving as one of the response team's junior officers, approached the crisis with exactly the disciplined restraint his earlier mentorship had instilled, his formerly reckless instincts now channeled into genuinely thoughtful tactical contribution. If there's coordinated leadership, engaging the raiding parties directly might simply provoke escalation without addressing the actual underlying cause. Should we consider whether there's a resolvable grievance driving this aggression, rather than assuming pure hostility? Lilith felt genuine pride at her former student's thoughtful, measured approach, recognizing, in his careful consideration, exactly the kind of disciplined judgment their earlier crisis together had ultimately cultivated. That's a good instinct, Merrick. Let's pursue both tracks simultaneously. Defensive preparation for the settlements at genuine risk, and careful investigation into whether there's an addressable grievance underlying this pattern of aggression. The investigation that followed, conducted alongside careful diplomatic outreach coordinated through Raziel's own reconciliation office once the crisis's underlying cause became apparent, revealed a genuinely complicated situation. The displaced spirits having been forced from their own ancestral territory generations earlier by an entirely unrelated conflict. Their current aggression driven less by inherent hostility than by desperate, generational frustration at having never found genuine, stable resettlement within the coalition's expanding but still imperfect framework. This isn't a threat requiring purely defensive response, Lilith reported back to the broader coalition leadership, once the investigation's findings became clear. This is a genuine humanitarian crisis that's been quietly festering for generations, finally boiling over into open aggression because nobody addressed the underlying displacement properly. The resolution that eventually emerged, combining the Academy's disciplined tactical response with Raziel's careful, patient reconciliation expertise, provided the displaced spirits with genuine, stable resettlement territory within the coalition's expanding framework, addressing the crisis's actual root cause rather than merely suppressing its violent symptoms. I think this proves something important about what we've been building, Lilith told her father, reviewing the crisis's ultimate resolution during one of his periodic visits to the Academy. Not just combat training, though that mattered considerably in the moment. Genuine, disciplined judgment about when force is actually necessary, and when the real solution requires something considerably more patient and complicated. I think you've built something genuinely remarkable here, Issei said, watching his daughter's confident, capable leadership with the same profound pride that had defined nearly every significant milestone across his children's remarkable, independent lives. Not merely training capable fighters, but developing exactly the kind of wisdom that knows the difference between raw capability and genuine, purposeful strength. I had good teachers, Lilith said, the familiar family phrase carrying, as it always had, genuine and complete sincerity. You, Mom Penemue, this entire extraordinary family. I just tried to build something that could pass that same hard-won wisdom forward, to people who might otherwise have to learn it the same difficult way I once did. Freya's third birthday brought the extended family together once more at the sanctuary, the toddler's own emerging gifts already drawing the same fascinated, careful attention that had once surrounded her mother and aunts and uncle's own extraordinary early childhood decades earlier. She's already demonstrating precognitive flashes, Ophis told the assembled family, watching her daughter chase after a garden butterfly with the same fierce, focused determination that had once characterized Ophis's own toddler years. Nothing as developed as my own gift at this age, but Rias and I have both noticed her occasionally reacting to things before they actually happen, small things, mostly, but unmistakable. That's remarkable this early, Sona observed, her grandmother's pride mixing with her characteristic analytical curiosity. Your own gift didn't manifest with such clarity until closer to your 4th year, if I recall the early developmental records correctly. I think it might be the combined magical resonance, Rias offered, having spent considerable time researching the theoretical implications of her daughter's unprecedented mixed heritage since Freya's birth. Devil, human, Norse, and whatever draconic resonance she's inherited from her grandfather's own bloodline. The combination seems to be accelerating certain developmental patterns beyond what any single tradition would typically produce alone. Watching his granddaughter's small, determined pursuit of the garden butterfly, occasionally pausing with an expression of focused concentration that seemed, unmistakably, to anticipate the insect's next evasive movement before it actually occurred, Issei felt the same profound, complicated wonder that had once defined his own experience watching his 5 children's remarkable early gifts first emerge, decades earlier. Do you worry about her, the way we once worried about all of you? He asked Ophis quietly, watching Freya finally, triumphantly catch the butterfly gently in her small cupped hands before releasing it, unharmed, with visible, delighted satisfaction. Every day, Ophis admitted. Though I think I worry differently than you and Mom, and the others once did. The world she's growing into is genuinely different from the one that first tested our family's existence. The coalition has expanded so considerably since my own childhood. I don't think Freya will face the same kind of existential hostility we once did, simply for existing. No, Issei agreed, feeling the particular, quiet satisfaction of a man watching decades of patient, difficult work bear genuine, lasting fruit. I think that's exactly the legacy your generation built, watching all of you grow up and prove, decisively, exactly what this family's existence could actually become. Freya gets to grow up in a world your own childhood helped make considerably safer and more accepting. Lilith, attending the birthday celebration alongside Hikari, found herself watching her niece's playful energy with a particular, newly personal interest, her own relationship with Hikari having, in recent months, progressed toward conversations about their own eventual future together that carried unmistakable, if not yet formally announced, significance. You're thinking about something, Hikari observed, finding Lilith momentarily lost in thought at the celebration's edge, watching Freya now attempting, with considerably less success, to coax a second butterfly into her waiting hands. I think I might be, Lilith admitted, with the same open honesty that had characterized their entire relationship since its earliest honest conversation. Watching Ophis with her daughter, I keep thinking about how much has changed in this family across just a few decades. From desperate wartime treaty to this. Genuine peace, genuine joy, children growing up without the same existential fear that once defined our own childhoods. Do you think about that for yourself? Hikari asked, her own tone carrying gentle, genuine curiosity rather than any presumptuous expectation. Building that same kind of family someday? Lilith considered the question with the same thoughtful seriousness she had learned to bring to every significant personal reflection since her own difficult, formative crisis with Marek's unauthorized training group. I think I might, she said finally. Not immediately, necessarily. But watching this family, watching what all of you have built, together and individually, I think I finally understand something I didn't fully grasp before. That building a genuine family isn't actually separate from building a meaningful, purposeful life. It's simply another dimension of exactly the same commitment. Hikari reached for her hand, the gesture carrying the same quiet, genuine certainty that had first drawn Lilith's attention during their earliest honest conversation, months earlier. I think I'd like to explore that possibility with you, whenever you feel genuinely ready. No pressure, no particular timeline. Just genuine, mutual interest in seeing where this partnership might eventually lead. I think I'd like that too, Lilith said, watching her niece finally, successfully catch the second butterfly, the toddler's delighted laughter carrying easily across the sanctuary's gardens, the same gardens that had witnessed nearly every significant chapter of her extraordinary family's remarkable, continuously unfolding story. As the birthday celebration continued into the warm afternoon, 3 generations of an extraordinary family gathered together in genuine, unguarded joy. Issei found himself, once more, marveling at exactly how far this family had traveled since its own desperate, uncertain beginning, decades earlier, in a war room that had once seemed to offer only fear and obligation, rather than the profound, extraordinary gift this remarkable life had ultimately become. Kurigane and Sakura, expecting their own first child within the year, watched Freya's playful energy with particular, quiet anticipation, the prospect of their own approaching parenthood adding new dimension to their genuine delight in their niece's continued development. "Do you feel ready?" Kurigane asked his father, watching Freya finally abandon her butterfly pursuit in favor of demanding her grandfather's attention for an impromptu game she seemed to be inventing on the spot. "For another grandchild, I mean. I know Sakura and I have talked about how differently we want to approach certain things, compared to how all of you raised us. I think every generation finds its own way of approaching parenthood," Issei said, settling onto the garden grass to properly engage with his granddaughter's invented game, whatever its actual rules happen to be. "Your mothers and I built this family under genuinely desperate circumstances, learning as we went, making plenty of mistakes along the way. I think that's rather unavoidable, honestly. But I also think the foundation matters more than the specific approach. Love first. Everything else, however differently each generation chooses to build upon that foundation, comes second to that one unshakable truth. That's the lesson I want to carry forward," Kurigane said, watching his father continue patiently indulging Freya's invented game with the same complete, genuine attention he had once brought to raising his own 5 extraordinary children. "Not necessarily replicating everything exactly as you and Mom and the others did it. Just making sure whatever we build ourselves starts from that same genuine foundation." Sakura, joining the conversation with a gentle hand resting against her own still early pregnancy, felt a particular, quiet gratitude watching her husband's family model exactly the kind of patient, genuine love she hoped to bring to her own approaching parenthood. "I think that's precisely what drew me to this family in the first place, actually. Watching how genuinely, completely all of you built this life together, I understood immediately that whatever mistakes any of us might make along the way, the foundation itself would always hold." Serena and Camille, their own wedding now formally scheduled for the following autumn, found themselves drawn into similar conversations throughout the afternoon, the entire extended family's comfortable, ongoing dialogue about love and legacy and genuine partnership reflecting exactly the kind of open, honest communication that had defined the family's approach to nearly every significant challenge across its remarkable history. "I used to calculate everything so carefully," Serena admitted to her mother Sona, watching the broader family celebration continue around them. "I think I finally understand something you tried to teach me, years ago, about some things simply being worth wanting purely because they make life genuinely, completely worth living, regardless of what strategic justification anyone could offer. I'm endlessly proud of everything you've built," Sona said, watching her daughter with the same profound, complete gratitude that had defined nearly every significant milestone across the family's extraordinary history. "Not merely your remarkable professional achievements, considerable as they are, but the genuine wisdom you've brought to building a life that honors both your considerable intellect and your genuine capacity for love." In the months following Freya's birthday celebration, the Academy's successful resolution of the border crisis, combined with Marek's own continued growth as a formal mentor within the institution's expanding leadership program, drew increasing attention from coalition leadership eager to understand exactly how the Academy's disciplined, restraint-focused philosophy might be more broadly integrated across the coalition's continued security infrastructure development. We'd like to formally expand the Academy's curriculum framework into a coalition-wide training standard, Seraph proposed, during a formal council session that brought Lilith before the same assembled body her own father had once faced, decades earlier, in circumstances considerably more hostile than the genuine, collaborative respect now characterizing this particular gathering. Your approach to combining raw capability with genuine judgment about restraint has proven remarkably effective, not merely in individual student development, but in real-world crisis response, as we witnessed during the recent border territory incident. Lilith felt the particular, complicated pride of watching her own hard-won personal growth translate into genuine, lasting institutional impact across the coalition's broader security framework. I'd be honored to help develop that expansion, she said. Though I want to be direct about something important. This philosophy only works if it's genuinely internalized, not simply taught as abstract theory. I'd want any coalition-wide implementation to include the same kind of hands-on, personal mentorship that proved so effective with my own most challenging students. That level of personal investment sounds considerably more resource-intensive than typical curriculum development, a council member observed, though his tone carried genuine curiosity rather than dismissive skepticism. It is, Lilith acknowledged. But I believe it's exactly what makes the difference between students who genuinely internalize disciplined judgment, and students who simply memorize restraint protocols without actually understanding why those protocols matter. I learned that lesson through considerable personal difficulty myself. I don't think there's a meaningful shortcut around it. The coalition-wide expansion that eventually emerged from these discussions, developed over the following year through careful collaboration between Lilith's Academy leadership and security coordinators across every faction the treaty now touched, represented the most significant formal recognition of her professional legacy since the Academy's original founding, a framework that would, in the years to come, shape combat training standards across territories that had once existed in complete isolation from any shared coalition infrastructure. I keep thinking about Merrick, she told Hikari, reviewing the expansion's detailed implementation plans during one of their now regular evening planning sessions. How close that entire situation came to simply becoming a disciplinary failure, rather than the foundation for something this significant. I think about how differently things might have unfolded if I'd simply responded with punishment instead of genuine mentorship. You made the right choice, Hikari said, with the same quiet, genuine confidence that had characterized her assessment of Lilith's leadership since their earliest professional collaboration. Not merely because of how significantly it's since expanded, but because it reflected exactly the kind of patient, thoughtful judgment you've spent your entire career trying to cultivate in your students. You practiced exactly what you preached, even when punishment would have been considerably easier. Merrick himself, now serving as the Academy's youngest senior instructor, found himself, in the months following the coalition-wide expansion's formal announcement, increasingly called upon to help train instructors across territories his own younger, more reckless self could never have imagined touching. I keep thinking about how different my life would have looked if you'd simply expelled me, all those years ago, he told Lilith, during a quiet moment following one of his own first formal training sessions with instructors visiting from the coalition's newly integrated Fey Court territory. I was so convinced, back then, that restraint was simply holding me back from what I could otherwise become. I don't think I fully understood, until working through this entire process myself, exactly how much more I've actually become because of the discipline I initially resented. That's exactly the lesson I was hoping this entire experience might eventually teach you, Lilith said, watching her former disciplinary challenge now confidently guiding an entirely new generation of instructors through exactly the philosophy that had once required her own patient, personal intervention to help him genuinely understand. I'm proud of you, Merrick. Not merely for your considerable talent, though that's always been evident. For choosing, deliberately and repeatedly, to keep growing into exactly the kind of thoughtful, purposeful leader this work actually requires. As the Academy's influence continued expanding across the coalition's ever-growing territory, Lilith found herself reflecting, with quiet satisfaction, on exactly how thoroughly her own difficult, sometimes reckless younger years had ultimately prepared her for precisely this kind of purposeful, far-reaching leadership, a legacy that extended now well beyond her own individual students, into a framework that would, in the years to come, shape how an entire generation across multiple traditions understood the genuine relationship between raw power and disciplined, purposeful strength. The implementation itself required considerable, careful work over the following months, Lilith traveling personally to several of the coalition's more recently integrated territories to help establish exactly the kind of hands-on mentorship structure she had insisted was essential to the framework's genuine success. Rather than simply distributing written curriculum materials and trusting local instructors to interpret her philosophy accurately without direct guidance, her visit to the Fey Court's own combat training facilities proved particularly instructive, the Pantheon's traditional approach to power and restraint carrying its own distinct, centuries-old wisdom that Lilith found herself genuinely eager to incorporate into the broader coalition framework, rather than simply imposing her own academy's specific methodology without regard for existing local expertise. Your Fey warriors already understand something my own academy took years to fully articulate, she told the court's senior combat instructor, an ancient, formidable warrior named Oberon Ashwood whose own centuries of battlefield wisdom carry genuine, hard-won authority. This concept you call the bound strike, where warriors deliberately commit to a binding oath limiting their own maximum output before ever entering genuine combat. That's essentially the same principle I've been trying to teach through considerably more laborious trial and error. Different traditions often arrive at similar wisdom through different paths, Oberon observed, watching Lilith demonstrate her own academy's restraint techniques with evident, genuine respect. I believe our two approaches might complement each other rather more thoroughly than either operating in isolation. The collaborative framework that eventually emerged from these cross-traditional exchanges, blending Lilith's academy methodology with insights drawn from Fey, Norse, and several other increasingly integrated coalition traditions, proved considerably richer and more genuinely adaptable than any single tradition's approach could have achieved alone, a living testament to exactly the kind of respectful, collaborative partnership that had come to define the coalition's entire continued expansion. Lilith's own formal proposal to Hikari, when it finally came, arrived not through any grand, dramatic gesture, but through the same genuine, purposeful directness that had defined their entire relationship since its earliest honest conversation. They stood together in the Academy's training yard, the same space where their professional partnership had first blossomed into something considerably more personal, long after the day's formal instruction had concluded and the grounds had settled into comfortable, familiar evening quiet. "I've been thinking about something you said, months ago," Lilith began, her characteristic directness carrying an unusual undercurrent of genuine nervousness. "About building a family being simply another dimension of building a meaningful, purposeful life, rather than something separate from it. I think I finally understand completely, exactly what that means to me." "What does it mean?" Hikari asked, though something in her warm, expectant expression suggested she had already anticipated exactly where this particular conversation was heading. "It means I want to build that life with you," Lilith said, with the same fierce, complete conviction that had defined every significant commitment across her remarkable, independent life. "Not because my siblings have each found their own versions of this, and not because I feel any particular obligation to follow their example. Because I've genuinely, completely fallen in love with you, and I don't want to spend another day pretending that's simply a comfortable professional partnership rather than exactly what it actually is." Hikari's answer came without hesitation, the same genuine warmth that had first drawn Lilith's attention now blossoming into complete, unguarded joy. "I've been waiting for you to say exactly that, though I confess I was fully prepared to wait considerably longer if that's what you genuinely needed." "Yes, Lilith. I want to build that life with you too." The engagement celebration that followed at the sanctuary brought the entire extended family together once more, 5 siblings and their various partners, 6 parents whose own extraordinary marriage had first established the foundation this entire remarkable family continued building upon, and now a third generation, Freya's small, delighted presence adding new dimension to a celebration that reflected, in its own way, exactly how far this family had traveled since its own uncertain, desperate origins decades earlier. I'm endlessly proud of you, Penemue told her daughter, watching Lilith and Hikari receive congratulations from the assembled family with the same complete, unguarded joy that had characterized every significant milestone across the family's extraordinary history. Not merely for finding genuine partnership, considerable as that achievement is, but for building an entire academy, an entire legacy, entirely on your own terms, before ever needing partnership to feel like your life was somehow incomplete. I learned that from you, Lilith said, echoing the same profound gratitude her siblings had each, in their own ways, expressed toward their remarkable parents across the years. You spent centuries proving that genuine strength didn't require anyone else's validation. I think that's exactly why I felt free enough to build my own path, entirely on my own timeline, without ever feeling like I was somehow falling behind my siblings simply because my own journey looked different from theirs. Issei, watching his youngest daughter's genuine, hard-won happiness unfold alongside the rest of his extraordinary family, felt the same profound, complete pride that had defined nearly every significant chapter across his children's remarkable, independent lives. 5 children, he told Rias, finding a quiet moment together at the celebration's edge, watching their family's continued, flourishing legacy unfold before them. 5 completely distinct, completely remarkable paths, each of them building something genuinely their own, on their own timeline, in their own way. I don't think I could have imagined, decades ago, exactly how differently each of their stories would eventually unfold, or exactly how proud I'd feel watching every single one of those distinct paths prove equally, completely worthwhile. That was always the entire point, Rias said, leaning against him with the same complete, unguarded affection that had carried them through every significant chapter of their extraordinary shared history. Love first. Everything else, however differently it eventually unfolds for each of them, comes second to that one unshakable foundation. I think watching tonight, 5 children building 5 genuinely distinct, equally meaningful lives, proves exactly how thoroughly that foundation actually held. As the celebration continued into the evening, the entire extended family gathering once more on the sanctuary's familiar eastern balcony, 3 generations reflecting decades of doubt, love, sacrifice, and fierce, unbreakable devotion finally, fully flourishing into a legacy that continued extending outward, generation after generation, exactly as far as those who inherited it chose, freely and completely, to carry it forward. Lilith and Hikari's wedding, held the following spring at the academy grounds that had first brought them together, drew a genuinely remarkable assembly of guests, students past and present, coalition officials whose own security frameworks now reflected the disciplined philosophy Lilith had spent years developing, and the entire extended family whose own extraordinary story had first taught her exactly what genuine partnership, freely chosen, could ultimately become. Merrick, now serving as the Academy's senior curriculum coordinator, delivered a toast during the ceremony's reception that drew genuine, appreciative laughter alongside considerable emotion from the assembled guests. I want everyone here to understand something about the woman we're celebrating today, he said, raising his glass with the same fierce, genuine conviction that had once defined his reckless early training years, now channeled entirely into purposeful, heartfelt tribute. 4 years ago, I was exactly the kind of student who could have easily been dismissed as simply too much trouble to bother mentoring properly. Instead, Lilith saw something worth investing in, worth patient, personal attention, even when disciplinary punishment would have been considerably easier. That choice changed my entire life. I suspect I'm not the only person in this room who could say exactly the same thing. The assembled crowd's genuine, warm response confirmed exactly how thoroughly Marek's sentiment reflected the broader academy community's own experience. Dozens of graduates and instructors whose own careers had been genuinely shaped by Lilith's patient, disciplined philosophy raising their own glasses in heartfelt agreement. Issei, watching his youngest daughter celebrate her formal union surrounded by a community that reflected, in its own remarkable way, exactly the kind of legacy she had built entirely through her own hard-won wisdom and genuine leadership, felt the same profound, complete pride that had defined nearly every significant milestone across his children's remarkable, independent lives. She built something genuinely her own, he told Penemue, watching Lilith and Hikari share their first dance as a formally united couple, the same fierce, joyful energy that had once defined Lilith's most reckless training years now channeled into complete, unguarded happiness. Not merely following the paths her siblings established before her, but building something entirely distinct, entirely meaningful in its own right. That was always exactly who she was, Penemue said, watching her daughter with the same fierce, proud warmth that had defined their relationship since infancy. Centuries of careful, guarded distance taught me that genuine strength sometimes looks completely different from what anyone else expects it to become. I think that's exactly the lesson Lilith absorbed from watching me, and then built into something entirely her own. As the wedding celebration continued into the evening, Ophis and Fridas arrived with a now 4-year-old Freya in tow, the toddler immediately drawn toward the Academy's training yard, where several of Lilith's current students had organized an impromptu, carefully supervised demonstration of controlled combat techniques specifically for the youngest guests in attendance. She's fascinated by it, Ophis observed, watching her daughter's rapt attention as the students demonstrated exactly the kind of disciplined, controlled power Lilith had spent years teaching. I wonder if she'll eventually want to train here herself, once she's old enough. I'd be honored to have her, Lilith said, joining her sister at the training yard's edge, still glowing with the particular happiness of her own wedding celebration. Though I think, given her own emerging precognitive gift, she might eventually find her own path looks considerably more like yours than mine. I've learned not to assume anything about how these gifts and interests eventually develop, watching our own family's remarkable diversity. That's probably wise, Ophis said, with a warm, genuine laugh. None of us turned out quite how anyone might have predicted, watching us as children. I think that's rather the entire point, though. This family was never actually built around some singular, predetermined path. It was built around the genuine freedom to become whoever we each actually chose to be. Watching his granddaughter's delighted fascination with the Academy's demonstration, watching his youngest daughter's genuine, hard-won happiness alongside her new wife, watching the entire extended family gathered together in celebration that reflected, in its own remarkable way, decades of patient, deliberate love finally, fully flourishing across 3 generations. Issei felt the complete and profound gratitude of a man who understood, with total clarity, exactly how thoroughly his life's every uncertain, difficult choice had ultimately been worth making. Later that evening, as the wedding celebration finally began winding down and guests gradually dispersed toward their own homes and their own distinct, meaningful lives, Issei found himself once more in quiet conversation with his 5 wives, the 6 of them gathered together on the Academy's own modest terrace. Watching the last of the celebration's lanterns flicker against the darkening sky considerably removed from the familiar sanctuary balcony that had witnessed so much of their extraordinary family's history, I keep thinking about how different this celebration feels from anything we could have imagined decades ago, Gabriel said softly, watching the last guests depart with genuine, contented warmth. Not merely because of the scale, though that alone would have seemed impossible to a woman who once believed seraphims simply weren't permitted to marry at all. Because of how completely ordinary genuine joy has become for this family, after decades where every celebration once carried an undercurrent of anxious vigilance against whatever threat might emerge next. That's exactly the legacy we hope to build, Yasaka said, her centuries of accumulated wisdom carrying genuine, heartfelt satisfaction. Not merely surviving the desperate circumstances of our own beginning, but building something so genuinely, thoroughly secure that our children's children can simply celebrate, without the weight of existential threat shadowing every joyful occasion. Sona, watching the Academy grounds settle into peaceful evening quiet, felt her own analytical mind, so often focused on careful calculation and precise contingency planning, settling instead into simple, genuine contentment. I think that might be the truest measure of everything we ultimately built. Not the political achievements, considerable as they were. Simply this. Genuine, uncomplicated joy, extending across 3 generations, exactly as we always hoped it eventually might. Penemue, watching the last lantern light flicker across the quiet Academy terrace, felt her own centuries of careful, guarded distance settle into something she had never once expected to feel this completely, not even during her own most hopeful early moments building this extraordinary family, decades earlier. I did my research on this family a long time ago, Dragon Boy. I think I've told you that before, more than once, across the years. But watching tonight, watching all 5 of our children build genuinely distinct, genuinely meaningful lives, each of them extending this family's foundation into corners of the world we never imagined touching, I don't think even my most thorough calculations back then could have predicted exactly how completely this would all turn out. Issei felt the same profound, complete gratitude that had defined nearly every significant reflection across his extraordinary marriage, decades of doubt and love and fears, deliberate commitment finally, fully vindicated in ways that continued exceeding even his own most hopeful imagination. I don't think any of us could have predicted this, honestly. I remember being so afraid, all those years ago, that I would somehow fail all of you, fail whatever this family was supposed to become. I don't think I ever imagined it might become this. Not merely surviving. Genuinely, remarkably thriving, across generations. That fear never fully disappeared though, did it? Rias said, watching him with the same perceptive understanding that had defined their partnership since long before any treaty had ever proposed uniting their lives. Even now, decades removed from our own uncertain beginning. No, Issei admitted, with the same honest vulnerability he had always tried to extend to the women who had built this extraordinary life beside him. I don't think that fear ever fully disappears, honestly. I think it simply transforms over time, into something less like anxious dread and more like genuine, careful reverence for exactly how precious all of this actually is. I still worry about all of you, about our children, about Freya and whatever future grandchildren eventually join this family. I don't think that worry ever stops, not completely. I've simply learned, across decades of this extraordinary life, that the worry doesn't have to control how I actually live within it. Yasaka reached for his hand, the same gesture she had offered on their very first difficult night together in a moonlit garden, decades removed but no less genuine for the years between. That is precisely the wisdom I once tried to offer you, all those years ago, on a different balcony, during a different uncertain evening. Readiness was never actually the prerequisite for any of this working. Only willingness. I believe, watching everything this family has ultimately built, that willingness has proven considerably more than sufficient. As the evening deepened further into peaceful, contented quiet, the 6 of them sat together in comfortable silence, watching the academy grounds settle fully into night. 6 people who had once been strangers bound together by a desperate treaty now sharing something that had grown, across decades of doubt, love, sacrifice, and fierce, unbreakable devotion, into a legacy that extended, now, across an entire generation of children building their own genuinely independent, meaningful lives and a new generation beginning to follow in their footsteps. In the weeks that followed the wedding celebration, life across the extended family settled into new, comfortable rhythms that reflected exactly how thoroughly their extraordinary story had matured beyond its original, desperate origins. Ophis continued her diplomatic work, the coalition's continued expansion bringing new territories and traditions into its growing framework with each passing year. Kurigane and Sakura's agricultural collaboration continued transforming previously isolated farming communities across an increasingly diverse coalition. Serena and Camille's Research Institute continued producing theoretical breakthroughs that benefited communities across every tradition the treaty now touched. Raziel and Ariel's reconciliation work continued healing old wounds that had, for generations, quietly festered beneath the surface of formal diplomatic peace. And Lilith's Academy continued shaping an entire generation's understanding of genuine, disciplined strength, its influence now extending across territories that had, within living memory, existed in complete isolation from any shared coalition infrastructure. Freya, meanwhile, continued growing into her own remarkable, still developing gifts, her precognitive flashes gradually sharpening with age into something that promised, in time, to rival even her mother's own considerable talent, though tempered, Ophis and Fridas both hoped, by a childhood considerably more peaceful and secure than the one that had once shaped Ophis's own early years. On a quiet evening, months after Lilith's wedding, Issei found himself once more on the sanctuary's familiar eastern balcony, alone this time, his 5 wives having already retreated inside for the evening, the comfortable, peaceful quiet of an ordinary night settling gently around him. He thought, standing there in the gathering dusk, of everything this extraordinary journey had actually required across the decades, the fear and doubt of its earliest uncertain days, the fierce, protective wrath that had once demanded absolute defense of everything he loved, the patient, careful work of raising 5 extraordinary children who had each, in their own distinct way, grown into exactly the kind of thoughtful, purposeful people this remarkable legacy deserved. He thought of Ophis's diplomatic breakthroughs extending peace to pantheons that had never before believed such cooperation possible. Of Kuragane's patient agricultural bridges connecting communities that had once existed in complete isolation. Of Serena's theoretical brilliance protecting families who would never personally know her name. Of Raziel's gentle, empathic healing addressing wounds generations older than any of them. Of Lilith's disciplined strength shaping an entire generation's understanding of what genuine power actually required. He thought, too, of Freya, the family's next generation already beginning to write her own story, carrying forward a foundation that had been built, across decades of patient, deliberate love, into something no treaty architect had ever dared fully imagine when they first, so desperately, proposed uniting 5 extraordinary women with one terrified, uncertain young man. The war that had first brought this extraordinary family into being remained, now, a distant historical memory, taught in academy classrooms across a coalition that had grown, decade after decade, into something genuinely, remarkably larger than its original 4 founding factions ever could have imagined alone. The dynasty it had ultimately built, through decades of doubt, love, sacrifice, and fierce, unbreakable devotion, continued flourishing, generation after generation, exactly as far and exactly as remarkably as those who inherited it chose, freely and completely, to carry it forward. Issei looked out one final time over gardens grown magnificent through decades of patient, devoted care, over a legacy that had grown from desperate wartime necessity into something genuinely, completely extraordinary, and felt, with complete and unshakable certainty, the full, profound gratitude of a man who understood, at last, exactly how thoroughly every uncertain choice across this remarkable life had been worth making. Then he turned, and went inside, toward the family that had chosen him, and that he had chosen completely in return, exactly as he had every single night since this extraordinary story had first, so uncertainly, begun, and would continue choosing, freely and completely, for as many more remarkable chapters as this extraordinary life still had left to write. 10 years after the confrontation at the hidden compound settled the last serious threat to their family's existence, the sanctuary's central hall filled once more with a particular, anxious energy that had nothing to do with politics or hidden extremist coalitions and everything to do with the far more ordinary, universal nervousness of 5 teenagers preparing for their first day at a proper academy. "I still think this is unnecessary risk," Sona said, though her tone carried more habitual caution than genuine conviction at this point, the argument having been settled weeks earlier through a family discussion that had, ultimately, come down firmly on the side of the children's own wishes. They've had exceptional private tutoring for years. Ku Academy's curriculum will actually be less rigorous than what they're accustomed to. "That's not really the point, Mom," Serena said, adjusting the unfamiliar weight of a proper school uniform with visible discomfort, 17 years old now and possessed of an intellect that had, in the years since her theoretical debut before a hall of impressed archmages, only continued to develop into something genuinely formidable. "We've spent our whole lives being extraordinary in a house built specifically to accommodate that. I want to know what it's actually like to just be a person for a while. Ordinary classes. Ordinary classmates. Ordinary problems that don't involve ancient devils trying to collapse the ceiling on us." Issei, watching his 5 children prepare for a day he had once lived through himself, felt a complicated wash of nostalgia and quiet pride settle over him. Ko Academy. The same school where his own extraordinary story had first begun, all those years ago, before any treaty, before any war, before any of this remarkable, unprecedented life had seemed even remotely possible. "Your mother's not wrong that it's a risk," he said, addressing all 5 of his children gathered near the sanctuary's main entrance, 17 years old and radiating a mixture of excitement and nervous anticipation that reminded him, powerfully, of his own first days at that same school. "But I think it's a risk worth taking." You've spent your whole lives being watched, studied, protected. I want you to have the chance to just be teenagers for a while, even if it's only for a few years before the rest of the world inevitably catches up with what you actually are. Ophis, 17 now and carrying herself with the quiet, watchful confidence that had defined her since infancy, adjusted the strap of her school bag with the same controlled precision she brought to every task. I've already mapped 3 separate escape routes from the school grounds, identified the fastest paths to every major exit, and cross-referenced the Academy's security protocols against known vulnerability patterns. Of course you have, Kurigane said, with the gentle, affectionate exasperation that had become characteristic of his relationship with his older sister over 17 years of shared childhood. Some of us are actually looking forward to just meeting new people without treating it as a tactical exercise. Some of us didn't grow up learning to sense danger before it fully materialized, Ophis said, though there was warmth beneath the retort. The easy, unshakable bond between siblings who had, quite literally, defended each other's lives during the darkest crisis their family had ever faced. Lilith, restless as always, was already halfway through the door, her dual-colored wings tucked carefully beneath a coat designed to help conceal them from casual observation, though 17 years of training had taught her enough control that maintaining that concealment no longer required the constant vigilance it once had. Can we please just go? I've been looking forward to this for months, and standing around discussing tactical contingencies isn't exactly how I want to spend my first morning as an actual student. Raziel, quieter than his siblings but no less eager, offered his mother Gabriel a reassuring smile as she fussed, with visible difficulty restraining herself, over the fit of his uniform collar. We'll be careful, Mom. I promise. And if anything feels genuinely wrong, you know I'll sense it before it becomes a real problem. I know, Gabriel said, though the worry in her expression did not fully fade, 9 years having done little to diminish a mother's instinct to protect children who had, once, come dangerously close to losing everything in a single, terrifying night. I simply worry that the world beyond these walls does not yet fully understand what it means to encounter someone like you. Then we'll teach them, Serena said, with the same confident, analytical certainty she brought to every challenge. Carefully. Diplomatically. The way we've been raised to handle exactly this kind of situation. Penemue, arriving to see the children off alongside the rest of the family, allowed herself a small, proud smile that carried none of her old, guarded distance. Listen to your instincts. All of you. You've been trained well enough to handle whatever ordinary teenage nonsense this school throws at you, and if it's not ordinary, well, you know how to reach any of us within seconds. Go have the kind of first day your father's been talking about wistfully for weeks. The 5 siblings exchanged glances, a silent communication built from 17 years of shared, extraordinary childhood, and moved together toward the sanctuary's gate, the same gate Issei had once stood before, terrified of the life waiting beyond it. He watched them go, 5 extraordinary children stepping, for the first time, into a world that had spent their entire lives watching them from a careful, political distance, and felt the same complicated mixture of pride and protective fear that had defined nearly every significant milestone of their remarkable lives. They're going to be fine, Rias said, slipping her hand into his as the 5 figures grew smaller against the horizon, moving toward a school gate that would, in its own quiet way, mark the beginning of an entirely new chapter in their extraordinary family's story. Better than fine. They're going to show that school exactly what this family actually built. I know, Issei said, and found, to his own quiet surprise, that he believed it completely. I just keep thinking about how much has changed since I walked through gates just like those, all those years ago, with absolutely no idea what my life was about to become. None of us had any idea, Sona said, joining them at the gate's edge, watching their children's figures finally disappear from view. That's rather the point, isn't it? The best parts of this life were never things we planned for. They were things we built, together, one uncertain step at a time. Koa Academy had changed considerably since Issei's own days walking its halls, though the essential character of the place, its blend of old-world architecture and the particular, chaotic energy of teenagers navigating the ordinary business of adolescence, remained comfortingly familiar when he thought back on it. For his 5 children, however, everything about the experience was entirely, overwhelmingly new. Ophis found the sheer, unfiltered noise of a crowded classroom more disorienting than any battlefield she had trained for. Dozens of ordinary human and devil students talking over each other, laughing at jokes she didn't fully understand, moving through hallways with a casual disregard for tactical positioning that her entire childhood training screamed against. "You're doing the thing again," a voice said beside her, midway through the first morning's homeroom period, and Ophis turned to find a girl about her own age watching her with open, curious amusement. "The scanning thing. You've catalogued every exit in this room at least twice since we sat down. Is it that obvious?" "Only to someone who's spent years training in exactly the same habit," the girl said, extending a hand with an easy confidence that immediately intrigued Ophis despite her instinctive caution around unfamiliar people. "Mio Astaroth. My grandfather's Baal Astaroth, in case the name means anything to you. I've heard a great deal about your family over the years, most of it considerably more colorful than whatever the official council reports actually say." Ophis felt a complicated tension settle in her chest at the name, old stories of her family's early hostile history with the Astaroth lines surfacing immediately despite the formal reconciliation that had settled between their families years earlier. "Your grandfather and my father weren't exactly close, historically." "No," Mio agreed, with a wry, self-aware smile that suggested she was well acquainted with that particular family history. "But my grandfather talks about your father with something close to genuine respect these days, which is more than he extends to most people. I figured that was worth exploring firsthand rather than just taking his word for it." She studied Ophis with open, friendly curiosity. "So, is it true you can sense danger before it actually happens?" "That's the story that's circulated through Devil Society for years, though nobody seems entirely certain how much of it is exaggeration." "It's true," Ophis admitted cautiously. "Though it's not quite as dramatic as the stories probably make it sound." "I'd love to hear the real version sometime," Mio said, "assuming you're willing to actually talk to someone whose family spent years causing yours genuine trouble." Ophis considered the offer with the same careful deliberation she brought to every significant decision, weighing 17 years of inherited caution against the simple, appealing prospect of an ordinary friendship with someone who seemed genuinely, uncomplicatedly interested in her as a person rather than as a political curiosity. "I think I'd like that," she said finally, and found, to her own quiet surprise, that she meant it completely. Across the academy grounds, Kurigane discovered a similar, unexpected welcome among the school's small but enthusiastic gardening club, his genuine, quiet passion for cultivation immediately recognized and appreciated by classmates who had no idea their new member's gift for accelerated growth technically qualified as a supernatural anomaly rather than mere green-thumb talent. "You've got a real gift," the club's faculty advisor told him, examining a cluster of chrysanthemums Kurigane had, without fully thinking about the implications, coaxed into premature, spectacular bloom during his first afternoon meeting. "I haven't seen results like this from a first-year student in all my years supervising this club." "I've had a lot of practice," Kurigane said, carefully vague about the true nature of that practice, though the easy, genuine praise settled warmly in his chest regardless of the necessary discretion. Serena, predictably, gravitated immediately toward the Academy's advanced mathematics and theoretical science courses, where her analytical brilliance, though carefully moderated to avoid drawing undue attention, still marked her as remarkably gifted even among Koa's academically ambitious student body. "You solved that in your head," a classmate said, staring at her incredulously during their first shared physics lesson, watching Serena work through a complex problem the rest of the class was still struggling to properly set up on paper. "That's not normal, even for the smart kids." "I've always had a knack for structural problems," Serena said, offering the same careful, deflecting half-truth her mother had helped her practice for exactly this kind of situation, though the genuine, unguarded pleasure of academic recognition, earned entirely on her own merit rather than through any political weight attached to her family name, felt like its own quiet, significant victory. Raziel found his place, unsurprisingly, among students who seemed to gravitate toward him without fully understanding why, his gentle, empathic presence smoothing over the ordinary friction of teenage social dynamics with the same quiet, effortless grace he had shown since early childhood. "You're easy to talk to," a boy from his homeroom told him, midway through their first lunch period together, having unloaded what felt like an entire semester's worth of accumulated personal worry in the space of a single conversation. I don't usually open up like that to someone I just met. I'm glad I could help, Raziel said, and meant it completely, finding, in the ordinary business of simply listening to a stranger's concerns, a kind of purpose that felt entirely his own, separate from the extraordinary weight of his family's remarkable story. Lilith, true to her nature, found her welcome not through quiet connection but through immediate, enthusiastic challenge, the Academy's small combat sports club discovering, within her very first supervised sparring match, that their new student possessed athletic capability far beyond anything their typical curriculum had prepared them to properly train. Where did you learn to move like that? The club captain demanded, picking himself up from the mat after a match that had ended considerably faster than either of them had anticipated, more impressed than embarrassed by his swift defeat. Family training, Lilith said, with a grin that carried none of her siblings' careful diplomatic restraint. Want to go again? I promised to actually try this time. By the end of that first extraordinary day, 5 children who had spent their entire lives shaped by the unprecedented weight of their family's remarkable story found themselves, for the very first time, simply beginning to become people in their own right, separate from the politics and power that had defined every previous chapter of their extraordinary young lives. The invitation arrived 3 weeks into the academic term, delivered through official Devil Council channels with a formality that immediately signaled its significance beyond any ordinary school correspondence. Sona read it twice at the family breakfast table before setting it down with an expression that mixed genuine pride with the careful, calculating concern that had defined her approach to every major decision affecting the children's development. The Devil Council is organizing a youth rating game exhibition tournament, she announced, the first of its kind in decades, intended specifically to showcase the next generation of promising young devils and devil-affiliated combatants from across all 4 factions. They've extended a formal invitation for all 5 of the children to participate. The reaction around the table was immediate and varied. Lilith's face lit up with unrestrained enthusiasm, already halfway through outlining an ambitious combat strategy before Sona had finished fully explaining the tournament's structure. Serena's expression shifted into calculating analysis, clearly already running probability assessments on rule structures and potential opponents. Ophis grew visibly more cautious, her early warning instincts flagging the public nature of the event as an obvious point of vulnerability. Kurigane looked distinctly uncomfortable with the prospect of competitive combat as public spectacle. Raziel simply looked thoughtful, weighing the request with the same careful consideration he brought to every significant decision. Do we have to decide together, or can it be an individual choice? Kurigane finally asked. I don't think competitive rating games are really suited to what I actually enjoy about my own abilities. It's entirely an individual choice, Issei said, having discussed exactly this contingency with Sona and the rest of the family before the invitation had even formally arrived. Nobody's required to participate. This isn't about proving anything to the Devil Council or the wider supernatural world. If any of you don't want to do this, that's a completely legitimate choice, and I don't want any of you feeling pressured otherwise. I want to do it, Lilith said immediately, unsurprising to absolutely no one at the table. I've been training for something like this my whole life. I want the chance to actually test myself against people my own age instead of always sparring against instructors twice my strength. I'll participate as well, Serena said, after a moment of visible calculation. Though I intend to approach it analytically rather than purely through raw combat capability. I think there's an interesting opportunity here to demonstrate that strength isn't only measured through direct physical confrontation. Ophis was quiet for a long moment, weighing her instinctive caution against something that looked, when Issei studied her expression carefully, like genuine curiosity beneath the wariness. I'll participate, she said finally. Under one condition. I want full access to the tournament's security protocols beforehand. If I'm going to expose myself publicly like that, I want to understand every possible vulnerability first. That's a reasonable request, Sona said, already making a note to arrange exactly that access. Raziel considered the invitation more slowly, his empathic gift, as always, weighing not merely his own preferences but the emotional undercurrents of the entire conversation happening around him. I don't think direct combat suits what I actually want to contribute, he said finally. But I'd like to attend as support, if that's permitted. I think there's value in simply being present for my siblings, the same way I've always tried to be. Kurigane remained the sole holdout, his gentle nature genuinely uninterested in the prospect of competitive combat as public spectacle, and nobody in the family pushed him further. The years of hard-won respect for each child's individual temperament firmly established well before this particular decision ever arose. I'll come to watch, he offered instead, and maybe help with whatever preparation the rest of you actually want from me. I just don't think fighting in front of a crowd is something I need to prove to myself, or anyone else. The decision settled, the family's attention turned toward preparation, weeks of careful training intensifying as the tournament date approached, though Issei made a deliberate point of ensuring that preparation never fully crowded out the ordinary rhythms of academy life his children had only just begun to genuinely enjoy. Are you nervous? He asked Lilith one evening, finding her alone in the training yard well past the hour she was supposed to have finished her preparation for the day, still running through combat forms with the same restless, driven energy that had defined her since infancy. A little, she admitted, pausing her drill to catch her breath. Not about losing, exactly. More about what it means, showing everyone exactly what this family is actually capable of. I know Mom Sona worries about drawing too much attention. I know some of what happened before we were all born came from people being afraid of exactly this kind of power. I don't want to make that fear worse. Issei felt a swell of quiet pride at his daughter's unexpected thoughtfulness beneath her characteristic fire. I think you're overthinking the risk a little, he said gently. This tournament exists specifically because the Devil Council wants to celebrate exactly what this next generation represents, across every faction. You're not going to make anyone more afraid, Lilith. You're going to show them exactly why this family's existence was always worth the fight to protect it. Lilith considered this, something like relief settling into her expression. Then I want to make sure I do it properly. Not just winning. Showing them what real control actually looks like, not just raw power. That, Issei said, pulling his daughter into a proud, affectionate embrace, sounds exactly like the kind of growth I'd been hoping to see from you. The tournament grounds, when the family arrived on the appointed morning, had been transformed into something resembling a grand coliseum, ancient devil architecture repurposed for the occasion with modern magical broadcasting arrays that would, Sona explained, carry the event's proceedings to interested audiences across all four factions simultaneously. Bigger turnout than I expected, Penemue observed, studying the assembling crowd with the same sharp, tactical assessment she brought to any gathering of significant size. Word travels fast when the Security's children are involved. Backstage, in the competitors' preparation area, Ophis, Serena, and Lilith made their final preparations alongside dozens of other young combatants drawn from across Devil High society, Yokai clan lineages, fallen bloodlines, and in a handful of cases that drew considerable public curiosity, promising young humans who had earned sponsorship through various faction talent programs. You're the Security's daughter, a young devil competitor said, approaching Ophis with an expression that mixed genuine curiosity with the particular wariness her family's reputation still occasionally provoked, even a decade removed from the compound confrontation that had settled the last serious threat against them. I've heard stories about your gift. Precognitive threat sensing, is that right? Something like that, Ophis said, carefully neutral, years of practice having taught her exactly how much detail to share with strangers still evaluating whether her family's power represented a genuine threat or simply an extraordinary curiosity. I'm not trying to start anything, the young competitor clarified, apparently reading something in Ophis's careful posture. Honestly, I'm hoping we get matched against each other eventually. I've spent years training specifically to counter precognitive abilities. Figured facing the genuine article would be the ultimate test. Ophis studied him for a long moment, recalibrating her initial wariness in light of what appeared to be genuine, competitive enthusiasm rather than any lingering hostility. I'd welcome that test, she said finally, allowing herself a small, genuine smile. Though I should warn you, I've had considerably more practice than most theoretical counters probably account for. The tournament's opening rounds proceeded through the morning with a pace that left little time for nerves to fully settle, dozens of matches determining the field that would advance toward the tournament's later, more significant stages. Serena's approach proved exactly as calculated as she had promised. Her matches won not through overwhelming raw power but through precise, methodical exploitation of her opponent's magical circuitry, identifying structural weaknesses in their spellwork with the same analytical brilliance that had once impressed archmages decades her senior. "That's not a fair fight," one defeated opponent grumbled good-naturedly, examining the failed structure of a spell that Serena had, mid-combat, identified and unraveled with surgical precision. "How am I supposed to compete against someone who can just take apart my magic like that?" "You could try varying your spell structure more unpredictably," Serena offered, with the same genuine, helpful sincerity she brought to every interaction, entirely without malice despite her decisive victory. "I notice you rely heavily on the same 3 foundational patterns. That predictability is what made the counter possible." Lilith's matches, by contrast, proved considerably more visceral, her raw combat power tempered, exactly as she had promised her father, by genuine tactical control rather than mere overwhelming force. She won each engagement decisively but without the reckless excess that had once defined her younger years, drawing appreciative murmurs from a crowd increasingly impressed by the demonstration of both strength and discipline. "Your daughter fights with real purpose," a Yokai elder observed to Yasaka, watching from the stands as Lilith concluded another decisive victory with a controlled, precise final strike rather than any unnecessary excess. "That is not common in one so young. Most competitors her age still confuse strength with recklessness." "She learned that lesson the hard way," Yasaka said, a quiet, proud smile touching her lips as she watched her stepdaughter's disciplined performance. "As did we all, in different ways, over the years." Ophis's matches proved the most narratively compelling for the assembled crowd, her precognitive gift creating engagements that unfolded like elaborate tactical puzzles, opponents attempting increasingly creative strategies to circumvent her early warning capability, only to find her adapting, seamlessly, to each new approach with a composure that belied her 17 years. Her match against the young devil competitor who had specifically trained to counter precognitive abilities proved, exactly as he had hoped, the tournament's most genuinely challenging engagement, a careful, extended contest of wits and adaptability that left the crowd increasingly engaged as either combatant gained a clear, decisive advantage through the match's opening minutes. "You're better than I expected," Ophis admitted, mid-match, genuinely impressed by an opponent whose careful preparation had, for the first time in the tournament, forced her to rely on skill and adaptability rather than simply the passive advantage of her inherited gift. "I told you I trained specifically for this," he said, grinning despite the exertion of sustained, high-level combat. "Doesn't mean I'm actually going to win, though." He didn't, ultimately, Ophis's adaptability and years of hard-won combat instinct proving decisive in the match's final exchange, but the genuine respect and camaraderie the engagement fostered between 2 young competitors from families with a complicated shared history represented, in its own quiet way, exactly the kind of reconciliation the treaty's architects had hoped their generation might eventually achieve. By the tournament's final rounds, all 3 participating siblings had advanced further than even Sona's careful, analytical projections had anticipated, setting the stage for a culmination that would, in ways none of the family fully expected, prove significant for reasons well beyond mere competitive achievement. The tournament's final day brought an unexpected complication that had nothing to do with the competition itself and everything to do with the particular, delicate politics that still, occasionally, shadowed the family's public appearances even a decade after the treaty's most serious threats had been decisively resolved. Sona found Issei during the midday intermission, her expression carrying the focused, urgent concern that had, over the years, become an unmistakable signal that something significant required his immediate attention. "We have a situation," she said, drawing him aside from the general crowd. "One of the tournament's sponsoring council members has raised a formal objection to the children's continued participation. Not about their conduct has been exemplary by every measure. He's arguing that having all 3 siblings advance simultaneously to the tournament's final rounds creates an unbalanced, potentially propagandistic spectacle that undermines the event's stated purpose of showcasing the wider next generation's talent, not merely one family's exceptional children." Issei felt a flash of old, familiar frustration, though tempered now by a decade's worth of hard-won political experience that had taught him to approach exactly this kind of challenge with careful, deliberate strategy rather than the raw, defensive anger that might once have been his first instinct. Who raised the objection? A relatively minor council member, not connected to any of our known historical adversaries, Sona said. I don't believe this is coordinated hostility in the way we once had to worry about. I think it's genuine, if somewhat misguided, concern about optics. He's worried the tournament will be remembered as a showcase for your family specifically rather than the broader next generation it was intended to celebrate. Is he wrong? Sona considered the question seriously, her analytical mind weighing the genuine merit of the concern against the political implications of how it might be addressed. Not entirely, she admitted. Our children are exceptionally gifted, in ways that do somewhat overshadow other talented competitors through no fault of their own. I don't think that's a reason to withdraw them from a tournament they've earned their place in through legitimate competition. But I do think it's worth taking the underlying concern seriously rather than dismissing it purely as hostility. Issei thought about this for a long moment, drawing on years of hard-won diplomatic instinct that had, gradually, tempered his early instinct toward defensive confrontation with something more genuinely thoughtful. What if we addressed it directly? Not by withdrawing them, but by having them use whatever platform this tournament gives them to actually highlight the achievements of the competitors they're facing, rather than simply accepting a narrative that centers entirely on our family. That could work, Sona said, considering the proposal with growing approval. It would require the children's genuine buy-in, though. This can't simply be a public relations exercise performed at your direction. It needs to reflect something they actually believe. They found the three competing siblings during the intermission's final minutes, and Issei explained the situation honestly, exactly as he had learned, over 17 years of parenthood, was always the better approach with his children regardless of how complicated or uncomfortable the truth might be. He's not wrong that we've probably overshadowed some genuinely talented competitors, Olfa said, after considering the situation with her characteristic careful deliberation. I noticed it myself, actually, watching the crowd's reaction shift the further we advanced. I don't think that's actually fair to some of the people we've faced. So what do we do? Lilith asked, her competitive instinct visibly warring with genuine consideration of the underlying fairness concern. We finished the tournament, Serena said, after a moment of her own careful, analytical thought. But we make a point, in whatever platform the final matches give us, of genuinely highlighting our opponent's skill rather than simply accepting a narrative that treats their participation as a footnote to our own story. The final matches proceeded that afternoon with exactly that approach guiding the siblings' conduct, each of them making deliberate, genuine effort to publicly credit the skill and preparation of the opponents they faced, framing their own victories not as inevitable demonstrations of inherited power but as hard-fought contests against genuinely talented competitors who had earned their place through years of dedicated training. This match taught me more about tactical adaptability than years of private instruction, Olfus told the assembled crowd after her decisive but hard-fought final match, gesturing toward her defeated but genuinely respected opponent. I hope everyone watching understands that his preparation and skill made this the most challenging, rewarding match I've fought in this entire tournament. The gesture, genuine rather than performed, shifted something in the crowd's overall reception of the family's participation, the earlier, quiet murmurs of concern about an unbalanced spectacle giving way, gradually, to something closer to genuine appreciation for three young competitors who had proven not merely their inherited gifts, but a genuine character that reflected, unmistakably, the values their extraordinary family had spent 17 years carefully instilling. The council member who had raised the initial objection approached Issei personally as the tournament's closing ceremony concluded, his earlier concern visibly softened by what he had witnessed throughout the day's proceedings. I want to acknowledge that my objection may have been somewhat premature, he said, with the careful formality of a man not entirely accustomed to admitting error. Your children's conduct today addressed exactly the concern I raised, more effectively than any formal ruling from this council could have managed. They did that themselves, Issei said, feeling a genuine, quiet pride that had nothing to do with the tournament's competitive outcome and everything to do with watching his children navigate a complicated political challenge with a maturity and integrity that exceeded, in every meaningful way, whatever he might have managed at their same age. I just told them the truth about the situation and trusted them to figure out the right way to handle it. Watching his 3 competing children accept their tournament recognition alongside opponents they had, throughout the day, treated with genuine respect and generous public credit, Issei felt the full, complete measure of everything 17 years of careful, deliberate parenting had actually built. Not merely extraordinary power, inherited and unearned. Genuine character, built through years of deliberate choice, exactly as their parents had promised, on that very first night the family had gathered together, that it always would be. In the weeks following the tournament, life at the sanctuary settled into a new, comfortable rhythm that none of the family had fully anticipated when Ophis, Kurigane, Serena, Raziel, and Lilith had first walked through Ko Academy's gates months earlier. The children moved between 2 worlds now, the extraordinary, unprecedented legacy of their family's remarkable story, and the ordinary, genuinely valuable experience of simply growing up alongside classmates who had, gradually, come to know them as people rather than merely as symbols of a treaty that had reshaped this supernatural world. Mio Astaroth became a regular presence at the sanctuary, her easy friendship with Ophis deepening over months of shared study sessions and increasingly candid conversation, the old historical tension between their families gradually giving way, through the simple, ordinary alchemy of genuine friendship, to something that Baal Astaroth himself, on his own occasional visits to the sanctuary, watched unfold with visible, quiet satisfaction. I never imagined I would see my granddaughter genuinely laughing in your household's garden, the old devil told Issei, during one such visit, watching Mio and Ophis deep in animated conversation near Yasaka's carefully tended moonflowers. History has a strange sense of humor sometimes, Sekirudai. I think it's less about history's humor and more about what happens when kids get the chance to just be kids, Issei said, without generations of political baggage deciding in advance who they're allowed to be friends with. Kurigane's gardening club membership blossomed, quite literally, into a genuine passion that extended well beyond the Academy's modest club activities, his growing reputation among Koa's small community of gifted botanists earning him an invitation to contribute to a joint Yokai and Devil cultural exchange project focused on cross-faction agricultural collaboration, a request that filled him with a quiet, genuine pride entirely separate from any of his family's more dramatic accomplishments. I think I finally understand what Mom always says about finding your own place in this family, he told Yasaka one evening, the 2 of them working together in the garden that had, over 17 years, come to represent so much of what their family had built and protected. Everyone else has these incredible, dramatic gifts, tactical foresight, theoretical brilliance, combat mastery, and I just really like growing things. It took me a while to stop feeling like that made me somehow less than the rest of them. Your gift is no less remarkable for being gentle rather than dramatic, Yasaka said, resting a proud hand on her son's shoulder. I have watched you coax growth from soil that skilled practitioners 3 times your age would consider barren. That is not a lesser talent, Kurigane. It is simply a different expression of the same extraordinary inheritance your siblings carry in more visibly dramatic forms. Serena's academic achievements, meanwhile, continued their remarkable trajectory, her contributions to the school's advanced theoretical coursework earning attention from university-level researchers who had begun, cautiously, to inquire about potential collaboration opportunities well before she had even completed her secondary education. They want me to co-author a paper, she told her mother Sona one evening, still visibly processing the significance of the invitation. Actual published research, not just academic exercise. On ward theory applications I originally developed years ago, back when I was helping with the sanctuary's security infrastructure. How does that feel? Sona asked, though her expression already carried the unmistakable, quiet pride of a mother watching her daughter's talent finally receive recognition entirely independent of the family's broader political significance. Terrifying, Serena admitted, with a small, genuine laugh. And also exactly like what I've always wanted, if I'm being honest. I love this family more than anything. But I've spent my whole life being remarkable specifically because of what I represent politically. I want the chance to be remarkable just because of what I've actually built myself. Raziel's gift, too, found new expression in the months following the tournament, his growing reputation as a quietly effective mediator drawing attention from an unexpected source, a Devil Council initiative focused on establishing formal, structured mediation programs for resolving minor interfaction disputes before they could escalate into anything more serious. They want to formally train me, he told Gabriel, genuine excitement coloring his usually calm, measured voice. Not just relying on instinct, but actually developing the empathic mediation gift into something structured, something I could genuinely use to help prevent exactly the kind of conflict that once threatened our whole family. I think that would make you happier than almost anything else you could choose to pursue, Gabriel said, pulling her son into a proud, grateful embrace. You have always had a gift for healing what others cannot even see is broken, Raziel. I am so proud of what you're choosing to build with that gift. Lilith's path, characteristically, proved the most straightforward of the five, her tournament performance earning formal recognition from several prestigious combat training academies across Devil and Fallen territory, invitations that she considered with genuine, careful thought rather than simply accepting the most prestigious option out of raw ambition. I don't want to just be strong for the sake of being strong anymore, she told Penemue, reviewing the various invitations with a maturity that surprised even her fiercely proud mother. I want to actually understand what I'm protecting when I fight, the way Dad always talks about. I think I want to find a program that teaches leadership and strategy, not just combat technique. That's real growth, kid, Penemue said, echoing the same affectionate nickname Issei had used for her, all those years earlier, feeling the full weight of watching her daughter mature into exactly the kind of thoughtful, purposeful strength the family had always hoped to nurture rather than merely permit. Watching his 5 children continue to grow into their own distinct, remarkable identities throughout that extraordinary year, each of them finding genuine purpose that extended well beyond the political weight of their family's unprecedented story, Issei felt the full, complete measure of everything 17 years of doubt, love, and fierce, deliberate parenting had ultimately built. Not merely 5 extraordinary weapons, shaped entirely by the political necessity of their birth. 5 genuinely remarkable people, choosing, each in their own distinct way, exactly who they wanted to become. The graduation ceremony, when it finally arrived 2 years later, brought the entire family back to Ko Academy's grounds for an occasion that carried a very different weight than that first, nervous morning walk through the school's gates. Issei stood among the assembled parents, Rias beside him, the rest of his wives arrayed nearby, watching 5 young adults who had, over 2 remarkable years, transformed from anxious teenagers navigating an unfamiliar world into confident, capable people entirely secure in exactly who they had chosen to become. Ophis, valedictorian of her graduating class through a combination of academic excellence and a quiet, unmistakable leadership that had made her a genuinely respected figure among her classmates well beyond her family's considerable reputation, delivered a graduation address that drew visible emotion from parents across every faction represented in the assembled crowd. 2 years ago, she said, her voice carrying easily across the ceremony grounds with a composed confidence that reminded Issei, powerfully, of the fierce, watchful 7-year-old who had once sensed a hidden blade before any adult in a hostile reception hall had registered the threat. I walked through these gates more prepared for tactical contingencies than I was for actually making friends. I want to thank this school, and every single person in this graduating class, for teaching me something my entire extraordinary childhood never quite managed. That the most important battles aren't always fought with power. Sometimes they're fought simply by choosing, again and again, to be genuinely open with people, even when caution would be easier. Kuragane's contributions to the Academy's gardening club had, over 2 years, transformed the school's modest grounds into something genuinely celebrated across the wider Ko community. His graduation marked by a formal dedication of the school's newly expanded botanical gardens in his honor, a recognition that filled him with a quiet, complete pride entirely separate from any comparison to his siblings' more dramatic achievements. Serena's academic paper, published the previous year to genuine, widespread acclaim within magical theoretical circles, had already earned her provisional acceptance into an advanced research program that several of the supernatural world's most prestigious institutions had competed to secure. A validation of her intellectual gifts that carried none of the political complexity that had once shadowed her earliest theoretical demonstrations. Raziel's formal mediation training had progressed to the point where he had already, in the months before graduation, successfully resolved 3 genuine interfaction disputes that could easily have escalated into serious diplomatic incidents without his careful, empathic intervention, earning him a reputation among Devil Council officials that extended well beyond his family's already considerable political weight. Lilith, having settled on a leadership and strategy-focused combat academy program that balanced her formidable natural talent with the thoughtful purpose she had committed herself to cultivating, graduated not merely as the tournament champion her raw ability had always suggested she might become, but as a genuinely respected peer among classmates who valued her growing wisdom as much as her considerable strength. "I keep thinking about that first morning," Rias said quietly, watching their 5 children accept their diplomas amid genuine, enthusiastic applause from a crowd that included representatives from every faction the original treaty had once, tentatively, united. How nervous we all were, wondering if this was the right choice, letting them step out into an ordinary world that had spent their entire lives watching them from a careful political distance. "I don't think I've ever been more grateful for a decision in my entire life," Issei said, watching his children move through the crowd afterward, embracing classmates and mentors who had, over 2 remarkable years, come to know and genuinely respect them as individuals rather than merely as symbols of an extraordinary political arrangement. They needed this. The chance to just be people, choosing their own paths, before the rest of the world's expectations inevitably catch up with them again. Sona, watching Serena deep in animated conversation with several of the research program's excited representatives, felt her own quiet satisfaction settle into something that resembled, more than anything else, genuine peace. "I used to run calculations obsessively, back at the very beginning, trying to predict every possible outcome of this arrangement we built. I don't think I ever calculated an outcome quite this genuinely wonderful." Yasaka, watching Kurigane accept warm, grateful farewells from gardening club members who had genuinely valued his quiet friendship these past 2 years, allowed herself a rare, unguarded smile. "Some of the very best outcomes, I have learned across many centuries, cannot actually be calculated in advance. They can only be built, patiently, through genuine love and the courage to let the people you love become genuinely themselves." Gabriel watched Raziel accept a formal commendation from a visiting Devil Council mediator, her expression carrying the same profound gratitude she had voiced years earlier in her quiet chapel, grief and joy still capable of coexisting completely, though the balance between them had, over the years, shifted decisively toward joy. "I think heaven itself would be proud of what he has chosen to build with his gift," she said softly. "Not merely inherited power, but genuine, deliberate compassion." Penemue, watching Lilith embrace her combat academy classmates with the same fierce, unguarded warmth that had once taken her mother centuries to learn how to offer freely, felt her own old, careful distance settle completely, permanently into something entirely unguarded. "She found exactly what I was hoping she would," Penemue said. "Not just strength. Purpose worth being strong for." As the graduation ceremony finally concluded and the assembled families began the slow process of gathering their belongings and their memories from an occasion that marked, in every meaningful sense, the true beginning of 5 extraordinary young adults' own independent stories, Issei found himself thinking back, one final time, to that terrified 18-year-old boy standing in a war room, certain he would never be capable of the responsibility being handed to him. He had built something, in the years since that terrified beginning, that no council or treaty architect had ever fully dared to imagine. Not merely a political solution to an ancient war. A family, complete and genuinely extraordinary, that had taught 5 remarkable children exactly what it meant to be loved first, and to choose, freely and completely, exactly who they wanted to become because of that unshakable foundation. That evening, the entire extended family gathered at the sanctuary for a celebration that carried none of the formal, political weight of past anniversaries, simply the warm, genuine joy of a family marking a milestone that belonged, in every meaningful sense, entirely to the 5 young adults at its center. Baal Astaroth attended, accompanied by Mio, who had graduated alongside Ophis that same afternoon and had already, with characteristic directness, announced her intention to pursue advanced studies in diplomatic magical theory, a career path she credited, openly and without embarrassment, to years of friendship with a family her own grandfather had once viewed with such deep suspicion. I want to build the kind of career that makes reconciliations like ours the rule rather than the remarkable exception, Mio told the gathered family, raising a glass of sparkling juice in a toast that drew genuine, appreciative laughter and applause. Ophis, you taught me more about actual courage than any of my formal diplomatic training ever has. Here's to whatever comes next for both of us. Serzex and Michael attended together, their easy camaraderie now a familiar, comfortable fixture of nearly every significant family occasion, both of them offering genuine, heartfelt congratulations to 5 young people they had, in their own ways, watched grow from unprecedented infants into the confident, capable adults now celebrating among them. I remember holding each of them within days of their birth, Serzex told Issei, watching the celebration unfold with an expression of genuine, paternal warmth despite having no direct blood relation to any of the 5 graduates. I don't think I fully understood, then, exactly what this family would eventually become. I am deeply grateful to have been wrong about the limits of what I imagined possible. Azazel, characteristically, offered his congratulations through a mixture of genuine warmth and his familiar dry humor, presenting each of the 5 graduates with individually chosen gifts that reflected, with surprising thoughtfulness, exactly what he had observed about their distinct personalities and interests over years of occasional, affectionate visits. Don't let the fancy diplomas go to your heads, he told them, though his teasing carried unmistakable, genuine pride beneath its surface. I've watched governments rise and fall over the centuries, kids. The ones who actually mattered were never the ones chasing prestige. They were the ones who stayed genuinely curious and genuinely kind, exactly like all 5 of you have managed to become despite an absolutely wild childhood. Yasaka's clan elders attended as well, several of them offering formal, traditional blessings for Kuragane's continued path forward. The old, careful territorial tensions that had once shadowed the family's earliest years now entirely, comfortably dissolved into genuine, multi-generational affection. As the evening deepened into the comfortable, familiar rhythm of a genuinely happy family celebration, Issei found himself, once more, drawn toward the eastern balcony, though this time it was Ophis who found him there first, rather than any of his wives. Can I ask you something, Dad? She said, settling beside him at the balcony's familiar rail, the same quiet, contemplative energy she had carried since infancy still evident, though tempered now by the hard-won confidence of 2 remarkable years of genuine, independent growth. Always. Do you regret any of it? She asked. The whole extraordinary childhood. The training, the threats, the responsibility of representing something as significant as what our family became. I sometimes wonder if you and Mom and the others would have chosen differently, if you'd fully understood, at the very beginning, everything it would eventually cost all of us. Issei considered the question with the same careful seriousness he had always brought to his children's most genuine inquiries, thinking back across 17 extraordinary years, through doubt and love and devastating crisis and hard-won, complete joy. No, he said finally, and the certainty in his own voice carried none of the hesitation that might once have colored such an answer, all those years earlier. I don't regret a single moment of it, Ophis. Not the fear, not the danger, not even the nights I lay awake wondering if I was failing all of you. Because every single difficult moment led, eventually, to this. 5 extraordinary young people, choosing exactly who they want to become, secure enough in how completely they were loved to walk confidently into a world that once seemed determined to fear them. Even the compound? Ophis asked quietly. Even that night, all those years ago, when I sensed the wrongness in that reception hall and understood, for the first time, exactly how much danger had always been circling our family? Even that, Issei said, pulling his daughter into a gentle, proud embrace. Because that night taught you something about your own courage and capability that shaped everything you've become since. I would never have chosen that danger for you, Ophis. But I am endlessly proud of exactly who you grew into because of how you faced it. Ophis leaned against her father's shoulder, watching the same artificial moon that had witnessed so much of her family's extraordinary story rise once more over gardens grown magnificent through years of patient, devoted care. I used to think, she said quietly, that being extraordinary meant I could never really be ordinary too. That the power and the politics would always come first, before I got the chance to just be a person choosing my own life. These past 2 years taught me that's not actually true. I got to be both. Extraordinary and completely, genuinely myself. That was always the whole point, Issei said softly. Love first. Everything else, however extraordinary, comes second to that. I promised all 5 of you that, the very night your mothers and I first talked about having children at all. I meant it then. I mean it more now than I ever could have imagined possible. Below them, in the garden that had witnessed nearly every significant chapter of their extraordinary family story, the celebration continued, warm and genuine and completely, unmistakably theirs, 5 young adults stepping confidently into futures they had chosen entirely for themselves, secure in the unshakable foundation of a family that had, through every trial and triumph, remained exactly, completely true to the promise that had first brought it into being. In the years that followed that graduation celebration, the 5 children who had once rewritten every faction's understanding of what a mixed bloodline might produce continued, each in their own distinct way, to build lives that honored both the extraordinary gifts they had inherited and the genuine, deliberate character their parents had spent nearly 2 decades carefully nurturing. Ophis pursued formal leadership training across multiple factions, her natural gift for anticipating danger evolving, through years of dedicated study, into genuine expertise in conflict prevention and diplomatic security, work that would eventually see her appointed as a formal liaison between the Devil Council and the wider coalition of factions the original treaty had first united. She maintained her friendship with Mio Astera throughout, the 2 of them eventually collaborating on formal diplomatic initiatives that neither of their families could have imagined possible a generation earlier. Kurigane's contributions to cross-faction agricultural collaboration expanded, over the following years, into a genuinely significant initiative that transformed previously barren contested territories, including the border region once occupied by the Concord of Ancients' hidden compound, into flourishing, shared agricultural land that Yokai and Devil communities cultivated together, a living, growing testament to reconciliation that Kurigane approached with the same quiet, patient dedication he had always brought to his garden. Serena's research career flourished beyond even her own considerable early promise, her theoretical contributions toward magic eventually revolutionizing defensive infrastructure across all 4 factions, work that carried a particular, quiet satisfaction given its origins in the desperate, careful preparations her family had once undertaken to protect themselves against genuine, existential threat. Raziel's formal mediation training led, within several years, to his appointment as head of a newly established interfaction reconciliation office, his gentle, empathic gift finally given the full, structured platform it had always deserved, resolving disputes and healing old grievances with the same quiet, effective compassion that had once calmed the heated argument between border guards before he had even fully understood what he was doing. Lilith's path proved, ultimately, the most surprising of the 5. Her combination of formidable combat capability and hard-won strategic wisdom eventually earning her a position advising the Devil Council's own security apparatus, work that channeled her fierce, protective instincts into genuinely constructive purpose. Training a new generation of combatants in exactly the balance of strength and control that her own father had once helped her discover. Issei watched his 5 children build these remarkable, independent lives with a pride that never fully diminished, no matter how many years passed since that first, nervous morning walk through Ko Academy's gates. He remained, throughout it all, exactly what he had promised, on that quiet balcony so many years earlier, he would always be. Not merely a political figure managing an extraordinary legacy, but a father, completely present for every triumph and every difficulty his children encountered as they built their own genuinely independent futures. On quiet evenings, long after the children had established their own homes and careers across the wider supernatural world, Issei and his 5 wives could still be found, more often than not, on that same eastern balcony where so much of their extraordinary family story had unfolded, watching a garden grown magnificent through decades of patient, devoted care, remembering, together, exactly how far they had come from that first, terrified war room discussion. "Do you ever think about what might have happened?" Rias asked him one such evening, decades after the treaty's original signing, "if you had said no that very first day, when Serzax and Michael and Azazel first proposed this entire impossible arrangement?" Issei considered the question with the same careful, genuine thought he brought to every significant inquiry from the women who had built this extraordinary life beside him. I think about it sometimes, he admitted. I think about how frightened I was, standing in that chamber, certain I wasn't capable of what everyone was asking of me. But I don't think I could have said no, even if I'd fully understood then everything this life would eventually require. Why not? Sona asked, genuinely curious despite decades of shared history. Because even then, terrified and completely unprepared, some part of me already understood that ending a war worth ending was worth whatever fear came with it, Issei said. I just didn't understand yet that the fear would eventually give way to something so much larger. Not just peace between four factions. A genuine, complete family, built on love freely chosen, over and over, through every single trial this extraordinary life presented. Yasaka's hand found his, the same gesture she had offered on that first difficult night in the garden, decades removed but no less genuine for the years between. We built something worth every doubt and every fear, she said. I do not believe any of the treaty's original architects, however desperate their circumstances, ever truly imagined what this arrangement would eventually become. They imagined peace, Gabriel said softly. I do not believe any of them imagined this much genuine joy. Penemue, leaning comfortably against Issei's other side, allowed herself the same small, unguarded smile that had, decades earlier, marked the true beginning of her own centuries of careful distance finally, completely dissolving. I told you once, Dragon Boy, that I did my research before I said yes to any of this. Best decision my centuries of careful caution ever led me toward, hands down. As the artificial moon rose once more over gardens that had witnessed nearly every significant chapter of their extraordinary family's remarkable story, 6 people who had once been strangers bound together by a desperate treaty sat together in comfortable, complete silence, watching a legacy they had built through decades of doubt, love, sacrifice, and fierce, unbreakable devotion continue to flourish in ways that extended, now, far beyond the walls of the sanctuary that had first sheltered its earliest, uncertain beginnings. The ultimate treaty had been signed to end a war. What it had ultimately built, through decades of patient, deliberate love, was a legacy that would continue, long after this particular evening's quiet conversation had faded into memory, to shape a fractured world's understanding of exactly what peace, freely chosen and fiercely protected, could genuinely become. Serena and Camille's wedding, held that autumn at the Research Institute where their partnership had first blossomed alongside their shared theoretical breakthroughs, marked the last of the 5 siblings' formal unions, a milestone that brought the entire extended family together with a particular, bittersweet awareness that this gathering represented something like a genuine completion of a chapter that had begun so many years earlier. On a quiet balcony where 5 extraordinary women had first agreed to build a family with one uncertain, frightened young man. I keep thinking about how this started, Sona told Issei, watching their daughter exchange vows with the same careful, genuine happiness that had defined Serena's entire approach to both her professional and personal life. 5 children, each finding their own distinct path toward genuine partnership. I don't think I ever imagined, watching Serena correct my healer's spell formulations as a toddler, that she would eventually find someone who valued her mind as thoroughly as Camille clearly does. I think that's true of all of them, honestly, Issei said, watching his youngest married daughter with the same profound pride that had defined nearly every significant milestone across his children's remarkable lives. None of us could have predicted exactly how their individual stories would unfold. I don't think we were even trying to predict it, if I'm being honest. We just tried to give them the foundation to become whoever they genuinely wanted to be. The ceremony itself blended elements of devil formality with the more relaxed, intellectually playful spirit that had come to characterize Serena and Camille's entire partnership, their vows incorporating references to shared theoretical work that drew genuine, warm laughter from an audience that included researchers and colleagues from across the Institute's now genuinely diverse, multi-traditional faculty. I promise to always challenge your theoretical assumptions, Serena told Camille, her voice carrying the same genuine warmth that had defined her entire approach to their relationship since its earliest professional collaboration, and to always trust that your holy light expertise complements my ward architecture in ways that make both of us considerably better than either of us could be alone. I promise the exact same thing, Cameo replied, with a warm, genuine smile that carried none of the formal reserve that had once characterized their earliest professional exchanges, though I suspect you'll be doing considerably more of the actual challenging, given how thoroughly you've already reshaped my entire understanding of magical theory these past several years. The reception that followed brought the entire extended family together in genuine, unguarded celebration, 5 siblings and their partners, 6 parents whose own extraordinary marriage had first established the foundation this remarkable family continued building upon, and now, a 5-year-old Freya, joined for the first time by a new cousin, Kurigane, and Sakura's own infant son, born just months earlier and already, according to careful early readings, displaying his own unique combination of Yokai senjutsu affinity and mountain agricultural resonance that promised, in time, to develop into something genuinely distinct from any of his cousin's own remarkable gifts. We named him Haru, Kurigane told the assembled family, watching his infant son sleep peacefully in Sakura's careful arms, the same gentle, patient tenderness that had defined Kurigane's entire character since childhood now fully, completely extended toward his own newborn child. It means spring, in the old mountain language. We wanted something that reflected new growth, new beginnings, the same way our entire partnership grew from patient, careful cultivation rather than anything rushed or forced. Freya, delighted by the prospect of a new cousin, spent considerable portions of the reception carefully, solemnly instructing Haru's still sleeping form on exactly what she considered the most important lessons of early childhood, an activity that drew warm, affectionate laughter from the surrounding adults even as it demonstrated, in its own small way, exactly the kind of gentle, protective instinct that seemed to run consistently through this extraordinary family's next generation. She's going to make an excellent older cousin, Ophis observed, watching her daughter's earnest, careful attention to the sleeping infant with genuine, maternal pride. I think she's inherited more of her Aunt Yasaka's patient wisdom than I initially expected, honestly. I think she's inherited a bit of everyone, if I'm being completely honest, Fridas said, watching their daughter with the same warm affection that had defined their partnership since its own earliest honest conversation on a Norse border territory years earlier. That precognitive focus from you, obviously. But also considerable warmth and patience that I don't think comes purely from either of our own individual temperaments. Watching the 3rd generation of his extraordinary family begin, in its own small, quiet way, to take shape around the joyful celebration of his youngest daughter's wedding, Issei felt the full, complete weight of everything decades of doubt, love, sacrifice, and fierce, unbreakable devotion had ultimately built settle over him with a clarity that carried none of the anxious uncertainty that had once defined his earliest experience of this extraordinary, unprecedented life. 5 children, each married, each building genuinely independent, meaningful legacies across a coalition that had grown, decade after decade, into something far larger and more remarkable than its original 4 founding factions ever could have imagined alone. 2 grandchildren, the family's next generation already beginning to write its own story, carrying forward a foundation built entirely on the simple, unshakable promise that had first brought this extraordinary family into being: love first. Everything else, however remarkably it continued unfolding across generations, would always come second to that one complete, unwavering truth. 5 years later, as the coalition prepared to formally commemorate the 40th anniversary of the original treaty's signing, the scale of celebration planned across every faction and territory the treaty now touched reflected exactly how thoroughly that desperate, uncertain wartime arrangement had grown into something the entire supernatural world now considered genuinely, permanently foundational to its continued peace and prosperity. The formal commemoration ceremony is being planned on a scale even larger than your own wedding. Decades ago, Seraph told Issei, the 2 of them reviewing the elaborate preparations during one of their now infrequent but still genuinely warm meetings, Seraph's own role as Devil Mao having, in recent years, gradually transitioned toward a more ceremonial, advisory function as younger leadership increasingly assumed the coalition's practical governance. Representatives from every territory the treaty has touched will be attending, including several pantheons that joined the coalition only within the past decade, drawn specifically by the example your family's continued legacy has provided. Issei felt the particular, complicated weight of that scale settle over him, decades of experience with formal ceremonial occasions having done little to fully diminish the underlying wonder he still felt, watching how thoroughly his own uncertain, desperate beginning had grown into something genuinely celebrated across an entire supernatural world. I think I'm more nervous about this anniversary than I was about the original wedding, honestly, he admitted, with the same genuine, self-aware humor that had come to characterize much of his approach to significant milestones across the decades. Back then, I was simply trying to survive an arrangement I didn't fully understand. Now I actually understand exactly what we built, and somehow that makes the weight of celebrating it feel even more significant. I think that's precisely why this commemoration matters so considerably, Seraph said. Not merely as ceremonial celebration, but as genuine testament to what patient, deliberate partnership can actually accomplish, sustained across decades rather than merely achieved in a single, dramatic moment. Your family's story has become something considerably larger than any of us who first proposed that original arrangement could have fully anticipated. The commemoration ceremony itself, held months later in a specially constructed pavilion large enough to accommodate representatives from every territory the coalition now touched, brought together a genuinely staggering assembly of dignitaries, devil aristocracy alongside Yokai clan elders, fallen governance officials alongside heaven's celestial court, Norse deities alongside Fey court nobility, and representatives from several additional pantheons whose own integration into the coalition, in the years since Ophusa's original Norse breakthrough, had continued extending the treaty's founding promise into corners of the supernatural world its original architects had never imagined touching. Issei stood at the ceremony's center alongside his 5 wives, the same profound, complete partnership that had first been forged through desperate necessity decades earlier now standing as living testament to exactly what patient, deliberate love could ultimately accomplish, and found himself, as the ceremony's formal proceedings began, thinking back through every significant chapter of this extraordinary, unprecedented journey. The terrified war room discussion that had first proposed this impossible arrangement. The quiet moonlit garden where Yasaka had first taught him that willingness mattered more than readiness. The hostile Devil Council chamber where Baal Astaroth had once challenged his family's very right to exist. The joyful births of 5 extraordinary children whose combined bloodline had rewritten everything for ancient factions once believed possible. The devastating assault that had nearly destroyed everything this family had built, and the fierce, unbreakable wrath that had ultimately proven exactly what threatening this family actually cost. The patient decades of raising 5 remarkable children into their own genuinely independent, meaningful adults. The weddings, the grandchildren, the continued expansion of a coalition that had grown, decade after decade, into something the original treaty's desperate architects could never have fully imagined. 40 years ago, he began, his voice carrying easily across the vast assembled pavilion through the same ancient magical technology that had once carried his defiant broadcast across every realm following the Concord of Ancients' defeat. A treaty was signed to end a war that had nearly destroyed 4 factions. I stood in a similar position then, considerably more terrified than I am today, uncertain whether the extraordinary arrangement being proposed could possibly become anything more than a desperate, fragile political solution. He paused, looking around at the assembled representatives from territories and traditions his own uncertain younger self could never have imagined this treaty eventually touching, at his 5 wives standing beside him, decades of shared history reflected in every glance between them, at his 5 children and their own partners scattered throughout the assembled crowd, at his 2 grandchildren. The family's next generation already beginning to carry this extraordinary legacy forward into a future none of them could fully predict, but all of them had helped make genuinely possible. I want everyone gathered here today to understand something I've come to believe with complete, unwavering certainty across these past 4 decades, he continued, his voice carrying the same hard-won conviction that had once defined his most significant public declarations across this extraordinary journey. Peace was never actually the treaty's true accomplishment. Peace was simply the foundation. What we actually built, across 4 decades of doubt, love, sacrifice, and fierce, unbreakable devotion, was something considerably more remarkable. Proof, living and continuously flourishing, that genuine partnership between people and traditions once convinced they had nothing meaningful in common could become not merely tolerable, but genuinely, completely beautiful. I think about the person I was, 40 years ago, Issei continued, his voice carrying across the vast assembled pavilion with the same genuine, unguarded honesty that had defined his approach to every significant public moment across this extraordinary journey. A boy who wanted nothing more than to protect the people he loved, thrust into a role he never asked for, and never believed himself capable of fulfilling. I made countless mistakes along the way. I doubted myself more times than I could possibly count. I nearly let my own fear convince me that 5 extraordinary women couldn't possibly have chosen this life freely, before I finally found the courage to simply ask them directly, rather than carrying that doubt alone. He looked to his wives standing beside him with the same complete, unshakable partnership that had carried them through every significant trial across their extraordinary shared history, and felt his voice catch, briefly, with genuine emotion before he continued. What I learned, across these 40 remarkable years, is that peace was never something any of us achieved once, and then simply maintained without further effort. It required constant, deliberate choice. Choosing to trust each other, even when trust felt genuinely difficult. Choosing to extend patience to old enemies, even when anger would have been considerably easier. Choosing to raise 5 extraordinary children with the simple, unshakable promise that they were loved first, and that everything else, however extraordinary their inherited gifts, would always come second to that one complete truth. Choosing, again and again, across every single day of these 4 decades, to build something worth the fear it originally demanded. He gestured toward the assembled crowd, representatives from territories his own uncertain younger self could never have imagined this treaty eventually touching. I see faces here today from pantheons that didn't even formally exist within this coalition when I first stood in a similar position, decades ago. I see the granddaughter of a devil who once told me, to my face, that my children represented a violation of everything his tradition held sacred, now working alongside my own daughter to build genuine, lasting reconciliation between our families. I see representatives from a Norse pantheon that spent millennia in careful, isolated tradition, now genuinely, completely integrated into a coalition that continues expanding its promise of peace into corners of the world none of us could have imagined touching, 40 years ago. Baal Astaroth himself, now considerably aged but still carrying the same formidable presence that had once defined his hostile early opposition to everything Issei's family represented, rose from his seat among the assembled dignitaries, his expression carrying genuine, hard-won respect that had, across 4 decades, replaced entirely the cold suspicion of their earliest encounters. I would like to offer a brief acknowledgement, if the ceremony permits, he said, his voice carrying the particular gravity of a man whose own considerable pride had, across decades, genuinely transformed into something far more valuable. 40 years ago, I stood in a devil council chamber, and challenged this man's very right to build the family he was proposing. I called his children an abomination against everything I believed sacred. I want everyone gathered here today to understand exactly how completely wrong I was, and exactly how grateful I am that this family's patient, genuine example eventually taught me that. The assembled crowd's response carried a particular, profound weight, decades of hard-won reconciliation finding formal, public expression through the genuine testimony of a man who had once represented the treaty's most hostile, entrenched opposition. I do not offer this acknowledgement lightly, Baal Astaroth continued, his ancient, weathered voice carrying genuine emotion that surprised even those who had, across decades, grown accustomed to his gradual, hard-won transformation. I offer it because I believe genuine reconciliation requires exactly this kind of honest, public accounting. This family did not merely survive my hostility, and the hostility of countless others who once shared my suspicion. They transformed it, patiently and completely, into genuine respect, simply by continuing to demonstrate, decade after decade, exactly the kind of character and integrity that no amount of ancient prejudice could ultimately withstand. Issei felt profound, complicated emotion at the old devil's genuine, hard-won testimony, decades of difficult history finally, completely resolved through this public, unguarded acknowledgement. "Thank you, Baal Astaroth," he said, his voice carrying genuine gratitude that extended well beyond mere ceremonial courtesy. "I think that transformation, more than any political achievement this treaty produced, represents exactly what all of us were hoping to build, all those years ago. Not merely tolerance between former enemies, but genuine, hard-won understanding that transcends whatever ancient prejudice once seemed insurmountable." As the formal ceremony continued through the afternoon, additional testimonials from across the coalition's diverse territories continued building toward a genuine, comprehensive portrait of exactly how thoroughly this extraordinary family's patient, deliberate example had reshaped the entire supernatural world's understanding of what genuine peace could actually become. Extending far beyond the original four factions' desperate wartime necessity into something that continued, decade after decade, growing more remarkable than any of its original architects could have possibly imagined. The ceremony's later proceedings turned toward more personal reflection, each of Issei's 5 wives invited to offer their own testimony about the extraordinary journey their family had traveled across 4 remarkable decades, a portion of the commemoration that the coalition's organizers had specifically requested, believing, correctly, that the assembled crowd would find genuine value in hearing directly from the women who had first, so uncertainly, agreed to build this unprecedented family. Rias spoke first, her composed, ceremonial poise carrying the same fierce, genuine devotion that had defined her entire approach to this extraordinary marriage since its earliest uncertain days. "I loved Issei before any treaty ever proposed uniting our lives," she said, her voice carrying easily across the vast assembled pavilion. "I want that understood clearly, because I think it matters, 40 years later, that this family was never built purely from political necessity. It was built from genuine love that happened to align with what our fractured world desperately needed. I have watched that love grow, across 4 decades, into something considerably larger than either Issei or I could have imagined alone, 5 extraordinary children, 2 remarkable grandchildren, and a legacy that continues extending outward into corners of the world we never imagined touching. I would choose this life again, completely and without hesitation, in every single version of this world I could possibly imagine." Sona followed, her characteristic analytical precision softened by decades of genuine, hard-won emotional openness that had, across the years, become as much a part of her character as her formidable intellect. "I spent my entire early life believing that wanting things simply because I wanted them represented a weakness I needed to discipline out of myself," she said. "This family taught me otherwise, patiently and completely, across 4 remarkable decades. I want every young person listening today, whatever tradition or territory you come from, to understand that genuine strength and genuine vulnerability were never actually opposites. The most meaningful things I have ever built, my daughter Serena's institute, our defensive infrastructure, this entire extraordinary family, all of them required both in equal measure." Yasaka's testimony carried the particular weight of centuries of accumulated wisdom, tempered by 4 decades of genuine, hard-won partnership that had transformed even her own considerable ancient patience into something newly, remarkably complete. "I have led my clan for centuries," she said. "I have witnessed empires rise and fall, watched countless alliances form and dissolve across ages that would seem, to most gathered here today, impossibly distant. I want you to understand what I mean, then, when I say that nothing in all those centuries prepared me for exactly how remarkable this particular family would become. Not merely surviving the desperate circumstances of its founding, but genuinely, continuously flourishing, generation after generation, into something that continues teaching even someone as ancient as myself new lessons about what genuine love can actually accomplish." Gabriel spoke next, her voice carrying the same profound, hard-won gratitude that had defined her approach to this extraordinary marriage since Michael's own difficult doctrinal battle had first secured her place within it. "Heaven taught me a great deal about order and duty," she said. "This family taught me something heaven, for all its ancient wisdom, had never quite managed to fully articulate. That genuine love and genuine duty were never actually separate obligations, competing for the same finite devotion. They were always, from the very beginning, the exact same thing, simply expressed through the daily, unglamorous work of choosing each other, and choosing our children, again and again, across every single day these remarkable 4 decades required." Penemue spoke last, Her characteristic sharp wit softened, as it had been for decades now, into something genuinely warm and unguarded. I spent centuries keeping the entire world at a careful, guarded distance, she said, convinced that letting anyone close enough to matter simply meant letting them close enough to eventually hurt me. I did research on this family, 40 years ago, before I ever agreed to become part of it. I want everyone gathered here today to understand something about that research. It was thorough, certainly. But it could never have fully predicted exactly how completely this family would eventually prove every one of my careful, centuries-earned defenses genuinely unnecessary. I am endlessly, completely grateful that I finally let myself take the risk anyway. As each woman's testimony concluded, the assembled crowd's response carried a particular, profound weight. Decades of hard-won wisdom offered not as abstract philosophical reflection, but as genuine, lived testimony from 5 extraordinary women who had, across 4 remarkable decades, proven exactly what patient, deliberate love could ultimately accomplish, regardless of how desperate or uncertain its original circumstances had once been. The ceremony's final significant portion belonged to the 5 children themselves, each invited to offer their own reflection on exactly what growing up within this extraordinary family had taught them, a testimony that carried particular significance given how thoroughly their own individual accomplishments had, across the preceding decades, extended their parents' original foundation into corners of the supernatural world none of the treaty's original architects could have fully anticipated. Opha spoke first, her formal diplomatic composure carrying genuine, unguarded warmth that had, across her own remarkable career, become as much a professional asset as her considerable precognitive gift. I spent my early childhood learning to sense danger before it fully materialized, she said. I want everyone gathered here today to understand what my parents actually taught me to do with that gift, beyond simple tactical advantage. They taught me that the most important thing to sense wasn't merely physical threat, but genuine need, the places where old grievances and inherited fear kept people from trusting each other, even when trust represented the only genuine path toward lasting peace. I have spent my own career trying to extend that same patient attentiveness into new corners of our shared world, and I believe, watching representatives from pantheons that didn't even exist within this coalition when I was born, that this patient work will continue extending long after any of us currently gathered here have passed from living memory. Kuragain followed, his gentle, unassuming presence carrying the same quiet authority that had defined his agricultural collaboration work since its earliest patient beginnings. I used to feel like my gift was somehow less remarkable than my siblings, he admitted, with genuine, self-aware honesty. Growing things, rather than sensing danger or wielding devastating power. My parents taught me that this instinct, this sense of inadequacy, was never actually about my gift's genuine value. It was simply my own uncertainty about whether gentleness could matter as much as more dramatic strength. I have spent my career proving to myself, and hopefully to everyone gathered here today, that patient cultivation, whether of crops or of genuine trust between communities, matters every bit as much as any more visibly dramatic accomplishment. Serena spoke next, her characteristic analytical precision softened by genuine, heartfelt emotion. I was raised to believe that intellect and love were never actually separate pursuits, she said. My parents built an entire family around that principle, treating my theoretical curiosity with exactly the same genuine respect they extended to my siblings' more combat-oriented or diplomatically inclined gifts. I have tried to build my own research institute around that same foundational belief, that genuine intellectual pursuit matters most when it remains rooted in genuine care for the people it ultimately serves. Raziel's testimony carried the particular, gentle gravity that had defined his reconciliation work since its earliest, quietly transformative success. My gift taught me to feel other people's pain almost as though it were my own, he said. My parents taught me something equally important, that feeling pain without genuine, patient action to address it accomplishes very little. I have spent my career trying to honor that lesson, not merely sensing where old wounds continue quietly festering beneath the surface of formal peace, but doing the patient, sometimes difficult work of actually helping heal them. Lilith spoke last, her fierce, genuine conviction carrying the same disciplined power that had defined her entire approach to leadership since her own difficult, formative early crisis. I spent my early years convinced that raw strength alone would prove sufficient for whatever challenges I eventually faced, she said. My parents, and eventually my own most difficult students, taught me that genuine strength required considerably more than raw capability. It required disciplined judgment about when and how to actually use that capability responsibly. I have built my entire career around passing that lesson forward, and I believe, watching graduates from my academy now serving across territories that span this entire coalition, that lesson will continue shaping how future generations understand genuine power long after I am no longer here to teach it directly. As the 5 siblings' testimonies concluded, the assembled crowd's response carried a particular, profound weight. Decades of patient, deliberate parenting reflected back through the genuine, hard-won accomplishments of 5 extraordinary children who had each, in their own distinct way, extended their parents' original foundation into a legacy that continued growing considerably larger than any single family's individual story. Watching his 5 children conclude their own testimony before an assembled crowd representing the entire supernatural world's continued, flourishing peace, Issei felt the complete and profound gratitude of a father who understood, with total clarity, exactly how thoroughly every uncertain, difficult choice across this remarkable life had ultimately proven worth making. The formal ceremony concluded with a moment the coalition's organizers had specifically planned as its emotional centerpiece, an invitation for Freya and Haru, the family's next generation, to formally address the assembled crowd, a gesture intended to demonstrate, concretely and movingly, exactly how thoroughly this extraordinary family's foundation had already begun extending into a future none of the original treaty's architects could have fully imagined. Freya, now 9 years old and carrying herself with a composed confidence that reflected years of careful, patient guidance from her own remarkable parents, approached the ceremony's central podium with her cousin Haru, for years her junior but showing his own emerging gifts with increasing clarity, walking steadily beside her. I don't remember a time before this coalition existed, Freya said, her young voice carrying, with careful assistance from the same ancient magical amplification that had carried her grandfather's own defiant broadcast decades earlier, across the vast assembled pavilion. I've grown up visiting my grandmother Yasaka's clan alongside my father's Norse traditions, learning theoretical magic from my Aunt Serena, watching my Uncle Raziel help people work through disagreements that once seemed impossible to resolve. I think that's the most important thing I want everyone here today to understand. This piece isn't abstract history to me. It's simply what my entire life has always looked like. Haru, considerably younger but no less composed, added his own brief, earnest contribution. My parents taught me that growing things and growing peace aren't really that different, he said, his small voice carrying genuine, careful thoughtfulness beyond his years. Both need patience. Both need people willing to keep tending them, even when it takes a really long time to see results. The assembled crowd's response to these simple, genuine testimonies from the family's youngest generation carried a particular, profound emotional weight. Decades of patient, deliberate work reflected back through children who had never known anything but the peace their parents and grandparents had fought so hard to build and maintain. Issei felt his own composure nearly break entirely, watching his granddaughter and grandnephew address an assembled crowd representing the entire supernatural world's continued flourishing with exactly the same genuine, unguarded confidence that had once, decades earlier, seemed impossibly distant to a terrified 18-year-old boy standing in his own uncertain war room discussion. I think, he said quietly to Rias, standing beside him as the ceremony's formal proceedings finally began drawing toward their conclusion, that might be the single most remarkable thing I've witnessed in this entire extraordinary journey. Not the treaty's original signing, not even our own wedding, decades ago. Watching our granddaughter stand there, completely secure and confident, describing a peace that simply feels like the entire world she's always known. That was always the actual goal, though, wasn't it? Rias said softly, watching Freya and Haru return to their families amid warm, genuine applause from the assembled crowd. Not merely surviving long enough to build something. Building something so genuinely, thoroughly secure that the next generation never has to carry the same fear and uncertainty we once did. As the formal ceremony finally concluded, transitioning into a more relaxed, celebratory reception that would continue late into the evening, representatives from across the coalition's diverse territories mingled together with a genuine warmth and ease that reflected, in its own remarkable way, exactly how thoroughly this extraordinary family's patient example had reshaped the entire supernatural world's understanding of what genuine, lasting peace could actually become. Baal Astaroth approached Issei during the reception's early hours, his ancient, weathered features carrying the particular warmth that had, across 4 decades, gradually replaced entirely the cold suspicion of their earliest, hostile encounters. "I meant every word of my earlier testimony," he said, watching the assembled crowd's genuine, warm celebration continue around them. "I want you to understand something else as well, Sekirudii, something I don't believe I've ever fully articulated across these 4 decades of gradual reconciliation. My granddaughter Mio, your daughter Ophisa's earliest genuine friend, credits your family's example with reshaping her entire understanding of what genuine partnership between historically hostile traditions could actually accomplish. She has built her own considerable career around exactly that principle. I believe, watching her work alongside your daughter's continued diplomatic achievements, that the reconciliation between our 2 families has produced something considerably more lasting than either of us could have predicted, all those years ago, when I first challenged your family's very right to exist. I think that's exactly the legacy we hoped this treaty might eventually build," Issei said, feeling the particular, profound satisfaction of watching old hostility transform, across decades of patient work, into genuine, lasting partnership. Not merely peace maintained through careful diplomatic distance, but genuine reconciliation that extends forward, generation after generation, into something considerably more remarkable than any of us could have originally imagined. As the reception continued into the evening, Issei found himself, more than once, simply watching the assembled crowd's genuine, warm celebration, representatives from territories and traditions his own uncertain younger self could never have imagined this treaty eventually touching, mingling together with a comfortable ease that reflected, in its own remarkable way, exactly how thoroughly 4 decades of patient, deliberate love had reshaped the entire supernatural world's understanding of what genuine peace could actually become. Late that evening, as the commemoration reception finally began winding down and the assembled dignitaries gradually dispersed toward their various territories, the extended family gathered one final time, not in any grand ceremonial space, but in a quiet, private corner of the pavilion grounds that offered a rare moment of genuine, unguarded rest after the day's considerable emotional weight. "I don't think I've ever felt this exhausted," Issei admitted, settling onto a simple garden bench alongside his 5 wives, watching their children and grandchildren continue their own quieter celebration nearby. "Good exhausted, though. The kind that comes from something genuinely, completely worth the effort it required. I think that's rather the perfect description for this entire 4 decades, honestly," Penemue said, leaning against him with the same easy, unguarded warmth that had defined their partnership since her own centuries of careful distance had first, so completely, dissolved. "Exhausting, in the very best possible sense." Freya approached the quiet gathering, having apparently decided that her grandfather's company represented exactly what her own considerable energy required after a day of formal ceremony. "Grandpa," she said, climbing onto the bench beside him with the same fierce, comfortable familiarity that had characterized their relationship since her earliest infancy, "can I ask you something?" "Always," Issei said, echoing the same word he had offered his own children countless times across the decades, feeling the particular, profound continuity of watching that same patient, genuine attentiveness now extend naturally into a 3rd generation. "Everyone kept talking today about how scared you were, at the very beginning," Freya said, her young voice carrying genuine, thoughtful curiosity. "But you don't seem scared now. How did you stop being scared?" Issei considered the question with the same careful, genuine thought he had always tried to bring to his children's most significant inquiries, now extending that same patient attention to his granddaughter's own developing understanding of the family's remarkable history. "I don't think the fear ever fully disappeared, honestly," he said. "I think it simply transformed, over many years, into something different. Less like anxious dread about whether I was capable of what everyone needed, and more like careful, genuine reverence for exactly how precious everything we built together actually is. I still worry, Freya. About your parents, about your aunts and uncles, about you and your cousin Haru, about whatever comes next for this family in the years ahead. I don't think that worry ever completely goes away. But I've learned, across many years, that the worry doesn't have to control how I actually live within this extraordinary life. I can love completely, and worry sometimes, and still choose, every single day, to keep building something worth all of it. Freya considered this with the same thoughtful seriousness that had characterized her development since early childhood, her own emerging precognitive gift already showing signs of the same careful, deliberate wisdom that had defined her mother's approach to nearly every significant challenge across her own remarkable career. I think I understand, she said finally. It's like what Mom always says about diplomacy. You can't actually make the uncertainty go away completely. You just have to keep choosing to try anyway, because the alternative, not trying at all, feels worse than whatever risk trying actually requires. That's exactly it, Issei said, feeling a swell of profound, complete pride at his granddaughter's genuine, hard-won wisdom, already beginning to reflect the same foundational values that had guided this extraordinary family across 4 remarkable decades. I think you understand that lesson considerably better than I did, at your age. Your mother taught you well. She learned from you, Freya said, with the same simple, direct honesty that had characterized her entire family's approach to genuine communication since its earliest, most difficult days. I think that's how it's supposed to work, right? Everyone teaching the people who come after them, and everyone getting a little wiser because of it? Issei felt his throat tighten with genuine, overwhelming emotion, watching his granddaughter articulate, with the simple clarity only a child could manage, exactly the profound truth that had defined this extraordinary family's entire remarkable journey. Yes, he said softly. I think that's exactly how it's supposed to work. As the evening deepened further into peaceful, contented quiet, the extended family continued their own comfortable, unguarded celebration. 3 generations gathered together in genuine joy that reflected, in its own remarkable way, decades of patient, deliberate love finally, completely flourishing into something that would, Issei understood with complete and unshakable certainty, continue extending forward, generation after generation, for as long as those who inherited this extraordinary legacy chose, freely and completely, to carry it onward. In the years that followed the 40th anniversary commemoration, the coalition Issei's family had helped build continued its remarkable, steady expansion, each new territory and tradition that joined its growing framework carrying forward the same foundational principle that had first, so desperately, brought 4 warring factions together, decades earlier. Ophis's diplomatic work continued extending the coalition's reach into corners of the supernatural world that had, within living memory, existed in complete isolation from any shared framework of cooperation, her own daughter Freya increasingly accompanying her on select diplomatic missions, the family's next generation beginning, gradually and carefully, to learn firsthand exactly the kind of patient, deliberate work that genuine peace actually required. I want her to understand this work isn't magic, Ophis told her father, during one of his periodic visits to observe her continued diplomatic achievements. Not merely inherited gift or natural talent, though those matter considerably. I want her to understand its patient, sometimes difficult, always deliberate choice, made new every single day. That's exactly the lesson that mattered most to your own development, Issei said, watching his granddaughter observe a delicate negotiation session with the same focused, careful attention that had once characterized her mother's own earliest diplomatic training. I think she's learning it well. Kurigane and Sakura's agricultural collaboration continued transforming previously isolated farming communities across an increasingly diverse coalition. Their own son Haru, now old enough to begin genuine apprenticeship alongside his parents, showing particular aptitude for exactly the kind of patient, respectful cultivation that had defined his father's entire approach to bridging different traditions. Serena and Camille's research institute continued producing theoretical breakthroughs that benefited communities across every tradition the treaty now touched. Their own combined research increasingly focused on developing magical education frameworks that could extend genuine access to advanced theoretical training into territories that had, historically, lacked the resources for such sophisticated development. Raziel and Ariel's reconciliation work continued healing wounds that had, for generations, quietly festered beneath the surface of formal diplomatic peace. their formal engagement having finally, several years earlier, blossomed into marriage and more recently, into their own quiet anticipation of starting a family of their own. Lilith's Academy continued shaping an entire generation's understanding of genuine, disciplined strength, its influence now extending across territories that had, within Lilith's own lifetime, existed in complete isolation from any shared coalition infrastructure, her own partnership with Hikari having grown, across the years, into the same kind of deep, comfortable devotion that characterized every one of her siblings' hard-won relationships. Watching his 5 children continue building genuinely independent, meaningful legacies, each of them extending their parents' original foundation into corners of the supernatural world none of the treaty's original architects could have fully imagined, Issei found himself, in these quiet, ordinary years following the 40th anniversary's considerable ceremony, experiencing a particular, profound contentment that felt, in its own way, more genuinely significant than any single dramatic milestone across this extraordinary journey. Not the desperate crisis of the original war. Not the devastating assault that had once nearly destroyed everything this family had built. Not even the joyful, significant milestones of weddings and births and formal commemorations. Simply this. 5 children building genuinely meaningful lives. 2 grandchildren, and eventually more, carrying this extraordinary legacy forward into a future none of them would fully see. 5 wives who had chosen him freely, decades earlier, and who continued choosing him still, through every ordinary and extraordinary day this remarkable life required. On what would become one of the final evenings Issei spent reflecting on this extraordinary journey before age and the passage of many more years began, gradually and gracefully, to soften the sharp edges of memory into something more like peaceful, contented legend. He found himself once more on the familiar eastern balcony, his 5 wives beside him, watching a sunset that carried the particular golden quality of an evening that understood, somehow, exactly how significant this quiet, ordinary moment actually was. "Do you have any regrets?" Rias asked him, the question carrying none of the anxious uncertainty it might once have carried, decades earlier, simply genuine, comfortable curiosity between 2 people who had built an entire remarkable life together. Issei considered the question with the same careful, complete honesty he had always tried to bring to every significant reflection across this extraordinary journey. "None," he said finally, and the certainty in his voice carried the full, complete weight of 4 decades of hard-won wisdom. Not the fear. Not the doubt. Not even the most difficult, dangerous moments this life required. Every single piece of it led here, to this. 5 extraordinary children. Grandchildren carrying this legacy forward. A world genuinely, remarkably transformed by what all of us built together. I would choose every single moment of this journey again, exactly as it happened, without changing a single difficult or beautiful piece of it. Even the fear, at the very beginning? Sona asked, though her tone carried genuine understanding rather than any real doubt about his answer. Especially the fear, Issei said. Because that fear taught me something I don't think I could have learned any other way. That the things most worth building are always, without exception, the things that terrify us most before we ever begin. I was afraid because I understood, even then, exactly how much this family would eventually come to mean to me. I wouldn't trade that fear, or anything it eventually taught me, for anything in this world. As the sunset finally faded into evening, and the artificial moon that had witnessed nearly every significant chapter of this extraordinary family's remarkable story rose once more over gardens grown magnificent through decades of patient, devoted care, Issei Hyoudou sat surrounded by the 5 women who had chosen him freely, completely, and forever, decades earlier, and felt, with total and complete certainty, the profound, unshakable gratitude of a man who had built, across an entire, remarkable lifetime, exactly the family and the legacy he had once, so uncertainly, feared himself entirely incapable of deserving. Weeks after the 40th anniversary commemoration finally concluded, life across the extended family gradually settled back into its own comfortable, familiar rhythms, the considerable weight of formal ceremony giving way once more to the ordinary, precious business of simply living the remarkable life this extraordinary family had spent 4 decades building together. On a quiet evening that carried none of the ceremonial significance of the commemoration but felt, in its own way, no less profound for its simplicity, Issei found himself once more on the sanctuary's familiar eastern balcony, the same quiet vantage point that had witnessed nearly every significant chapter of this extraordinary family's remarkable, continuously unfolding story. His 5 wives joined him gradually, one by one, the same comfortable ritual they had maintained across 4 decades of shared, extraordinary life, until all 6 of them stood together once more, watching the same artificial moon that had witnessed their family's very earliest uncertain beginnings rise over gardens grown magnificent through decades of patient, devoted care. "I keep thinking about something Freya asked me, at the commemoration," Issei said, watching the familiar moonlight settle over grounds that had, across 4 decades, become as essential to his own sense of identity as anything else in his extraordinary life. "About how I stopped being scared." I don't think I gave her a complete answer, honestly. I don't think there is a complete answer to that question. What do you think the more complete answer actually is? Sona asked, her own analytical mind, softened now by decades of genuine emotional openness, still genuinely curious about exactly how her husband had processed this significant reflection. Issei considered the question with the same careful, deliberate thought he had brought to every significant inquiry across these remarkable 4 decades. "I think the fear never actually stops mattering," he said finally. "I think it simply becomes proof of exactly how much all of this matters to me. I was terrified 40 years ago, because I understood, even then, on some instinctive level, exactly how much was actually at stake. That fear wasn't weakness. It was simply accurate information about the genuine, profound significance of what we were all agreeing to build together." "And now?" Yasaka asked, her centuries of accumulated wisdom carrying genuine, warm curiosity about her husband's continued reflection. "Now I understand something I couldn't have fully grasped 40 years ago," Issei said. "That the fear and the joy were never actually separate things, competing for the same space in my heart. They were always, from the very beginning, 2 expressions of exactly the same profound love. I was afraid because I loved all of you, and our children, and everything we were trying to build together, more completely than I had ever loved anything before. That fear simply matured, over 4 decades, into something that looks considerably more like grateful, careful reverence than anxious dread. But the underlying love, the thing that actually generated both the fear and the joy in the first place, that never actually changed at all." Rias leaned against him, the same complete, unguarded affection that had defined their partnership since long before any treaty had ever proposed uniting their lives, carrying, even after 4 decades, exactly the same genuine warmth it always had. "I think that might be the truest thing you've ever said, across everything we've built together," she said softly. "I think it took me 40 years to fully understand it myself," Issei admitted, with the same honest, genuine vulnerability he had always tried to extend to the women who had built this extraordinary life beside him. "But I believe it completely now, watching our children build their own remarkable, independent lives, watching our grandchildren begin carrying this legacy into a future none of us will fully see unfold. Every difficult choice, every uncertain moment, every fear I ever carried across this extraordinary journey, all of it was simply love, finding its way toward exactly the profound, remarkable thing it eventually became." Gabriel's hand found his, the same gesture she had offered across countless significant moments throughout their extraordinary shared history. "I think that's precisely what heaven itself was always trying to teach, in its own imperfect, ancient way," she said softly. "That love and fear were never actually opposites, but simply different expressions of exactly how much something genuinely matters. I did not fully understand that lesson until this family taught it to me, far more completely than centuries of celestial doctrine ever managed." Penemue, leaning comfortably against his other side, felt her own centuries of careful, guarded distance settle into something she had, across 4 decades, come to understand as the truest, most complete expression of exactly what genuine partnership could ultimately become. "I told you once, Dragon Boy, that I did thorough research on this family before ever agreeing to become part of it," she said, her voice carrying the same warm, genuine affection that had defined her transformation across these remarkable decades. "I think, looking back across everything we've built together, that research could never have fully captured exactly how completely this life would prove worth every risk it required. I am endlessly, completely grateful I took that risk anyway. As the evening deepened into peaceful, contented quiet, the 6 of them stood together on that familiar balcony one final time within this particular chapter of their extraordinary story, watching gardens grown magnificent through decades of patient, devoted care catch the last light of an ordinary, precious evening. 6 people who had once been strangers bound together by a desperate treaty now sharing something that had grown across 4 remarkable decades, into a legacy that would continue, extending outward, generation after generation, exactly as far and exactly as remarkably as those who inherited it chose, freely and completely, to carry it forward. The war that had first brought this extraordinary family into being remained, now, a distant historical memory, taught in academy classrooms across a coalition that had grown into something genuinely, remarkably larger than its original 4 founding factions ever could have imagined alone. The treaty that had first, so desperately, proposed uniting 5 extraordinary women with one terrified, uncertain young man had grown, across 4 decades of doubt, love, sacrifice, and fierce, unbreakable devotion, into something no council or faction leader had ever dared fully imagine when they first spoke that terrified young man's name in a war room he had never asked to enter. Not merely a political solution to an ancient, desperate conflict. A family, complete and genuinely extraordinary, that had taken a war-torn, fractured world and shown it, decade after decade, exactly what could be built when people chose each other freely, completely, and without reservation, and continued choosing that same profound commitment, again and again, through every single day this extraordinary, unprecedented life required. Issei Hyoudou looked out one final time over the gardens that had witnessed his entire remarkable journey, from terrified 18-year-old boy to husband, to father, to grandfather, to the living architect of a peace that continued flourishing across an entire supernatural world, and felt, with complete and total certainty, the full, profound gratitude of a man who understood, at last and beyond any remaining doubt, exactly how thoroughly every uncertain, difficult, beautiful choice across this extraordinary life had been worth making. Then he turned, surrounded by the 5 women who had chosen him freely and completely, decades earlier, and who continued choosing him still, and walked with them back inside, toward the family, the legacy, and the love that would continue, exactly as it always had, for as long as any of them remained to carry it forward, and for generations beyond that, into a future none of them would fully see. But all of them had helped make genuinely, completely possible. The ultimate treaty had been signed in desperation, forged from the ashes of a war that very nearly destroyed everything 4 ancient factions held dear. What it had ultimately built was love, and love, freely chosen and fiercely protected, endures. Thanks for listening.